Pirates Plant Fruit Chapter 151-200. Chapter 151 Rest After Victory. Now the remaining enemies on the Hercules Poseidon have also been eliminated. Vers also walked to Rog's side, and he was surprised to see Rog's scars all over his body. Vels, the enemy is dead. Rog said. This is really a tough battle. Fortunately, you won, but you should bandage the wound quickly. Vers said. Rog is also feeling the pain for a while now, and when he relaxes, there are constant pains inside and outside the body. Okay, thanks for your concern. I want to know how's Zoro going? Roger said. Zoro is also very good. He not only destroyed the other airship, but also defeated the remaining strong enemy. Now we can be sure that the enemy of both air-armed airships have been eliminated. Vers said. After Roger heard this, his expression became even more relaxed and he said, very good. He was also injured quite a bit and needed medical treatment. After this fierce battle, 3 warships sank, and the remaining 5 were also damaged to varying degrees. Both advanced airships in the Baroque Works room were destroyed. Ms. Mother's Day and Ms. Six died in battle. Vers began to command the remaining fleet soldiers to rush towards the port, preparing to repair the warship, rescue the drowning and injured officers and soldiers, and capture the enemy who escaped from the armed airship in the air. In the port area, Chopper, Luffy and Usopp all witnessed the battle. It's really spectacular. When the 2 airships were destroyed just now, it was really exciting. Usopp said with high spirits. Chopper on the side looked at him and asked, Roger and Zoro are so good, have they always been like this? Usopp measured his face and said mysteriously, do you know why? Why? Chopper asked, looking very curious. Because it was Captain Usopp who taught them how to fight, Usopp said. You're amazing, Chopper said in surprise. Luffy pressed down his straw hat and looked at the 5 warships coming to the port. It was really cool to see that one just now. I'm hungry. There is still food on the warship. But it's a pity that the one that sank just now seems to have the previous victory banner, and the food loaded there is really delicious. Luffy said. The 5 bruised warships returned to the port, and Rog and Zoro, as well as Vers, all disembarked from the warships. Rog and Zoro were treated by Chopper, and when Chopper saw the 2, he immediately took out the medical equipment in his backpack for treatment. Luffy couldn't wait to eat and drink the food taken out from the ship. Vers was busy with business, and hurried to continue commanding the troops. 5 warships needed urgent repairs, and damaged troops needed rest. Rog, Zoro, Usopp and Chopper were in a house in the port for therapy and conversation. At one bedside, Roger was being treated by Chopper. This little guy is not big, but he is extremely shrewd in medicine. Your internal organs have been squeezed and impacted to a certain extent, and some internal bleeding, but fortunately it is not too serious. You need to take some antibiotics, platelet coagulation drugs, and drugs to promote rapid healing of the body. Dynamic mechanical probing combined with Rog's blood characteristics diagnosis. Chopper's diagnosis, he quickly took out some of the potions he was going to use. Some of them are medicines he collected after he came to Kingdom Newport. Chopper is not as leisurely as Luffy and Usopp. He is still a doctor after all, and he needs to quickly buy enough medicines and medical books in such an important area. Rog is now drinking and swallowing all kinds of pills and medicines. Although some tastes are very uncomfortable, but now in order to recover as soon as possible, Roger also psychologically regards them as luscious food and wine. Chopper also helped Rog to treat the trauma. Rog suffered 3 fractures in his ribs, as well as a fracture in his left arm. Chopper also helped in the treatment. The wounds on the body surface were also bandaged and medicated. It's good to send. Chopper said, sweating. He finally helped Rog to bandage a trauma on his shoulder. Chopper who was struggling and said, you are really an amazing doctor. Chopper, thank you so much. Hearing the praise, Chopper's expression became very shy and his body shook. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his reindeer hoof and said, Roger, don't you always praise me like this? Rog continued, "Is it true that you are being complimented there?" Chopper was even more delighted when he received Roger's compliment. Zoro was healed by Chopper before Rog. Now he is also covered in bandages, sitting on another adjacent bed. However, the 3 katana swords on the waist of this tough swordsman were put aside. Besides Zoro, Usopp talks to him. But Zoro didn't put his mind there. Every time Usopp's interested question, Zoro answered it very simply. "You are really amazing, but without me here, Ms. Mother's Day would definitely die faster," Usopp said with some regret. Zoro didn't say anything, and continued to move his body. Chopper's treatment just now can be said to be extremely effective, and now Zoro feels almost no pain in his body. However, the biggest problem with this swordsman who loves fighting and training is that he is likely to untie the bandages on his body in advance. At this moment, the door of the room was opened. Luffy with a bag of food on his back. Luffy also chewed a corbel in his mouth. "Hey, everyone, I brought the food from the warship," Luffy said to Roger and the others. Roger looked at Luffy and said happily, "It's really hard for you." "I'm already hungry." "Any dessert?" Chopper asked. "I want some juice," Usopp said. "Is there any wine?" Zoro asked. The 5 of them ate together in this room. At the port, the wounded of the fleet soldiers were all treated in the houses in the port area with the help of the warship's medical staff. Ship repairers and some soldiers on the warship were repairing the warships. On the shore of the port, Vers and more than a dozen senior officers were discussing together. "This time we suffered heavy losses. 3 warships sank, including the flagship Victory banner. The casualties of officers and soldiers reached more than 1,200. We still have more than 4,400 troops left. All 5 warships need urgent repairs for at least 2 days before they can continue." Navigational combat, a senior military officer reported. After listening to the report, Vers looked at the 5 warships that were urgently repaired. Fortunately, the 5 warships were mainly deck damaged, otherwise they would need a more serious overhaul. Chapter 152 The Trend of Rapeseed. "Everyone, we will do our best to repair these warships. We will still face many crises in the future battles," Vers said. "Yes, Commander," said the officers. An officer asked Vers, "Commander, we need a lot of supplies now. We have purchased enough supplies in the city." Vers nodded and said again, "But be careful, there are many henchmen of the Baroque Works room in the city. Pay attention to strictly testing the purchased materials to prevent them from playing tricks in it." "Yes, Commander," said the officer. Vers said again, "We also captured some enemies this time and interrogated them strictly." "Yes, 14 enemies were captured this time. They were willing to surrender soon, but we will strictly judge the authenticity of the information they provide," said an officer. Vols continued to direct the restoration of the fleet. In the house where Rog and the others were by the port, Rog and Usopp and the others talked about Vivi and Sanji. "Now we are temporarily stable here, but what about Vivi and Sanji?" Rog said worriedly. Chopper, who was eating a piece of cream cake, also said, "I hope they're all right." Usopp said while drinking a bottle of juice, "I miss Sanji's cooking, but Vivi and Sanji landed at Rape Flowers. Although there is a rebel army there, it may be safer than us. I used to use telephone bugs and telegrams have contacted them, and there seems to be no great danger." "That's fine," Roger said. The day before Rog and the others arrived at Kingdom Newport, in the port city of Rape Flowers, south of the eastern region of Alabasta. Vivi and Sanji, Runner and Nami came here together. They were accompanied by 8 warships. 8 warships berthed at the port area of Rapeseed at this time. After the 3 and 1 duck stepped down from the ladder on the side of the warship, they officially landed on the land of Alabasta. Here is Alabasta, long gone. It's been a few years. Vivi looked at everything around him with a long-lost feeling. The one who ran quickly was already in tears. It wiped the tears with its duck wings and shouted, "Quack." Sanji looked at the port, flicked the cigarette butt in his mouth, then took a deep breath and exhaled a ring of smoke. Oh, this is Alabasta, it's a really refreshing desert kingdom. But we're not here to enjoy the scenery. Saying this, Sanji's eyes changed under his curly eyebrows. Gotta be sharp. We are here to mediate the war. I am responsible for protecting the safety of Princess Vivi and Miss Nami. This is the responsibility of a gentleman, Sanji said in a very imposing tone. Then Sanji quickly came to Vivi's side again, almost sticking to it, and said to Vivi very kindly and enthusiastically, Princess Vivi, please rest assured. I will be responsible for the whole process. No matter if any enemy wants to die, my legs will kick them into the sky. Seeing Sanji's diligence, Vivi said with gratitude, Thank you, Sanji. After hearing Vivi's words of thanks, Sanji said with love, Princess Vivi, I will protect you to the end. Running Fast is also on the side, waving duck wings imposingly, shouting, Quack. Even Running Fast is full of fighting spirit, to help Vivi solve difficulties. More importantly, Alabasta is also its home country. Nami kept looking around, she was very good at observing local customs. This is not only the characteristics of being a navigator, but also the opportunity to find a fortune here. The scenery here is good, and it's really not easy to have such a busy port if you are in a civil war for a long time. Nami said. The purpose of the group now is to mediate the current battle between the rebel army and the king's army. Vivi said to Sanji and Nami and Running Fast, what we need now is to put this war on hold. Sanji and Nami nodded as well as Running Fast. Dangerous as Rog and Zoro when they get rid of Crocodile. But this is also very difficult. After all, they were facing a melee with a million-scale army. In this case, it would be very difficult to even suspend the war. Alabasta is now a battle between two extremely hostile forces of distrust. Both the royal army and the rebel army do not trust each other, even a spark can still ignite. Vivi and Sanji are trying to mediate in such a bad situation. Nami said to Vivi again, so, what should we do next? It's better to try to get in touch with the leadership of the rebel army and get them to temporarily stop the fighting. As for the king's army, it will be easier for me to deal with it, Vivi said. After Nami heard it, she thought for a while and said, it's really good. But it's easy to talk about first, how do you contact the leadership of the royal army? Vivi took out a letter from his clothes and said, the capital of Arubana is here in the deep desert north. I will run fast and deliver this letter of my own to my father. King, according to the information, the army is currently gathered in Arubana, because it is not only the heart of the kingdom, but also a super fortified city. Quiet defense there. After Nami heard it, she looked at the Running Fast, and asked again, can it really arrive safely? Vivi looked at the runner and said, the runner is very familiar with Alabasta. In the desert, it is unmatched. It has some friends in the desert, and if it travels through the long desert, it will be no problem. As for worrying the attack in the Baroque Works room, then I'll be very strict with it. It ran fast and shouted to the crowd full of fighting spirit, showing that it was very reliable. But everything requires a certain amount of risk, so there is no way. Sanji walked to the side that ran faster, and after looking at the duck for a while, he said, Vivi, since it's like this, I'll quickly get it a set of desert travel drinks and a bento, and let him go early. Vivi nodded and said, okay, the sooner this happens, the better. Sanji quickly prepared a special thirst-quenching drink and some compressed food for the desert trip. After finishing all these, Sanji hung a small bag and a special drink in a wooden barrel on the neck of the fast runner. After hanging up the things, Sanji patted his fast-running neck and said, hey, you should pay attention and save your food and drink. Running fast, he turned his head to Sanji, patted his chest and said, Ga. Vivi walked up to the fast runner and said to it, it's all up to you. Vivi easily tied a tightly sealed envelope under the wings of the fast-running duck. In this way, the letter is generally invisible from the outside. If you run fast, you can feel the letter at any time and protect it at all times. Vivi patted her fast-running head after handling the crucial envelope. Run fast. Be careful, Vivi instructed. Running as fast as he salutes with duck wings, he shouted solemnly, quack. Then he ran fast and started to change direction, and started to run along the desert northwest of Rape Flower Port. Once there, turn north to going. After all, it's safer to head north to Arubana in the desert. Chapter 153 The Intersection of Complex Forces. After a successful farewell and running fast, Vivi turned his eyes to the Rape Flower in front of him. This port city has been the largest port in Alabasta before the establishment of Kingdom Newport, and is now one of the two largest ports alongside Kingdom Newport. Although due to the war, the prosperity here has been greatly affected. But it's still quite busy here. Because of the unrest in Alabasta, some foreign merchant ships are also selling supplies here, including grain, meat, medicine, all kinds of daily necessities. There are also some antique businessmen who took the opportunity to come here to buy some antiques. Because Alabasta is an ancient civilization, many cultural relics are huge. Coupled with the war, many businessmen want to take the opportunity to buy the antiques they want. In addition to the above two main categories, there are also some arms merchant ships that come here. The owners of these arms merchant ships came to Alabasta from all over the world because they smelled the huge profits brought by the war. However, many of these merchant ships are strictly disguised, because after the Alabasta Civil War, the world government strictly blocked the transportation of weapons to Alabasta. So these arms merchant ships are strictly camouflaged. The port city in front of Vivi's eyes, like Alabasta, looks calm on the surface, but actually hides a crisis. In addition to dealing with all kinds of troubles, there is also the Baroque works room to watch out for. Let's prepare. Next, we need to contact Catalia's rebel army. Catalia is the base camp of the rebel army. It's just east of Rape Flower, Vivi said to Sanji and Nami. Okay, now it's the most critical step, Sanji said. Yes, the rebels are on the offensive now. If we want to negotiate, we need to spend far more energy than pacifying the king's army, Vivi said. The trickiest thing is now, and now the rebels need to be appeased. Vivi, then how do we appease the rebels? Sanji asked. It's really hard, but I need to see their top management, Vivi said. Sanji picked up the cigarette in his mouth again and took it out of his mouth. Vivi, I have a way. Since we need to be able to make the other party willing to listen to us, then we also need to show that we are strong. Didn't Vers give us half of the fleet? These can be used as backup. After all, there are many in this world. Under the circumstances, it is still necessary to speak with strength. Sanji looked at the 8 warships parked in the port again. 800-meter-long large warships with powerful weapons and 6,000 troops. These people can be said to be extremely powerful mobile troops in the coastal area. Vivi looked at the warships and thought for a while. Nami also said on the side, Vivi, this is very good. Just use them. Such a dangerous thing, Nami is naturally willing to have more backing. Vivi was silent for a long time and said, although I think the most important thing in negotiation is to rely on facts and sincerity, but in this situation we still need to use all available resources. That's right, Nami said happily. Sanji was also very happy and said, although I am a gentleman enough, but the other party is also a huge army, so it is better to have more helpers. Sanji thought for a while and said, one more thing, we can first use the name of the mediator from the Drum Kingdom to contact the rebel army. This way, they see that we have some strength so that they won't reject it all at once. Well, your method is very good, Vivi said. Although Vivi worships sincerity and truth, the world still speaks with strength. Therefore, in many cases, some strength is needed to back up. Nami also suddenly had a good idea, and quickly said, I also have a good idea. Didn't we bring a lot of supplies and treasures from the Drum Kingdom together? Before the negotiation, we can give the rebel army a sum of money to let they are even less likely to refuse our negotiating demands. Quote. Previously, because everyone followed the Drum Nation, the Drum Nation was grateful to everyone. So a large number of going treasures were given. After reaching the sea off Alabasta, the battle plan was formalized and the fleet was split in two. Naturally, Nami installed all the treasures on this fleet for safety reasons. This kind of proposal can be said to be Nami's voluntary bankruptcy. After Sanji heard this, he looked at Nami with admiration. "Nami, you really impress me. You don't hesitate to break the bank in order to help a friend," Sanji said with great admiration. Nami waved her hand and said confidently, "Where is it? But you have to know, Vivi. After this is done, I need 3 times the return." Sanji's admiring smile immediately froze. Nami is worthy of being Nami, and this effort has to be highly rewarded. Vivi listened. After a while, he said, "You're talking about cash, because Alabasta has a long-term civil war, but if you give people valuable antiques, then no problem." After Nami heard it, her eyes still glowed with gold, and she said, "That's fine too. We can just exchange the antiques ourselves." Vivi looked at the warships and said, "Then we have now decided on a major policy. We can open the door to negotiation with the rebels first. But we still need to discuss with the people in the fleet." The three began to discuss with the officers of the fleet to prepare for specific actions as soon as possible. Vivi who just arrived and can have a decisive influence on the situation. There is also a powerful force at work here. On a remote coast in Rape Flower, a marine fast-mast warship is moored here. "The ladder is ready. Please go down, Colonel," said a sergeant marine with naked strong arms. "Thank you for your hard work." A burly man with exaggerated stature walked down the ladder beside the warship. The man was wearing a marine coat on the upper half, and the muscles on his chest were as strong as steel. Behind him are 10 hands that are 2 meters long. The man had 2 cigars in his mouth, and his face was a little bit fierce in addition to being tough. This man is Colonel Marine Smoker. Smoker Hunter was very angry because Mary entered the Great Route, and led Tashigi to the Great Route on his own initiative. Smoker set foot firmly on Alabasta's land. Behind him, Tashigi was wearing a jacket, and also stepped onto the ground with slash-rain in his hand. Smoker looked up at the sky. The sky was clear and cloudless, but the hot, dry wind kept blowing on his face. "Alabasta, one of the oldest of the world's government-affiliated countries, we are finally here," said Smoker. Tashigi looked around, but this desolate scenery had an infinite sense of mystery to her, a girl full of persistence. But she knew very well that she came here to track down her target, the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. "Colonel Smoker, let's start figuring out how to chase those pirates," Tashigi said. Smoker looked back at her and said, "It's complicated here. If you're right, Alabasta is at the height of the civil war right now. We're here and it's not easy to catch those pirates." Tashigi is another smoker. "The enemy intelligence we have eavesdropped before seems to have some problems within Alabasta. And it seems that the group of pirates were involved in the Revolutionary War of the Drum Kingdom. They also seem to have become local heroes. But they still here, no doubt." Quote. Chapter 154 CP3. Smoker turned his head to Tashigi again and said, "The pirates are here, and it seems they are going to act with some important person in Alabasta. Now that Alabasta is deeply involved in the Civil War, they must have a great relationship with the Civil War here." Tashigi listened to Smoker's words, thoughtful. Then Colonel Smoker, "What should we do next?" "Tracking down the pirates here is like looking for a needle in a haystack," Tashigi said. Smoker moved his wrists and pulled 10 hands off his back. 10 hands aimed at the ground below and stabbed it hard. The ground on the ground was shaken by a group of cracks with Smoker's strength. "That's the problem we're facing. We're a bunch of pirates, after all, but we're going to have to figure it out," Smoker said. Smoker dared to go out to sea without authorization, because of his bravery and experience. There have been times in the past when information was insufficient and there were many difficulties. However, Smoker captured the pirates just like that. This time, Smoker is determined to arrest Rog and Luffy. For Smoker and his party, it is currently difficult. About 150 elite soldiers of the Marine landing force on the warship disembarked. A Marine sergeant came up to Smoker and saluted him. "Colonel Smoker, please give instructions on what to do next," the sergeant said. Smoker looked at him, and glanced at the town of Rapeseed again. "Let's land in the town for supplies. Gather intelligence by the way," Smoker said. "As ordered," said the sergeant. Smoker's warship is still moored there. Smoker and Tashigi led 150 elite soldiers to the port city of Rapeflower. Walking Tashigi and observing the surrounding scenery, the scenery of this desert kingdom is really vast. Just the surrounding area of this port city is full of spectacular deserts and Gobi deserts. To find a group of pirates in such a vast desert kingdom is like finding a needle in a sandhay. Tashigi looked at Smoker and said to him, "Smoker, you are my senior, and more importantly you have worked in Marine for many years. Don't you know anyone in Alabasta?" Smoker listened to this and was silent for a while, before finally a cloud of smoke came out of his mouth. "Are you asking if first know Marine who works in the Alabasta area?" "I do, and he's someone I have a good relationship with. But I don't like bothering her," Smoker said earnestly. Tashigi didn't say anything after listening to it. Smoker has always acted in his own way, rarely accepting help from others. Smoker and his party continued to the city of Rape Blossoms. After Smoker arrived in Alabasta, two other forces, also subordinate to the world government, were in action. However, unlike Smoker and the others, these two forces acted here under the direct orders of the world government. In the urban area of Rapeseed Flowers, in a hotel facing the sea. In a room on the third floor of the hotel, a slender middle-aged man sat on a chair. Constantly flipped through the files in front of you. Beside him, two burly men in black suits stood aside. Their suits were all marked with the 5-beaded cross of the world government. The middle-aged man's long face bears two finely glanced beards. He kept stroking his beard while fiddling with the documents in front of him. The document he was looking at was marked with Special Operations in the Alabasta Area, Investigation into the Origins of the Civil War. Submitted by CP3. The middle-aged man was a little troubled after repeatedly flipping through the documents, and put the documents back on the table. "It's hard, the conspiracy of this civil war is really inexplicable." The middle-aged man sighed. Just when the middle-aged man felt annoyed and drank a cup of coffee, suddenly the door of the room was knocked on. A man in a black suit behind him, or an agent, immediately walked to the door of the room. "Password, solve the mystery," the man in the black suit asked the person outside the door. "Password, go all out," the person outside the door replied. The man in the black suit then opened the door, and a few people in gray and white cloaks walked in. A total of 3 people walked in. They then removed the gray and white cloaks from their bodies, revealing the black suits underneath. Like the previous 2 men, the suits were printed with the pattern of the world government. They all paid tribute to the middle-aged man, then said, "Sir Furox, we are back." Furox looked at the 3 of them, and then said, "Thank you for your hard work. Did you get any important information from your trip to Aruba this time?" The 3 looked at each other, and the person in the middle said, "Sir, this time we conducted an investigation in Arubana. Now the situation in the capital is very serious. Arubana and the surrounding areas are under a high degree of military martial law and combat readiness status, but they are on the defensive as a whole. As long as the rebels don't attack, then nothing will happen there." "Well, this has been confirmed many times. But I still want more important information. That is the mysterious organization we discovered before. It seems to be called the Force of the Baroque Works Room. What are they doing?" Furox continued asked. The agent continued, "There are frequent attacks against the king's army in Arubana, but it's hard to know how many of those are the work of the Baroque Works. After all, there are people in the kingdom who are dissatisfied with the king, or undercover rebels. Could do those things." Quote. Furox stroked his fine beard and said, That's reasonable, but if the Baroque Works room has people there, I'm worried there will be a bigger threat. Speaking of which, everyone in the room became nervous. Let's think about it. According to our intelligence, the Baroque Works is going to start a civil war in Alabasta. So what's the best way for them to make the situation even more chaotic? That is, assassinate or kidnap King Neferutari Ko. Brah, Fu Rox said deeply. Fu Rox, words came out, everyone's expressions became more serious. That's to be expected. The Baroque Works room is designed to throw Alabasta into unprecedented chaos, so that's very likely, continued Fu Rox. He looked at the document in hand again. Since the outbreak of the civil war in Alabasta, the world government has not been without movement. Although the administrative machine of 800 years has been very rigid. But Alabasta is one of the largest affiliated countries under the world government, so the world government sent its direct spy agency CP3 to investigate. Fu Rox is the chief of CP3. More than a year ago, Fu Rox led the elite agents of CP3 to come here and conduct a secret investigation. CP3 agents went to the main areas of Alabasta to explore, including Arubana, Rape, Kingdom Newport, Rain, and more than 10 important large-scale oasis cities to conduct a rigorous investigation. Eventually a mysterious Baroque Works room is found lurking here, carrying on activities. And even more incredible is the owner of the Baroque Works room. Fu Rox looked at the documents on the table again. Is it really you, Crocodile? Said Fu Rox. Chapter 155 Top Secret Report. All kinds of evidence collected by CP3 before show that the behind-the-scenes boss of the Baroque Works room is most likely Crocodile. But this can't be believed. After all, Crocodile is the dignified King Shichibukai. With that status, why would Crocodile be like this? Terms of wealth, Crocodile has a great deal of wealth and estate in Alabasta, in addition to looting the wealth of other pirates using enemy ship capture licenses. He will not be short of money. No status or money, so why risk subverting Alabasta? This is a very serious crime. Fu Rox couldn't figure out why Crocodile would do this. But there is another thought in Fu Rox's mind. Is Crocodile having an affair with forces like the Revolutionary Army? However, there is still a huge question. The Revolutionary Army does often subvert the allied countries under the world government on the Great Routes and the Four Seas. But those are basically corrupt countries ruled by the powerful. And Alabasta King Neferutali Cobra is a great coon lord known far and wide. At every world conference, the king speaks eloquently, demanding reform. If the Revolutionary Army is violently attacking the rule of the world government from the outside, then there are kings and politicians like Cobra from within demanding moderate reforms. The Revolutionary Army would at least not target Alabasta. Fu Rox understands very well that although he is the head of the direct spy organization of the world government, he is very aware of what the Revolutionary Army is doing in the big right and wrong. And Crocodile himself is insidious and selfish, and will not work with the Revolutionary Army. Is it about finding something? Fu Rox guessed. Is not clear even if we pay Rox and CP3. But it is now largely determined that the Crocodile and Baroque Works rooms are the culprits of the Civil War. Fu Rox stood up and looked at the 5 agents in the house. The 5 agents in front of him all looked at him. Everyone, now after more than a year of investigation, we have determined the Crocodile and the Baroque Works conspiracy. Now this result basically has no other options. In Alabasta, there is no one who can covertly do this kind of thing except him. Others. More importantly, the agents we once managed to break into the Baroque Works room also confirmed this. Our next step is to report intelligence directly to the world government, and listen to instructions. As for the decision-making power, it is still up to them. The file will be further revised and reported immediately. Everyone will continue to monitor the Baroque Works room in each city. Fu Rox said very seriously. The agents also had no objection. But then one person asked, "Sir, in addition to us, another fleet has arrived at the port of Rapeseed. According to the information, this fleet is from the Magnetic Drum country." Fu Rox was silent for a while, then stroked his fine beard and said, "Fleet. From the Drum Country. Yeah, they just arrived today. And they're resting here. There seems to be action. And Alabasta is in a civil war, and the Drum Nation has just had a brief but intense revolutionary war." "That's a little weird," said the agent. "I know this, before the Drum Kingdom started a bloody civil war. The revolutionary forces led by former Minister Dalton overthrew the former King Wapol. Wapol himself died. Dalton established a new government. Speaking of this Wapol, he was the king who led the Drum Kingdom into a super-industrial power, but it is said that he was very greedy and cruel, and at that time, the total amount of weapons and arms purchases of the Drum Kingdom was among the best in the world. Since the revolution, are these warships said to be loyal to the former king's forces and came here to take refuge? This is too far-fetched, and there are countless places suitable for refuge," Fu Rox said in confusion. "So sir, what's next?" the agent asked. "We're understaffed right now, but let's send someone to watch over them," said Fu Rox. "Okay, sir," the agent said. The three CP3 agents from going were about to leave, but Fu Rox hurriedly stopped them. "By the way, one more thing. How about the news about Marine Headquarters Colonel Hina and her troops who are mediating here?" Fuku Rox said. An agent said, "Regarding Colonel Hina, she is now in Arubana as a mediator in place of Marine. She led about a few hundred soldiers in the capital to discuss information with the king. Hina was also in contact with the rebels on Marine's behalf." "Yes, but the rebels are not at all willing to accept her mediation. Her fleet seems to be still around the Sandora River." After hearing this, Fuku Rox said naturally, "Of course, after all, Hina is a colonel of the Marine headquarters in the Alabasta area. But she is only a colonel after all, and she is insignificant in the face of the king. No matter how kind Cobra is, but it was also difficult for her to shake Cobra's claim. Moreover, the king's army was already on the defensive. As long as the rebels didn't attack, everything would be fine." In the face of the rebels, Gina played the piano to the cow. "The rebels hated the king very much. Colonel Marine can't stop it. Besides, if you report information to the above, how can you compare with CP3? The civil unrest in Alabasta, the world government also ordered the surrounding Marines to quickly investigate the situation and mediate. The Marine on the bright side and CP3, the espionage organization in the dark, are acting independently. Colonel Hina is the Marine who is in charge of the Alabasta area. She is known as the Black Threshold. But the Alabasta Civil War was fierce, with millions of troops fighting each other. The small fleet and troops led by Nippon himself could not prevent the civil war at all. The world government was exhausted from suppressing the revolutionary army and pirates in various places. But now Alabasta is in such trouble again. If it is really possible to mobilize heavy troops, then I don't know how long it will take. For CP3, they are also worried that once Hina, who is fully aware of the local situation in Alabasta, if the performance solution is favored, it will be tantamount to the dignified CP3 having no credit. Anyway, it's our CP3 that gets the most credit in the end, and no one can shake it, said Fu Rox. The three previous agents then left the room. Fu Rox went ahead and started revising his file report. Unconsciously, the night has come. Under the lamp, Fu Rox happily organized the documents and took out a specially made encrypted phone bug, which can send telegrams remotely and is extremely difficult to be eavesdropped. This top-secret report document, once in the hands of the Gorosei, 5 elders, will cause an earthquake. Fu Rox said admiringly as he picked up the sorted document. Chapter 156 to Catalia. Fu Rox telegraphed top-secret documents to the World Government Administration Center at Mary Joel, Holy Land. There, long-awaited intelligence officers took the information and presented it to the world's highest power group, the Gorosei 5 Elders. The second day of Rapeseed finally arrived, in the eastern region of Rapeseed. Vivi, Sanji, and Nami rode together in a carriage, and under the cover of a large fleet of soldiers, began to going towards the eastern region. Since Catalia, the base camp of the rebel army, is an inland city. It is located in the northeast area of Rake Flowers. So after consulting with the officers of the fleet, Vivi led a large number of fleet soldiers to land as cover, and went to Catalia. On the carriage, Sanji, Vivi and Nami talked to each other. Vivi, the scenery here is really nice, Nami said, looking around. Vivi looked at Nami, knowing that her words were to lighten the mood. Alabasta is a desert kingdom and there is more to it than that, Vivi said. The surrounding scenery is indeed beautiful, surrounded by endless deserts and dry winds. Not yet some desert plants. Since it is morning now, the sun is not very strong here. Everything around them seems to have not woken up from their slumber. Looked at Vivi and asked, Vivi, since you dare to negotiate with the rebels, I'm afraid you have some confidence. Don't you know someone? Sanji had already seen Vivi's thoughtfulness. Vivi looked at Sanji and said, well, there is someone I know in the top ranks of the rebel army. Looked at Vivi, the princess in front of her seemed to want to say something but didn't continue. Oh, through this person, you can try to open up the negotiation situation. Of course you can, Sanji said. Not hope, but no other option, Vivi said. Vivi recalled the young leader of the rebel army, who had been her childhood friend. However, he did not expect to eventually become the leader of the current rebel army. About 2,000 soldiers of the fleet disembarked from the warship and hired a large number of carriages and horses to go to Catalia. The wagons also carried some going and food supplies. After all, this is a better way to open up the negotiation situation. Along the way, the team of 2,000 people finally arrived outside the city of Catalia. The outskirts of the city where the rebel army was stationed were protected by a group of fortifications. But it's not the same as the mighty fortified city walls of Arubana. The city used to be undefended. It's just that fortifications have been built for defense during the war in recent years. However, due to the absolute advantage of the rebel army in the southeast area of Alabasta, there is basically no need for too strict defense. Of course, the city is equipped with an astonishing force. A large number of simple barracks and warehouses can be seen outside the city. Sanji, who was sitting on the carriage, looked eastward. This is it, Catalia, Sanji said. Vivi looked at the city and said, here, our destination. Seeing the city ahead, Vivi's heart was pounding, and this was the base camp of the rebel army. Nami looked at Catalia and said, it looks like a really run-down city. There is no prosperity here at all. However, the arrival of 2,000 people made Catalia immediately tense. Two groups of mixed infantry and cavalry were quickly surrounded from both sides. The two rebel armies looked neat and well-trained, not like some stragglers at all. And Vivi, along with the Drum Nation soldiers, were quickly surrounded by two rebel armies. Each of the two rebel armies numbered more than 1,000 people, and the total number was similar to that of the Drum Nation soldiers. However, it surrounded the Drum Nation soldiers very closely. Both teams of rebel infantry and cavalry raised their rifles and aimed at the Drum Nation soldiers. Who are you? A burly rebel army officer on a burly war horse came out from the left and asked the crowd. At this time, Sanji hurriedly jumped off the carriage. Go straight to the front of the officer. Sanji walked up to the officer and looked at him. The officer looked at Sanji in a suit with a cigarette butt in his mouth and asked, who are you? Hello, we are the mediators of the Drum Kingdom. We are here to meet with the high-level leaders of your rebel army. Sanji said calmly. The officer looked at Sanji and said, Drum Country. Mediation messenger. We haven't heard of it. Hurry up and leave. Wait a minute. Sanji's tone became more severe. Then he threw the cigarette butt out again and said with a serious expression, please help me accommodate. And we have some going and supplies here to help you. After all, your rebel army also needs money and materials. Sanji waved his hand, and several officers of the magnetic drum country also hurriedly led the soldiers to pull out a dozen carriages. In front of the officer, the going and food on the carriage were shown to him. The officer was also moved when he saw these goings and food. After all, the rebel army was also very difficult and needed a lot of food and money. The officer looked at Sanji after reading the going and food. He was still thinking, but Sanji looked at him very seriously. "You are really looking for our top management, then I can help inform you," the officer said. The expression on Sanji's face relaxed a little, and he said, "Thank you so much." The officer gave some orders to his subordinates, and then he hurriedly rode towards the city of Catalia. However, Sanji and Vivi's team of 2,000 people has always been under the supervision of the rebel army. Vivi and Nami have been waiting for a long time again. Now it's noon, and the sun in the sky is getting stronger and stronger. I saw the horses galloping for a while, and finally the officer came back. "Everyone, you can enter the city of Catalia now. But only the messengers who are in charge of negotiation can enter. The other soldiers are stuck in the area around the city, and we will arrange it," the officer said to Sanji. "That's it, that's fine," Sanji said. Then talked to some officers of the Drum Kingdom, and called Vivi and Nami, and several officers went to Catalia city together. The 2,000 soldiers were mostly stationed in the area outside the city. With Vivi and Nami, several coordinated officers rode on horses. Under the guard of the officer and a group of rebel cavalry, going entered the city of Catalia. Vivi, Sanji, and Nami, who were sitting on the carriage, looked around and thought, "What we will face is a more difficult negotiation, and whether the other side can stop the war is a difficult problem." Chapter 157 Kosha. Vivi, Sanji, Nami, and the cooperating officers entered the city of Catalia under the escort of the rebel army. The city still looks shabby. Many old-fashioned buildings along the street are simply repaired and continue to be used. Residents in the city are also dedicated to serving the rebel army, helping the rebel army transport and manufacture various needed items. Vivi can cover her face with her cloak. After all, many people here still know her. In the old days when Alabasta was peaceful, people from all parts of the country went to the capital, Aruba, to worship the king. So many people in the kingdom know what Vivi looks like. If it is exposed here casually, it may lead to attacks by individual people who hate the king. In addition, Vivi also needs to beware of the people in the Baroque Works room, because Vivi is the one who knows the culprit of the Alabasta Civil War, so the Baroque Works room does everything possible to get rid of her. Baroque Works room didn't have undercover agents in the rebels. After passing through a section of the city, the team passed through a very wide square. Enough to accommodate thousands of people. At this time, countless people were gathered in this square, and someone was giving a speech in the center of the square. "This is," Vivi said suddenly. She suddenly remembered something. Vivi has also been to most of the cities in the kingdom, including Catalia. She has also been here. However, after the vicissitudes of the Civil War, and the fact that Catalia is an old city, it is already very dilapidated. But this square Vivi is recognizable. The one built by her father, Neferutali Cobra. It is called King's Revival Plaza. That is, Cobra once built this square, wanting to revive the old city of Alabasta like Catalia. Unfortunately, civil war broke out not long after the construction of this square. The whole country is in terror, not to mention the construction of these old cities. In the King's Renaissance Square at this time, the speaker stood on the high platform and addressed the thousands of people below. "Gentlemen, the country is in crisis due to the folly of the king. We have to resist. A king who thinks only of himself and does absurd acts is not fit to rule this country. Neferutali Cobra, a pseudo-Kunzi, the man who has been mischievous on the throne, has brought Alabasta into crisis. So we are going to overthrow him. In order to monopolize the precipitation so that he can strengthen his rule, he actually uses a dance powder." Quote. A high-voiced rebel officer was there to preach against the populace the evils of King Cobra's rule. This is the propaganda offensive of the rebellion. In addition to the battles on the battlefield, the rebel army has incited countless people's hatred for the king through various propaganda and mobilization. It is because of this mobilization that tens of thousands of people serve the rebel army, which made the strength of the rebel army continue to expand, and finally went on the offensive in the Civil War. Even a large part of the king's army has been turned into a rebel army. Vivi's heart twitched when she heard this, and she turned her face away. The propaganda on the square continued, and the high-pitched voice of the officer was continuously heard through the loudspeaker. Everyone, Wapol, the former king of the Drum Kingdom, was overthrown in a revolutionary war. He himself was killed. This is also an inspiration to Alabasta, who is facing the same style of violent Kun rule. We want to let Neferutali, Cobra, this violent Kun, ended up the same as Wapol. Everyone cheers to me. Quote. Thousands of people in the square raised their fists and cheered after the officer's pitch. Down with Cobra. Blood Kun must die. Long live the rebels. Justice belongs to us. Take a Rubana. The shouts were earth-shattering, as if to push everything down. Vivi, who was sitting on the carriage, covered his ears hard, but the voices kept coming. Her beloved father, Dr. Wong, worked hard for the prosperity of Alabasta. However, because of the evildoing of the murderer behind the scenes, it is regarded as a violent Kun by the public, and everyone can't wait to get rid of it. This kind of pain is worse than 1,000 cuts. Sanji looked at the excited people with his eyes, and hurriedly sat beside Vivi. Vivi, don't be like this. What is our purpose? We have to remember. Sanji said comfortingly. Vivi bit Kiba tightly, trying to hold back the tears. Well, I'm fine, Vivi said. The procession continued, passing some more blocks. It's finally the end. Came to a white marble building. The building is still full of bullets and cracks. Apparently it was destroyed in the previous civil war. Everyone, we're here, said the escort officer. Vivi, Sanji and Nami looked at the building ahead. The three got off the carriage, and the cooperating officers also got off their horses. Sanji is always vigilant to observe the surrounding, beware of possible danger. Follow me, everyone, the officer continued to lead the way. The white building was also heavily guarded, and the officer walked forward and talked to the heavily armed officer before being released. Vivi, Sanji, Nami, and allied officers were able to enter. Entering this white building, I soon reached the hall. This hall is filled with documents, and some rebel officers work here. When they saw someone coming in, they stopped working. There was a large table at the far end of the room, and a young man was sitting behind it. He looked at everyone with a look full of persistence and scrutiny. Sanji also looked at the man with his right eye under his curled eyebrows. The other's face was very resolute, even a bit rough. Apparently it was caused by wind and sand in the desert. His short hair is very neat. He is wearing a dark yui-colored coat behind him, and holds a very long sword in his hand, but the sword is always in the scabbard. But the most obvious is the scar on the left eye. Nami on the side was a little uneasy when she saw the aura of the people around her. But what surprised Sanji was that Vivi kept covering his head with a cloak. The officer who led the way said, Leader Kosha, as well as other cadres, the mediators of the Drum Kingdom have arrived. Kosha waved his hand and said, Go down. The officer hurried down. Looked at this young man named Kosha, but he didn't expect that at a young age, he was the leader of the rebel army that swept Alabasta. Kosha looked at everyone, but when his eyes fell on Vivi, he suddenly trembled for a while. This kind of feeling is like seeing an old friend. You are the mediators of the Drum Kingdom? Kosha asked first. Nodded and said, Exactly. We're here to mediate the civil war in Alabasta. Kosha looked at Sanji. Although he was the leader of the rebel army, he clearly felt that the other party was a man full of momentum. Able to knock down a formidable opponent all of a sudden. Do you want to mediate? But I can tell you directly that this is impossible. Although Kosha's tone was steady, she didn't mean to waver at all. Then you might as well listen to what I have to say. Suddenly Vivi's voice sounded. Kosha was stunned. He was surprised to see that the man Silk had known before pulled the cloak away from his head. Vivi, the princess of Alabasta, met his eyes at this time. Chapter 158 Kosha's Choice. Vivi looked at Kosha, her watery eyes towards him. Kosha, you are now the leader of the rebel army. I didn't expect the former partners to meet in this way, Vivi said. Sanji turned his face to look at Vivi, thinking that Vivi and Kosha actually knew each other. Kosha looked at Vivi, and the childhood memories kept replaying in his mind. Vivi and his once childhood buddies are both filled with dreams of building a better Alabasta for the future. Unexpectedly, one is still the princess of Alabasta, and the other is already the leader of the rebel army. Is this fate or coincidence? Fate is indeed too tricky. Now Vivi and Kosha are looking at each other, although the eyes of the two are calm, but their hearts are fighting fiercely. Vivi, you have indeed grown up. A very dignified princess, Kosha said calmly after a long time. Kosha, you are now the leader of the rebel army. I didn't expect Alabasta's opposition forces to be so young, Vivi said calmly. Kosha stood up and looked at Vivi. Okay, Your Majesty, you can say it. Say whatever you want, Kosha said. Vivi looked at Kosha, looking him in the eyes. You rebels really don't want a truce, it's just a truce. Do you really think that the civil war for so many years is really caused by the king? Are dancing fans really used by the king? Here, I can tell you the creator of the real use of dance fans in a series of crises is the sand crocodile of King Chichibukai, Vivi said firmly. Hearing this name, everyone in the hall started to talk. Crocodile, how is that possible? Why would he do this? How could Chichibukai, the king of the world government, do this? But Crocodile is really questionable. It's unbelievable at all. The cadres in the hall were discussing one after another. Kosha looked at Vivi and asked, You said Crocodile did it. Then he's been there all the time in the rain, occasionally fighting pirates. He's never been involved in the Alabasta Civil War. Can you explain how he did it? Vivi said, Crocodile has a Baroque works room, a mysterious criminal group. They secretly used dancing powder to blame the king, so that the people mistakenly thought that the king gathered rainwater for his own use. And created a series of incidents, which escalated the situation, turned into a civil war. Quote. Vivi's words came out, the expressions of the rebel cadres in the hall changed greatly. Cadres were all talking to each other. After all, although the Baroque works room was deeply hidden, some tales were still exposed. And some unreasonable things still exist. Kosha continued to look at Vivi and asked, So do you have any evidence? Vivi didn't speak, but opened a backpack on his body and took out a stack of documents inside. Here, let's see. Vivi handed out the document. A guard in the hall handed the document to Kosha. Kosha returned his gaze to the document in his hand. He flipped through the documents, which were filled with various information and photos that Vivi had collected in the Baroque works room. These photos reveal the inside story of the Baroque works room and the plot to subvert Alabasta. Kosha's face was serious, and he checked all the documents without leaving a word in his eyes. The cadres in the hall were talking a lot, and some were waiting to check the documents later. But behind a more remote table in the hall, a gray-haired rebel cadre, however, pulled out a small encrypted phone bug from behind a desk, with the Baroque works room emblazoned on it. Encrypted telegrams were sent out quickly. Kosha checked it for a long time, and finally handed the document to another cadre to check. Kosha looked back at Vivi and said, These do look very real. It's hard for me to really judge their authenticity. But what I'm going to say next is really serious. Vivi, Sanji's face became very serious, listening carefully. Alabasta has been through a brutal civil war for several years. Now the king's army and the rebel army are at odds. And the people who support both sides are very hostile. Even if it is successfully proved that Crocodile is the real culprit behind the scenes, the situation is now like a flood. Like a dam, it can't be blocked. So if you forcibly announce this matter to the army and the people on the rebel side, it will be tantamount to announcing that the sacrifices made over the years are meaningless. The advocacy is still a small private affair, and it has accumulated endless hatred from both public and private aspects. Therefore, Once such a thing is announced, then the rebel army may first split up and continue the war. Alabasta will not be able to truly achieve peace. Kosha said earnestly. Vivi and Sanji looked at Kosha with serious faces. The current situation is obvious. The hatred and bloodshed from the years of war alone have made Alabasta into a state that is hard to turn back. So if it is hard to prove that the past few years have been played by a former national hero and applauded, then I am afraid it will lead to even greater chaos and turmoil that is difficult to end. Vivi's face was very ugly, and he and Kosha looked at each other. Both knew that Alabasta was in a mess now. Vivi, who was extremely anxious, and then at Kosha. Hey, I can't just keep making mistakes like this, Sanji said. Vivi looked at Kosha again, and said after a moment of silence, in this case, maybe the situation will continue until Crocodile is not destroyed. But I want to say a temporary truce. That's it. Kosha looked at her and said, will a truce really solve the problem? Don't underestimate the truce. A temporary respite can ease the situation and create an opportunity for a better solution, said Vivi. Kosha looked at Vivi, and after a long silence, he said to the other officials in the hall, everyone, I think we can take a break for a while. These cadres were shaken by the current situation and some doubts, and they were all hesitating. However, some people immediately objected. I object, Chief Kosha. How can we stop the attack like this after spending countless blood over the years? Now the king's army is only a complete passive defense. If we try to attack again, it will be a complete failure. A burly stature with a face Huza's cadre stood up and said. I also object. Now the general mobilization order has been issued. All the human and material resources that the rebel army can call are in operation. If it stops like this, all previous achievements will be lost. And our morale and prestige will be severely damaged. Now even if we are a truce, the people are going to attack Aruba with guns. A fat but strong cadre with a scarred face stood up and said. Several cadres later came out to oppose it. Kosha looked at them, then at Vivi. Vivi's eyes were examining his judgment. Okay, everyone, the rebel army is still in the upper hand, but our advantage is not absolute. So we need more time to rest. As for the angry people, I will personally appease them. Kosha is very calm and unquestionable, said in a tone of voice. Kosha's youthful leadership of the rebel army was not without authority. It didn't take long for the sound in the hall to stop. Chapter 159 Arubana at Sunset. Kosha's firm stance, as well as the current suspicions and some complicated issues, made these cadres not have much dissent. Kosha looked at Vivi and Sanji again and said, okay, we can temporarily stop the war. But if there is no better way to solve the problem in the end, then the war will reignite again. Seeing that the goal was achieved, Vivi was also relieved. Okay, we'll be able to fix it eventually, Vivi promised. Sanji also showed a relaxed expression on his face, and this time his goal was finally achieved. As long as there is a truce here, then it will be up to Rog and Zoro on their side. Each division of labor to complete their own goals is success. But at this time, the gray-haired senior cadre from before, or the undercover in the Baroque Works room. Encrypted phone bugs are constantly being used to send information out. Kosha continued to look at Vivi and said, okay, in that case I also need some work to get the troops to stop fighting temporarily. Kosha began to arrange for the cadres to issue orders to suspend attacks and extend the rest period. Sanji took the phone bug out of his clothes and started to communicate with Rog in Newport, Kingdom. Rog, we have already achieved success, and now the rebel army is willing to truce. Vivi from the king's army also sent a handwritten letter to run fast. Sanji communicated with Rog. There was a quick reply from the other side. Congratulations to you then. Our side has already reached King's Newport, but we encountered the attack of the Baroque Works room, and we lost some losses but managed to defeat the opponent. Me and Zoro are all fine. Rog said. I'm not worried about that green algae head, Usopp and Chopper will be fine. But we haven't met the Baroque Works room yet, Sanji said. Then you have to be very careful. The Baroque Works room is now very threatening. They may be lurking in every corner of Alabasta. Even the rebel army and the king's army may infiltrate. Rog said. We will definitely pay attention to this, and I will do my best to pay attention to the movements around me. I will not let Vivi and Nami encounter any danger. Sanji said. Okay, then Sanji, you have to stabilize the situation. We will do our best to solve Crocodile as soon as possible. Rog said. Okay, you have to do your best. Otherwise, I won't be able to spare you brats. Sanji said half-jokingly. Then the two sides ended the communication, and Sanji is also full of energy now. After all, it's basically settled here now. Beware of the Baroque Works room at all times, though. Vivi then talks to Sanji as well. What? Rogue and the others were attacked by the Baroque Works room? Vivi asked. Yes, but he didn't tell me more details. But obviously they were attacked a lot, and we also need to guard against it. After all, there may be people from the Baroque Works room in both the rebel army and the king's army now. Shanji said. Vivi continued. You really need to be careful. Run fast once you get to Arubana. In that case, he has an encrypted phone bug on him, and my father or other confidants read the handwritten letter. Will respond with a phone bug. I hope that duck can give me some strength. I always eat and drink so much, so hurry up and run. Sanji said. Don't worry, you can run fast. Vivi said confidently. After the rebels on Catalya's side were willing to stop the fighting, Kosha and the Cadres began to order the units and regions to continue to rest. In this afternoon, it was already close to sunset time. In the desert northeast of Alabasta Kingdom, Hiroshi's tall capital, Arubana, still has that ancient majesty under the setting sun. Arubana, the capital of King Alabasta for thousands of years, is built on a huge rock. Stairs hundreds of meters high extend down from the front gate of the huge city. On the tall city wall, groups of burly soldiers of the king's army are fully armed, and groups of cannons are aimed at the front, which can annihilate all incoming enemies. Because of the civil war, most of the elite troops of the king's army have been concentrated in Arubana and the nearby city groups. Alabasta, Arubana is a magnificent relic that has not fallen for thousands of years. It is both the witness of this king and the backbone of this country. Especially after the Neferutali family ruled here, there has not been a large-scale war here. However, this unprecedented civil war in recent years has made this ancient city an unprecedented threat. Despite the threat of war, everything in the city of Arubana is still stable and peaceful, and the people's life and work are still going on. King Cobra once swore that every inch of land he ruled would be safe. In the king's army post above the tall city wall, there are always people observing with binoculars. Always be on the lookout for any emergencies. A sentry was in the telescope and saw a figure from the south running quickly in the desert. This figure runs surprisingly fast, which is not something that any human can achieve, especially in this desert. Something is approaching, the sentry shouted to the others. An officer hurried over and asked, "What did you find?" The officer hastened to use his binoculars to see the distant scene himself. Sure enough, a galloping figure in the desert was heading north to Going, the capital here. With his common sense, the figure was definitely an Alabasta desert creature. If compared to the speed in a desert environment, Alabasta's creatures are unmatched in the world. In addition to this officer, more and more other sentries also found this figure. Even the other soldiers who came to guard the city wall in the end were able to see the galloping figure with their own eyes. The artillery is ready at the front gate on the south side of the city wall. The machine gun is ready. The officer in charge of the south front gate gave the order. The cannons above the tall city wall began to turn under the control of the machine, and the machine guns were also aimed at the front. The figure rushed over. As they approached, the officer raised his hand to give an order. Wait, the garrison officer finally cancelled the order. He was surprised to see that the one who had rushed to the front of the almost disintegration was a fast-running duck. Running fast is a unique desert duck of Alabasta, which can run very fast in the desert. And this kind of duck is also considered rare. Almost all of them are protected animals by the kingdom. And this one that runs fast is very similar to the duck of Princess Vivi. This officer had seen Princess Vivi sitting on the back of a fast runner and going together before. It was a few years ago, but the impression was too hard to forget. After all, a princess could actually ride on the back of a duck. Rare in the world. This is Princess Vivi's running fast. Hurry up and open the city gate. The garrison officer ordered. Chapter 160 The Patron Saint of Alabasta, Bell. Following the order of the garrison officer, the southern front gate above the hundreds of meters of stairs in Aruba began to open quickly. At this time, after a long journey, the fast running has already rushed to the bottom of the stairs. This duck, who had gone through an arduous desert journey, rushed here and finally saw the end. It lowered its head and drank the special drink from the can hanging around its neck. In the desert, running fast has always been very economical to drink these thirst-quenching drinks. Now that it's the end anyway, drink the rest. Gah! Running fast and now full of amazing momentum, he shouted towards the top. The duck turned on its horsepower and ran up very quickly. Hundreds of meters of stairs are actually like flat ground under the fast running. Some of the defenders on the city wall were dumbfounded. That's nothing for a fast runner, and it's been up straight cliffs once. He ran fast all the way, and finally rushed to the huge south front gate above the stairs. A large number of heavily armed guards stood at the opened gate, and these people were surprised to see that they ran quickly and rushed here. After the duck rushed here, Yuli rushed out dozens of meters. Finally, I felt tired and ran fast, and finally stopped. After running quickly to a halt, he lay on the ground for a while, gasping for breath. After resting for a while, it got up again and looked around. Gah! Seeing that the king's army was all around, he was finally relieved that he ran fast. The garrison officer who was in charge of the front gate came over. The garrison officer saw the exhausted but still full of strength running fast. The garrison officer walked up to the runner and looked at the runner. "Hey, you seem to be Princess Vivi's duck, don't you?" said the garrison officer. After running fast and listening, he quickly shouted, "Gah! It's like an admission." The garrison officer understood the meaning of running fast and continued to ask, "Then let me ask you, why is Princess Vivi not with you? Could it be that you are just helping her deliver letters?" Running fast, he nodded and shouted, "Gah! Now we can be sure that running fast is to send a letter to Princess Vivi." The garrison officer had a happy expression on his face. "It's great. I once received an instruction from the minister of the kingdom's guard Bell. He said that Princess Vivi might communicate here in a special way." "Well, I'll notify Lord Bell immediately," the garrison officer said. The garrison officer quickly took out a phone bug and started communicating. "The Beldar, my Colonel Suka, who is in charge of the defense of the southern front gate of Arubana. Please come here quickly, because Princess Vivi's fast duck has suddenly arrived here, and I hope you can quickly check the information it brings," the garrison officer said. There was a reply soon from the other side. "Huh, you mean Princess Vivi? She's running to Arubana. Okay, I'll go," said a voice whistling like a falcon in the desert. "I am always waiting for your lord," said the garrison colonel named Suke. Colonel Suka hung up the phone bug and looked at the runner. At this moment, the duck became as if he was about to die, which immediately startled him. "Hey, run fast, what's wrong with you?" Colonel Suka said in shock. Running fast, he shouted like a moan, "Gah!" Colonel Suka thought abruptly again, and quickly ordered, "Hurry up and prepare food and water to run fast, hurry up." Yes, the surrounding soldiers hurried into action. Under such circumstances, everyone will understand that after a long journey in the desert, even a long-distance runner in the desert is very tired and needs to rest, drink water and eat. Then Colonel Suka ordered the door to be closed quickly. The heavy, 100-meter-high south front door closed again with a screeching sound. The royal capital on this huge rock has become a fortress that cannot be breached at all. The one who ran fast was lifted up on a stretcher by 4 burly soldiers and carried to a tower above the city wall. Soldiers quickly brought it several large buckets of drinking water, and many plates of fruit. After running fast and seeing these, he stood up quickly. Gah! Run fast and gobble drinking water and eating fruit. This duck was indeed very tired just now, but it was more of a joke to everyone. After all, it can be served quickly and deliciously. At the top of the royal palace in Arubana, a man in a white robe quickly transformed. His arms turned into wings, and his feet turned into claws. His body was completely transformed into a giant desert falcon, with thick brown feathers covering both wheels and the entire body. The head also became like a giant falcon. The man who transformed into a giant falcon spread his wings and began to fly into the sky. As always, a giant falcon passing through the sky in Alabasta. Many people consider him the patron saint of Alabasta. Alabasta has guarded the royal family and the kingdom from generation to generation. Whenever the kingdom is in danger, he will stand up, soar between heaven and earth, and not be afraid of shattering bones. Flying in the sky is one of the 3 guardian ministers beside the Alabasta kingdom. Bel has turned into a giant falcon and spread its wings high above the sky of Arubana. The sun is setting in Balubana now, but the orange Yuhi sun shines into the city. Everything here is so peaceful and full of beauty. Yuhi-colored sunset with only half of it left, looking particularly spectacular. Like a guardian messenger sent by the sun. Even when the sun sets in Arubana, there will still be him guarding everything. Bel spread his wings and soared toward the southern front gate. With that extremely high speed, Bel finally reached the city wall above the southern main gate. Above the city wall, Bel, the giant falcon, landed. Bel's body changed rapidly, from the beast form in the shape of the falcon just now to a human form. This is a slender but sturdy man in a white robe. He has a desert-style long knife around his waist. His eyes have 2 long black patterns, like an ancient totem. When the surrounding soldiers saw him, they hurriedly saluted. Master Bel. Many soldiers are half kneeling to salute. A wave of Bel's hand, he said simply, "Don't be too polite, let me see Colonel Suka." The soldiers quickly led the way, and Bel quickly walked to the tower. Saw Colonel Suka here. I have seen Lord Bel. Colonel Suka saluted. You said it was Princess Vivi's running fast, so let me see it quickly. There is something to deal with quickly. Princess Vivi must have given us very important information. Bel said. Colonel Suka said quickly, yes, run fast and stay here. Then Colonel Suka hurried to lead the way. Now is an extremely important moment. Chapter 161 Cobra. Colonel Suka took Bel to the room where he was resting while running fast. As soon as they entered the room, the 2 saw various wooden buckets containing water and many empty dishes lying on the ground. Running fast is lying on a bed with a bulging belly. The duck devoured for a while just now, and after eating and drinking, lay down on the bed and rested. Bel saw at a glance that it was Princess Vivi's mount, Kuru, running fast. Run fast, Bel said. After running fast and hearing this sound like a desert falcon, I immediately sat up. Gah! Running fast, he was a little surprised. In front of him was Bel, one of King Alabasta's guard ministers. There were 3 ministers in the bodyguard of King Cobra, Ekalem, Gaka, and Bel. The 3 are the same subjects as the king and the entire king's top beam, Jinchuriki column. Bel looked at the running fast and continued to ask, running fast, has Princess Vivi arrived at Alabasta? Run fast and immediately nodded, and shouted, Gah! You help Princess Vivi deliver the letter, then give me her letter. I will hand it over to His Majesty the King, Bel said. Run fast and spread its wings, there is an encrypted envelope on the underside of the right wing root. And tied to the wings. Bel saw the letter and took it down, of course he didn't check it. This letter is very important. But does Princess Vivi have other important items? Bel asked. Running fast, he patted a bag hanging from its abdomen, and took out a phone bug from it. Bell also took it over to check it, and then said, "It seems to be dedicated to communication." "Well, it's not too late. I will quickly send these two things to the palace. By the way, I will take you there too." Running fast, his face changed immediately, and it called out, "Ga." Colonel Suka on the side asked Shang Bell and said, "Sir, are you leaving now? Everything is very critical now. We have to go back right now," Bell said. Bell immediately ran fast and took him out of the room and the tower. He reached the flat area at the top of the city wall, where Bell quickly changed his body. He is his own devil fruit ability. And it is bird fruit. Falcon form. It is one of only 5 flying abilities in the world. Bell directly changed from a human form to a giant falcon in a beast form. "Okay, let's go." Bell grabbed his 2 giant claws and ran fast, picked up the duck and started flying to the palace in the city. It seems very uncomfortable to be picked up when running fast, but it can only continue to make a dissatisfied cry of, "Gah." Colonel Suka watched Bell run away quickly, and then ordered his subordinates to continue to return to work. Bell carried it quickly and flew over Arubana. When I ran fast and saw the scenery below, my whole body was trembling with fear, for fear that it would fall down at any moment. But what a superb flying technology Bell is, and the things that can fall under his hands have not yet been born. The sky in Arubana continued to set in the west, and by the time Bell ran fast and flew to the top of the palace, there was only the last trace of the sunset left. "Okay, here we are." Bell ran quickly and threw it down, then quickly landed on the top of the palace and returned to his human form. Bell ran fast and quickly entered the palace together. Inside the palace, in the Hiroshi-styled council hall, a long yuhi blanket ends, and a middle-aged man sits on a gorgeous throne. The middle-aged man was wearing a simple but solemn robe. He was thin but burly, and his face was full of wrinkles from toil. Those eyes are already very tired, but there is a kind of never giving up. This middle-aged man is the king of Alabasta, Neferutali Cobra. The king once wanted to lead his people to build a beautiful and strong kingdom, and worked diligently. But a bloody civil war that began a few years ago completely shattered everything. This bloody civil war has turned former friends into enemies, former relatives lost their lives, and former ideals come to nothing. Everything in the past is nothing but death and constant war. Even so, King Cobra is still desperately trying to save everything. But the war was far beyond his and anyone's control. Brutal killings were staged every day. In addition to the battle between the king's army and the rebel army, some other local forces in the kingdom also began to move around, secretly plotting their own interests. Over the years, Cobra, who is only in his 40s, has had amazing wrinkles and looked like a 60-year-old man. Cobra turned to look at a burly and frightening man beside him. The man was wearing a robe, with long black hair and a face like a giant jackal. There is a very long sword on the waist. The man's eyes were bright, and he looked around like a jackal. If anything wanted to hurt the king, he would be detected and killed. "Gaka, how's the situation with the southern rebels recently?" Cobra asked. This man is Gaka, one of Alabasta's 3 guard ministers. Garka respectfully said to Cobra, "Your Majesty, the rebels are now in a state of preparation. They are being repaired." After Cobra heard this, his face was very complicated. The two sides have been in a state of confrontation, despite the fact that the rebel forces have been in a state of stability recently. But the more this is the case, the more brutal the next battle will be. The rebel army already controls most of the southeastern part of the kingdom and has infiltrated many other areas. And with 600,000 troops, it is on the offensive. Now the rebel army is in the upper hand, and the master has the war initiative. Now the royal army is fully defending Arubana and is in a passive state. And the longer it drags on, the more fully prepared the rebel army is, the more brutal the upcoming battle will be. Gaka looked at Cobra, who was already very sad, and said, "Your Majesty, why are you so sad? The rebel army will attack sooner or later, we just need to mobilize and prepare step by step." Cobra looked at the long yuhi blanket in front of him and said, "In addition to worrying about the rebels, I always feel that there is a mysterious force operating invisible in the dark. They even caused this civil war. Catastrophe. Dancing fans have nothing to do with Cobra, they have power behind the scenes." Cobra had long suspected this. So many dance points appeared in Alabasta in the first place, it is definitely not accidental, or caused by ordinary gang smuggling. Even Princess Vivi and Ekolem went overseas to investigate together. Vivi, whom he had not seen for several years. At this moment, the door of the council hall was suddenly opened. Belle and running fast appeared in front. Cobra looked at Belle, who was running fast, in surprise. He could speak. Belle stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, Princess Vivi has already arrived in Alabasta, but run quickly and send her a letter first." Chapter 162 Stabilized Situation. Belle's running fast also opened his mouth and shouted, "Gah!" After Cobra heard the news, his body trembled for a while. His heart was beating violently. "Vivi, she's back in Alabasta," Cobra said in a shaky voice. Belle and Run Kue walked quickly to the front of Cobra. Cobra walked straight from the throne, watching for himself how fast he ran. This fast runner is indeed Vivi's mount, named Kuru. Belle continued to quickly remove Vivi's sealed letters and phone bugs. "Your Majesty," the princess ran quickly with a letter and a phone bug, Belle said. Cobra was very eager to bring the letter. "Open the envelope, and inside is a piece of white paper with words written all over it." "It's Vivi's, she's definitely back in Alabasta," Cobra said excitedly. Stationery was written with a secret conspiracy about the Baroque Works room, and about Crocodile's bad behavior. And Vivi got help from a group of friends. Seeing the content of this letter, Cobra's expression changed from the excitement just now, to even some anger. Gaka and Belle looked at each other. "How is it, Your Majesty?" Garka asked. Cobra looked up and said with a long sigh, "It's like this. Crocodile conspired to subvert Alabasta, and he started this civil war." "Crocodile?" Garka's expression turned serious. "Yes, it is Crocodile. He used the identity of King Shichibukai as a cover, and he has been hiding in Alabasta for many years for this conspiracy." "Capture Alabasta," Cobra said very seriously. In fact, Cobra once suspected Crocodile, but also suspected the Revolutionary Army. Even sent Gaka to investigate, and it turned out that there was absolutely no one in the Revolutionary Army in Alabasta. Crocodile is also concentrating on operating the industry in the Rainy Land, and is not fighting pirates. Now that the truth is revealed, Vivi infiltrated the Baroque Works room with Ekolem himself and found out that Crocodile was the culprit behind the scenes. Gaka suddenly asked again, "This is not so strange. Although Crocodile was canonized as King Shichibukai by the world government. But he is also a careerist. I have seen him. Although he is low-key on the surface, he has a secret in his heart. Visible people's secrets." "Right, Your Majesty. Is Ekolem now also back with Princess Vivi?" When he asked this question, Cobra's expression became very complicated again. He turned his head to look at Gaka and Belle. "Ekolem, the letter said that in order to cover Vivi and the others, the boat he was on was blown up." Cobra said very hard and heavy. This news was like a bolt from the blue, making Belle and Gaka both shocked. Both of their eyes were full of disbelief. "What? Is Ekolem dead?" Garka said in shock. "Ikaram is actually going to die." "Wait, Your Majesty, did Princess Vivi confirm seeing his body?" Belle asked again. A heavy expression. Vivi said in the letter that there was an amazing explosion on the boat Ikaram was on. His whereabouts are unknown. Gaka's and Belle's faces were heavy, and in this case, it was basically a near-death situation. In the old days, Ekolem, Gaka and Belle, the three guardian ministers, acted as the three branches of the King Cobra and the Alabasta Kingdom. Jinchuriki column. That scene is vivid in my mind. The three guardian ministers went through fire and water for the kingdom to save the kingdom from danger. Although the three of them are very serious above the court, they are like brothers in their hearts. Now, EPUB has such an accident. Gaka and Bell felt extremely heavy. 3 Jinchuriki column has collapsed. EPUB, Garka said in pain. Bell hurriedly placed him on his shoulder and said, Yaka. We can't do anything about EPUB, but now the 2 of us bravely support everything. Help His Majesty Cobra defeat the enemy. Gaka looked at Bell full of grief and indignation and said, well, we must continue to support everything. The 2 ministers of guard bravely looked at Cobra. Your Majesty, since it has now been confirmed that Crocodile is the murderer, we need to act. Please give an order, the 2 said together. Cobra looked at the 2 ministers of the guard, and after a moment of silence, he continued, Crocodile has a criminal group called the Baroque Works. This group has a large number of powerful killers, and they may be lurking in the King's army and the rebel army. Opportunities are waiting inside, but now we have to figure out a way to defeat the enemy. By the way, Vivi said that she can still be contacted by phone. Quote. Bell again handed the phone bug to Cobra. Cobra picked up the phone bug and started communicating. Father. Vivi's voice came after many years. Vivi. Cobra's voice was excited. Father, I'm in Catalia now. You can also read the letter. I have reached an agreement with the rebels now that they are willing to truce for a few days. But you also need a truce on your side, Vivi said. You said the truce, I have no problem with the truce. The King's army has been on the defensive. As long as the rebel army does not attack, there will be no fighting here. Cobra said. It's fine as long as the war is stopped. But you also need to pay attention to safety. Because the Baroque Works room may infiltrate various forces, including the Royal Army, even your side is not safe. Vivi said. Don't worry, I have Yaka and Bell guarding here. There are hundreds of thousands of troops, don't worry. Cobra said. Then be careful, after all, the Baroque Works room is far beyond our imagination. So I hope the father can always be on guard. Vivi's tone was a little anxious. Father, you will be careful here. Vivi, you should be careful too. You are now in Catalia, which is the base camp of the rebel army. You should hurry back to the capital. Cobra said. Cobra knew very well that there had been so many years of civil war now. Many people who hate him will definitely hurt Vivi. Don't worry, I have friends here to protect me, they are very strong. And the top level of the rebel army is also closely protecting us. They also know Crocodile's plot and are willing to truce with us. Vivi said. Then be careful, said Cobra. He knew now that since Vivi dared to go deep into the Baroque Works room, he was not afraid of these dangers. And now that the rebels are willing to truce, they will also pay attention to Vivi's safety. More importantly, Vivi can decide everything by himself, he can't change it. Father, now both the Royal Army and the Rebel Army are willing to truce, so we need to see how my friends deal with Crocodile next, Vivi said. Your friends? Cobra was suspicious. Don't worry, they are very strong. Before the Revolutionary War of the Drum Kingdom, a few of them eradicated Wapol. Vivi said. Chapter 163 Crocodile is in a passive position. Hearing this, Cobra was surprised for a while. What? You said that your friends participated in the Revolutionary War in the Drum Country and eradicated Wapol. Cobra asked in surprise. Yes, my friends are very strong. They defeated thousands of Wapol's elite troops, and killed Wapol himself. Vivi said. Although Cobra has been busy with his own affairs for a long time, he also knows something about the Drum Country. In addition to seeing the violent coup at the World Conference, I also know that the Drum Country has become a super-industrial power from Wapol, and it has also purchased arms wildly, and has a powerful military force that is far from the size of the country. Moreover, it is said that Wapol himself is also a devil fruit power user, and is very combative. But just like that, Wapol and his army were wiped out by some of Vivi's friends. This speaks volumes about the strength of the friends Vivi meets. It's like that, your friend is really strong. But still, be careful, Cobra said. Father, now several of my friends are heading towards the rain from Kingdom Newport, ready to destroy Crocodile, Vivi said. They want to destroy Crocodile. The opponent is one of the king's Shichibukai. In this case, I have to help them. Cobra said suddenly. Father, don't act rashly, wait until they have news before contacting them. And the Baroque Works room is secretly sabotaging. Now you need to stabilize the situation temporarily. Vivi said. Vivi, okay, but I'll be ready. We'll be there for support as soon as it's needed, Cobra said. Father, the situation is in crisis. So don't take it lightly, Vivi said. Okay, Vivi, Cobra said. After an important call, the two sides also hung up the phone bug. Cobra is now happy but also troubled. The problem is complex, but there is still hope. Cobra looked at Gaka and Bell again. Your Majesty, please instruct you now. The two said together. Now we have to stabilize first and take precautions. The situation is very complicated now, but the key to opening it all lies with a few of Vivi's friends. Now you listen to my orders. Cobra's face suddenly became very serious. Please order, Bell and Gaka said together. Gaka, you are now ordering the king's army in Arubana and nearby cities to train strictly. Prepare for the battle, and start planning a combat plan to attack the rainy land. Bell, you are starting to strengthen all suspicious incidents and characters in Arubana. Investigate, try to find out how many eyes and ears the master has arranged in the Baroque Works room. Cobra gave the order. Gaga accepts His Majesty's order and swears to complete the task. Gaga half knelt down to accept the order. Bell accepts His Majesty's order and resolutely completes the task. Bell half knelt down to accept the order. Gaka and Bell went down quickly and began to execute orders. Cobra returned to the throne again. He looked towards the front gate and went out to complete the extremely important mission. His eyes turned to the fast-running Karoo standing on the yuhi blanket in front of him. Run fast, come on. I want to ask you about Vivi and his friends. Cobra's face became very kind again. Run fast and say, Ga. And step forward. Bell and Gaka have already walked out of the gate of the palace, and the two of them stood in front of the gate together, looking at the steps ahead. Bell, we will help him carry out Ikalem's will. Garka said firmly. No problem, Bell said in a falcon-like voice. Gaka quickly set off under the steps and began to complete the mission. Bell changed into a falcon form and began to fly into the air. One suppresses everything like a jackal on land, and one scouts everything in the sky like a giant falcon. Now it is no longer important whether Ikalem lives or dies, the important thing is that the will of the three must be realized. That is, defend the kingdom of Alabasta to the death. It is now night in Arubana, and there is not a trace of the afterglow in the sky. But there are still warriors guarding this land. The situation has become stable, at least the civil war has temporarily eased. But in the rainy desert city deep northwest of Alabasta, the top floor of the huge pyramid-like building at the end of the commercial street in a city that was still peaceful in the war-torn era. Crocodile was sitting on the sofa at this time, watching important documents sent by agents from all over the world. These documents are organized by the Vice President, Ms. All Sunday. But Crocodile was suspicious by nature, and in addition to letting Ms. sort things out all Sunday, he also had some elite agents report to him personally. At this time, Crocodile's face was gloomy. Although the light in the room was already dim, his face was even more gloomy at this time. In his hand he grasped a telegram document that had been reported. This was sent by the agent in ambush in Catalia. It was clearly stated above that the top rebels were persuaded by the sudden appearance of Princess Vivi to stop the war. The inside story of Crocodile and Baroque Works was also exposed. Although it was not announced on a large scale, it has already caused extremely serious harm. And since Princess Vivi appeared and even the rebel army was persuaded, the king's army must have also been informed by her. Seeing how many years of hard work, she is about to have a miscarriage. How can this be? Princess Vivi has successfully arrived, and began to reveal my truth. Crocodile angrily clenched the document. However, he was still very sensible to put the file again. Crocodile picked up another document, which was written about Kingdom Newport. The 2 airships dispatched were destroyed and Mr. Six and Ms. were both killed on Mother's Day. Trash, useless stuff, Crocodile said angrily. Things were going well a few days ago, but everything changed when Princess Vivi arrived. And according to the investigation, it was confirmed that the group of people from Newport in the kingdom had traveled with Princess Vivi. Now Princess Vivi and her friends are enough to pose a mortal threat to Crocodile's conspiracy. Crocodile feels passive for the first time since the Alabasta Civil War, which secretly sparked the havoc years ago. Just when Crocodile was annoyed for a while now, a figure entered the large room again. "Boss, I have a situation to report now." The visitor is the tall, dark girl Ms. All Sunday. Crocodile's expression was as calm as possible, looking at her. "Okay, go ahead," Crocodile said. Ms. walked up to him all Sunday and looked at him with those bottomless eyes that seemed to be able to see through. "Boss, I think you are very dissatisfied with the failure of Kingdom Newport and the appearance of Princess Vivi. But now there is news that besides the opponent we face, there is one of the most powerful powers intervening in this civil war." Ms. All Sunday said. "What?" Crocodile asked in a low voice. "Based on our investigation, it appears that the intelligence agencies of the world government have investigated us," Ms. All Sunday said. Chapter 164. Crocodile's Decision. Crocodile's eyes became more gloomy when he heard the news. "What? You say the world government's intelligence agencies have investigated us?" Crocodile asked. Ms. All Sunday nodded and said, "Yes, according to our intelligence, there is a mysterious force that is secretly investigating us. That is the intelligence agency of the world government. And it is the intelligence agency of the CP series. The specific CP is unclear. But they've already lurked in Alabasta and noticed us. Even the boss of your identity and the Baroque Works chamber missile secrets are known to the other side." After saying this, Ms. All Sunday's deep eyes turned to Crocodile, waiting for his response. Crocodile got up from the sofa seat and started walking around the hall. He walked to the window and looked outside. At this time, Alabasta has entered the middle of the night. The night sky outside is very clear, and the stars are constantly twinkling. It's coming, Crocodile said. He then continued. Alabasta is, after all, one of the largest affiliated countries under the world government. Even the royal family is one of the 20 families who founded the world government, but they did not live in the Holy Land. Mary Joel. It is my own kingdom that has chosen to continue to govern. There is a large-scale civil war in such an important country, it is impossible for the world government to do nothing. Ms. All Sunday, the reason why I chose to provoke the Alabasta Civil War in these years, you know why. Ms. All Sunday looked extremely quiet and said, "Please explain." That is precisely because the Revolutionary Army is inciting rebellion everywhere. As the biggest threat to the world government, the Revolutionary Army has been carrying out various activities on the 4 seas and the great shipping routes. They can completely shake the ruling foundation of the world government. In this way, the world government will be able to the main force and other resources of its subordinates are invested in the siege of the Revolutionary Army. In addition, the pirates everywhere are very active, and the world government is even more exhausted. Therefore, I have officially carried out the long-planned plan in the past few years. Action. But after all, Alabasta is still a very important country under the world government, but because the marine forces have important tasks everywhere, and the scale of the Alabasta Civil War is unstoppable without 100,000 marines. So they still sent powerful CP agents. But which CP agent, did you really not find out? Crocodile said. Ms. All Sunday's expression was still calm, and she said, "We tried our best to investigate, but the other party's intelligence hiding ability is very good, and we haven't found out the real details of the other party." Crocodile sighed and said, "You know, there are 1 to 8 organizations in the CP series of agents. Each of them is alive and kicking, and their intelligence capabilities are amazing. But there is one most terrifying thing that has not surfaced. That is, very few people. CP9 that can be known." Quote. Crocodile said this, and even Ms., who had always been calm and composed, trembled all Sunday, and the corners of her mouth twitched for a while. She remembered the unforgettable experience, but quickly suppressed it and regained her composure. Crocodile also seemed to sense something weird in the other party, but he didn't care. He continued, "This CP9 is the most elite intelligence organization of the world government. Only a very few people know it. Its combat effectiveness can almost compete with the other 8 CP series organizations combined. However, the existence of CP9 will leak some rumors. Of course, such a powerful intelligence organization will not appear in Alabasta. They must be used to deal with the Revolutionary Army. Anyway, it can be confirmed now. An intelligence organization in CP Series 1 to 8 has been eyeing us in Alabasta. The world government as very Akatsuki may have known about our actions." Ms. continued to try to stay calm all Sunday, saying, "Boss, what are we going to do next?" Crocodile turned his head to look at her and said, "Now we are in a passive state. Now the Alabasta Civil War is re-stabilized, the two sides are just confrontation. The world government has its eyes on us. And Princess Vivi and some of her unknown accomplices along with we are fighting. The forces of the world government cannot worry too much for the time being, because it will take a long time for them to respond and act effectively. The immediate urgency is to continue to rekindle the Alabasta Civil War and kill Princess Vivi and her companions." Quote. Ms. looked at Crocodile all Sunday and said, "I see." Crocodile turned his body completely this time, looking at Ms. all Sunday. "This time, the G plan is officially activated," Crocodile said. "As ordered," Ms. said all Sunday. Then Ms. stepped down all Sunday. Crocodile went back to the sofa and sat there picking up a bottle of wine. Crocodile uncorked the wine and poured the yuhi into his hands. Those luscious drinks fell into his palms as if they had disappeared. "Alabasta won't stop bleeding, just like this yuhi into the sand," Crocodile said in a low voice. Outside this huge pyramid building, the rainy night sky is very peaceful, but there is endless intrigue and evil here. It's time for the sun to rise again. In Catalia, tens of thousands of soldiers and people in the rebel army's base camp are still preparing various materials. Because of the orders of the top leaders of the rebel army, most people continued to prepare weapons, food and medicine, as well as various instruments and horses, as well as a large number of materials. Even if some people are dissatisfied with the extension of the rest period, the high-level statement that, "the time to attack now is not ripe," is still barely plausible. After all, Urubana and the surrounding cities are very defensive. Although the rebel army is on the offensive, it is still difficult to capture the target. During this time, more artillery and guns can be cast, and more food and medicine can be stored. In a heavily guarded house in the busy city of Catalia, Vivi, Sanji, Nami and several accompanying officers all had breakfast in the hall of the room. "Come here, everyone, let you taste my craft." Sanji raised the plate with both hands and brought out plates of breakfast. On the table were toast, omelets, baked cakes, coffee and some grilled sea fish. Those accompanying officers and Nami were already very happy to enjoy Sanji's exquisite cooking. "It tastes really good," an officer complimented after eating Sanji's toast. "It's really good. Even breakfast can be cooked so well," another officer said while eating grilled sea fish. Omelets muttered, "Such a simple dish. Can be cooked so delicately in terms of heat and seasoning. Are you so surprised? We are 10-10 eating these foods," Nami said with a relaxed smile. "Really, you are so happy," an officer said enviously. Sanji came to the hall from the kitchen again, this time with a large fruit platter in his hand. "Everyone waits for the rest of the breakfast to be eaten, and clears up with a fruit platter," Sanji said. A fruit platter was placed on the table with apples, bananas, figs, chestnuts, dates and prickly pears. There are also some unknown fruits from desert areas. Chapter 165 Sniper Duo. Nami and many officers cheered when they saw the wide variety of fruit platters. "Wow, a lot of fruit," Nami said happily. After Sanji heard the compliment, he also said with a smile, "Miss Nami, it's great that you are satisfied with the dishes I made." "It's delicious." "Sanji, I'm not complimenting you. It's really delicious." Nami picked up a prickly pear and said while nibbling, "It's really nice, Miss Nami, keep enjoying it. The others also enjoy it. And Vivi." Sanji suddenly looked at Vivi. Vivi was now sitting on a chair at the table, drinking coffee in silence. Vivi seemed very quiet on the surface. Sanji could still see the bitterness in her heart. "Vivi, you should eat more too," Sanji said as he walked to Vivi's side. Vivi smiled, looked at Sanji and said, "Thank you, Sanji. I'll eat more. By the way, your coffee is good." Sanji is very clear, although the situation is basically stable now, but still face serious threats. Crocodile and Baroque Works rooms remain ready for attack. Under this circumstance, Vivi is naturally uneasy. Who knows what terrible conspiracy Crocodile is planning? Outside the building, a large number of rebel soldiers were on guard. Kosha personally ordered that their safety should be strictly protected. In an alley more than 100 meters away from this building, two figures are acting here. Both men were wearing capes that covered their bodies and faces. "Isn't that one here yet? Darling." "Quack quack." One of them spoke, the voice of a young woman. "After all, there are only a handful of senior agents. He will definitely come. He he he." Another person spoke, his voice was that of a middle-aged uncle. The two waited for a few more minutes when a voice suddenly came from above the two. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Suddenly a figure jumped in front of them from above. The other party is also wearing a cloak, and then the comer discards the cloak. The person who appeared in front of the two of them was a tall and slender person wearing ballet shoes, a crotch and upper body in stage costumes, and a man in a large coat with two swan head ornaments. Because this visitor had heavy makeup on his face, and he looked like an actor and an artist. Even like a man and like a woman. The two quickly said respectfully, "Mr. Tu, I am waiting for your arrival." Person who came was the senior agent of the Baroque Works room, the dignified Mr. Tu. Mr. .2 is not like other advanced agent groups. The other high-level agents are all one male and one female, and they work in pairs. But Mr. .2 is a she-male, neither male nor female, so he just needs to act alone. "Hey, the two of you have been waiting for a long time. It's really hard for you. The slave family is really sorry." Mr. Tu winked at the two of them. The two also threw their cloaks away. The one on the left is a young woman, wearing an exaggerated suit with a strong frog style, exposing very sexy. The head is a frog hood, the upper body is a frog shirt, the lower body is a frog skirt, and the feet are frog shoes. Those faces are as youthful and cute as a frog. The limbs are also extremely slender. The man on the right is a middle-aged uncle, wearing a long purple coat. Wear goggles. The entire body is tightly covered except for the head and hands. There was an exaggerated white hair on the head, but it was very delicately arranged. His chin was surprisingly long. A pair of eyes as always with a very complacent smile. "Miss Father's Day after listening to your dispatch, Mr. Two adults," the young woman said. "Mr. 7 listened to your dispatch, Mr. 2, the middle-aged uncle said. Mr. .2 looked towards Mr. .7 and Ms. Father's Day. These two people are also top-notch in the middle-level agents after the senior agents in the Baroque Works room. They are also good at remote assassination, which no senior agent has. Okay, now there are important things at hand. You two don't need to be more polite," Mr. 2 said. Mr. .2 was quite polite when he was in office, unlike some other senior agents. It made things a little easier for the two of them. "Then, Mr. 2, what kind of battle are we going to do?" He, Mr. 7 said. Our boss asked us to carry out Plan G specifically. He asked us to do two things. First, assassinate the leader of the rebel army, and then put the blame on the king's army. Second, kill Princess Vivi and her companions. Mr. 2 said. After listening, Both Mr. Point 7 and Ms. Father's Day thought silently. It's a tough one, but we can consider assassinating the rebel leader. Crack cack quack, Ms. Father's Day said. Mr. Point 2 winked and then said, "That's it. Our actions are division of labor. You two are responsible for assassinating the leader of the rebel army, the one named Kosha. I am responsible for killing Princess Vivi and her companions." Mr. Point 7 listened to this. He felt that there was no problem and said, "This way we will complete the task." But after all, the other party is the leader of the rebel army. Assassination is not so easy. So you have to do your best. And you must not forget to frame the king's army. Mr. 2 said. "No problem. We're a super assassin duo with thousands of snipers and a million kills." Cork quack, Ms. said proudly on Father's Day. "Never underestimate the enemy. He he he," Mr. 7 said. Mr. Point 2 continued to exhort, "I wish you all success. The slave family has to leave here quickly." Mr. 2 jumped and his body disappeared. Mr. Point 7 and Ms. Father's Day looked at each other. As expected of Mr. 2, "You are really quick." "Ha ha ha," Mr. 7 said. "It's said that he has great punching skills." Cork quack, Ms. said on Father's Day. Mr. Point 7 added, "But we are not bad. In the Baroque Works room, apart from Mr. 6 and Ms. Mother's Day who died in the previous battle, we are second only to the senior agents." He he he. Ms. Father's Day blinked and said, "Yeah, if we're talking about sniping. No one in the Baroque Works room." Mr. Point 7 turned around again and said, "Okay, let's look for an opportunity to assassinate the rebel leader Kosha. However, we still need to figure out how to frame the king's army." Ms. Father's Day said. "Yes, this requires some preparation," Mr. 7 said. Two acted together and began to prepare to assassinate the leader of the rebel army, Kosha, which was the most critical step in the G plan. In the Baroque Works room, Mr. 7 and Ms. Father's Day are two special agents responsible for long-range sniper assassination. They have super powerful sniping capabilities. The accuracy of the marksmanship is unimaginable. The two act together, and there is no time to fail. And Mr. Point 2 is trying to find a way to kill Princess Vivi and her partners Sanji and Nami. Chapter 166 Kosha's speech. Mr. Point 2 left Mr. Point 7 and Ms. Father's Day. He quickly jumped on the top of the building, and finally came to the building where Princess Vivi and Sanji lived. In this group of buildings, a large number of rebel soldiers are guarding it. The front and back of the building were protected by the rebel army. There are so many people, it's really a headache. But don't worry, I'll watch it for a while. As long as she doesn't run to other places. Mr. 2 said. Now for Mr. 2, it's just a matter of observation. And to complete the G plan, you need to prioritize the assassination of Kosha. A very good plan came out of Mr. Point 2's mind. By the way, according to our intelligence reports, Kosha and the rebel army executives did not make a lot of noise about Princess Vivi's mediation. So once Kosha is assassinated and blamed on the king's army, then just claim that Princess Vivi is here again, then it will trigger a lot of rebels to kill Princess Vivi. I don't have to do it at all. The slave family is really smart. Mr. 2 said very narcissistically. The shemale continued to observe the building where Vivi and the others lived, and considered how to spread the word at the time. A conspiracy is underway in Catalia. But the rebels didn't know it at all. On the road from Catalia to King's Restoration Square, the rebel leader Kosha rides on a sturdy horse. Several cadres of the rebel army also followed around on horseback. Many civilians and rebel soldiers along the street saw him in awe. What is the leader of Kosha going to do? Our great leader. Kosha is really heroic, so young to be able to take on such a heavy responsibility. Compared to that old Kiba's faint coon Cobra, our Kosha is a real hero. But I really hope he can issue the battle order again soon. I really want to completely drive that old and immortal violent coon from the throne. Many people and soldiers were talking about it. In addition to being young and promising, Kosha was still very responsible. The decisions he made were carefully considered, and he never let the rebel army bleed in vain. In fact, Kosha was not the leader of the rebel army from the beginning, but stood out in the tragic civil war. With his skills and sincerity, he successfully won the common support of the senior leaders of the main rebel army, and finally became the leader of the rebel army. It was only after Kosha became the leader that the rebel army really gradually dominated the civil war. Even a large number of the king's army turned into a rebel army because of Kosha's strategy. Even the king's army, which was on the offensive in the early days of the civil war, now has to defend the area around Arubana. Kosha and his party rode on horses and quickly marched towards King Fuxing Square. The group came to King's Renaissance Square. This wide square is the largest square in Catalia, where thousands of people can be accommodated. After the rebel army made Catalia their base camp, they used it as a propaganda venue. Also broadcast to more areas with phone bugs. Kosha got off the horse and walked to the high platform responsible for preaching with the cadres who followed. This tall high platform used for preaching is 50 meters high, and the preaching on it and the telephone bug amplification can have a very powerful shock. When the rebel army officer in charge of the high platform saw that Kosha had arrived in person, he respectfully said, "Leader Kosha, please tell me if you have any orders to come here." Kosha looked at him and then at the high platform, and said, "I'm here to preach something to the people. There is no need to deliberately mobilize, just let them listen to as many people as there are in this square." The radio phone bug is still on. Quote, "Okay, as ordered," said the officer. The officer ordered his men to get ready. Kosha started to climb this high platform. As the steps under his feet were stepped up one after another, Kosha was getting closer and closer to the top of the high platform. Finally, after crossing the long stairs, Kosha finally reached the top of the high platform. At the top, here is a square of about 100 square meters. Here Kosha is giving that great speech. Kosha looked at the square below, and every speech in the past was crowded with people. And once he came on stage, there was a tidal wave of applause. In addition to his brilliant speeches, there is also his strong personal charisma. Even if there is no deliberate mobilization, thousands of people are here in the square below. Beside Kosha are two rebels who are in charge of preparing the megaphone bug and the radio bug. "Let me ask, how much time will it take to officially start?" Kosha said in a gentle tone. Two rebels looked at each other and said, "It will take about 30 minutes. Please wait." Kosha also looked up at the sky. It was already morning here, and the sun was already shining brightly. The bright sun shines in the city of Catalia. On this square, the vicissitudes of the civil war for many years seem to have branded these buildings, giving people infinite emotions. The hot and dry wind was blowing around, and everything about Catalia could be seen clearly from here. Many of those comrades who fought hard have passed away. The original ideal is still in progress. However, all this struggle was planned by a conspirator, Crocodile. All this makes me feel very sad. However, this fact cannot be made public by any means. Because that means that the huge sacrifices in the past few years are all in vain, and it will cause even more chaos. Today, the speech that Kosha needs to give is to further stabilize the mood of the people and soldiers. After all, it has been mobilized many times before, and morale was originally high. Now he has given an order to extend the rest period, so that he can quell the dissatisfaction of many people by giving a speech in person. On the square below, some people recognized Kosha. They saw through the telescope that it was Kosha, the great young rebel leader they had long admired, who had ascended the platform. It was passed around one by one, and soon more people and soldiers of the rebel army came to the square. Soon the original thousands turned into tens of thousands. Kosha also sighed as he looked down at the people and soldiers who had become extremely lively again. In any case, he must stabilize the situation. "Leader Kosha, it's time to give a speech," said the rebel army officer in charge of the loudspeaker bug on the high platform. "Broadcasting to various places is also good," said another member of the rebel army who was in charge of the broadcast phone bug. Kosha nodded and said, "Okay." Kosha strode forward again and took a few steps forward, so that everyone in the square below could see him. The two rebels placed the megaphone bug and the radio bug by his side, and kept an eye on adjustment. "Respected citizens and soldiers, I am the leader Kosha." Kosha's resolute and resonant voice sounded. After the tens of thousands of people and soldiers below heard Kosha's voice, they quickly became quiet. Then there was an earth-shattering applause. Chapter 167 Grim Reaper on the west side of the square. Kosha, Kosha, our great leader. Countless people and soldiers raised their arms and shouted with thunderous applause. Since Kosha served as the leader of the rebel army, he has continued to lead the rebel army to victory. Already the de facto leader of the rebel army plus the spiritual leader. Each of Kosha's speeches played an infinitely inspiring and mobilizing role on the people and soldiers. Young faces carry the expectations of countless people. At this time, Kosha stood on the high platform and waved his arms at the excited crowd below. "Today, it is my great honor to stand on this high platform again and give a speech to everyone. Even now, I still insist on my promise to be the leader of the rebel army. I will resolutely live and die with you and lead the way. Alabasta enters a bright future." Quote. Kosha's voice began to ring through the square through the loudspeaker bug. The radio bugs broadcast Kosha's voice to all parts of Catalia and more cities in Alabasta. To this day, we have made great progress in our hard fighting. We have already gained an advantage. But if we want to achieve a positive victory, we need to prepare harder. The enemy we are targeting is not some rulers, but evil, whoever this evil is. Countless crowds in King's Revival Square and all over Catalia were listening to Kosha's speech. Whether it is men, women and children, or people from all walks of life are listening to Kosha's speech. However, some people also felt that Kosha's speech today was very peaceful, not as strong as before. But they are still listening. While countless people were listening to this speech, they were in a building on the west side of King's Renaissance Square. In this building, two figures looked at Kosha, who was giving a speech in the distance. "What a young leader. I envy him so much. He. Mr. Point 7, who was observing here, said. Mr. Point 7 has long white hair, although his age is only middle-aged, of course his face is not too old. Beside, Miss Father's Day said with a smile, "You envy him, but he is indeed young and promising." Quack quack. Mr. Point 7 turned his head again and said to Miss Father's Day, "But am I also old and graceful?" Ha ha ha. You're right, I like you more than him. Quirk quack. Miss Father's Day said. Miss Father's Day took another look at Kosha on the high platform outside and said, "Hey, Uncle Grace. Let's get ready to kill him." Quack quack. You're right, it's best to act now. And our evidence of the blame is ready. He. Mr. 7 looked behind. A fainted man was lying in the corner behind, his body bound. The mouth was also blocked. He was dressed like a rebel officer. Okay, it's time for us to act. He. Mr. 7 pulled out a pistol and turned it in his hand. This is a pistol made of stainless steel with a three-dimensional shape. It's much more advanced than a normal pistol. Mr. took a look at him on Father's Day, and took out a pistol from his waist. The pistols were decorated like frogs. I said, we won't rely on this kind of firearm for sniping. According to the calculation just now, the high platform where he is located is more than 700 meters away from here. Although our pistols can snipe, the maximum effective distance is only 500 meters. Most in this case, only 300 meters will work. If you can't get a shot, won't you give the opponent a chance to escape? Quack quack. Ms. asked on Father's Day. Mr. 7 shook his head and said, "Of course I can't snipe with a pistol. Once it exceeds 300 meters, the accuracy of the hit rate is uncertain, so I will definitely not do it. So I prepared a special weapon." He. Ms. on Father's Day, this middle-aged uncle walked aside, took a box that was 1.5 meters long and opened it. "This is our weapon," Mr. 7 said. Ms. walked over on Father's Day and saw a long rifle inside the long box. The rifle is very well made. From the black alloy barrel to the oak handle and body, it is very delicate. On the top of the gun body, there is a special scope. There is also a by-foot stand made of metal. This is the Reaper sniper rifle that I have collected from almost all the famous gun masters on the Great Route. It is extremely accurate, has a range of 1,000 meters and is highly effective. Even wind direction and temperature have a great impact on it. Small, Mr. 7 said. Mr. Point 7 took the Reaper sniper rifle out of the box. The sight of Ms. Father's Day, watching this sniper rifle, he praised, "You have a lot of experience, I have never heard of this kind of sniper rifle. But its power is definitely very exciting." Ms. Father's Day took the Reaper sniper rifle and further observed the high platform on the square outside. He also used the Reaper sniper rifle, but it was only to kill some small people and animals. This time, he really wanted to take the life of the leader of the rebel army like a god of death. Ms. Father's Day is a constant vigil, paying attention to everything on the nearby plaza. The rebel army is also on high alert around. So there are guards around here. However, the two had simulated at least 3 escape routes beforehand, and blocked the pursuit and possibility. As for the camouflage before the gathering, the room in the old building where they were located looked very dim from the outside, and the sunlight could not be found here, so the sniping could be done safely here. Mr. Point 7 opened the chamber of the Reaper sniper rifle, installed a long black bullet, and then closed the chamber. Then he placed the Reaper sniper rifle on a table about 4 meters away from the window, and also put his feet on the brackets, and repeatedly checked the integrity of the gun body. However, the reason why he was some distance from the window, after all, was too close to the window and there was a danger of exposure. "Okay, wait a minute and get ready to flee. I'll definitely hit him with one shot, and the bullet is also smeared with poison, even if it doesn't hit the key point, it's deadly enough." Mr. 7 aimed the Death God sniper rifle at the man on the high platform. Kosha. Inside the scope, the crosshair was aimed at Kosha. Kosha did not use excessive motion in this speech, so it's easier to snipe. Death in the darkness has locked Kosha. However, at this time, Kosha was still giving speeches on the high platform. "Everyone, the situation we are facing is still serious. Even if it is a temporary advantage, there is no need to be too anxious. We will win in the end, and we will defeat all evil people. So we need more time to prepare. Therefore, I just ordered an extension of the rest period with the cadres before. Now is the time to draw the bow and shoot the last arrow, we need to wait." Just as Kosha on the high platform was trying to give a speech, he saw a sudden flash of fire in the window of a building on the west side, which is the left side of his body. Then he was hit in the body by something. The voice also followed. "That's gunshots." Chapter 168 Death of Kosha. Kosha's body fell, and fell heavily on the top of the platform. The young leader who had led countless rebel armies in heroic battles fell. The gunshots and the fall of Kosha shocked the people on the square and the rebels who were in charge of the surrounding security. Whether it was the people and soldiers who were listening attentively in the square before, or the cadres waiting for Kosha below the high platform. They all looked at the high platform in extreme shock. The 2 rebel staff members who were also on the high platform looked at Kosha who was lying in front of them in shock. The loudspeaker bugs and radio bugs in their hands continued to be on. In the city of Catalia and more in Alabasta, the gunshots and the abrupt end of Kosha's speech shocked countless listeners. The hearts of countless people were filled with extreme fear and disbelief in this short period of time. They didn't want to believe it was true. Or something unexpected happened. On the square, thousands of people and soldiers watched Kosha fall on the high platform that was highly anticipated, and they all looked up silently. Under the high platform, several cadres under Kosha's confidant rushed to the high platform. They were all anxious and wanted to see how their leaders were doing. Several cadres rushed to the top of the high platform. What they saw was Kosha who fell to the ground. His blood had already soaked the masonry of the high platform. The blood looked very dazzling in the sunlight, but quickly changed to another color. They quickly turned to dark purple blood. It seems to contain a highly toxic substance. Kosha. The shouts of the cadres resounded through the sky under the loudspeaker, so that the crowd in the square could hear clearly. The tens of thousands of people in the square couldn't believe that the leader of Kosha, who had given a generous speech a moment ago, was actually assassinated. The people and soldiers on the square were at a loss, and suddenly many people sat on the ground. The young leader who led the rebel army to victory has now been assassinated. This speech was actually his farewell. The cadres on the high platform helped Kosha up and shouted hard. Kosha, you cheer up. You are going to lead us to victory. Get up. You can't die. Under the shouts of the cadres, Kosha's lips moved. His eyes opened again, and he looked at the anxious cadres in front of him who were dying with him. Kosha, you have to hold on. Hurry up and bandage his wound. A cadre said quickly. Another cadre hurriedly fell down. He took out a knife and began to aim at Kosha's right rib. There was a hole as thick as a finger, and the surrounding area was already dark purple. Hold on. The cadre quickly stabbed the knife down, and for a while, dark purple blood flowed, and finally he worked hard to dig out a long, hard bullet in the pull. The cadre took out the long bullet, but quickly suffered a sharp pain in his hand. This 5-centimeter-long bullet is highly poisonous. While the cadre was in pain, the strong man quickly broke his wrist and chopped off his 3 fingers with the knife in his hand. The 3 broken fingers quickly turned dark purple. Seeing this terrifying situation, everyone looked at Kosha again. A cadre quickly tore off the cloth on his body and tore it open to help Kosha explode the wound. Kosha waved his hand and said very slowly and in a low voice, "Don't bother. I know I can't do it. Because the toxin of this bullet has spread all over my body." The cadre who was about to bandage him just now made a move as well, and tears welled up in his eyes like Izumi water. Kosha's complexion became more and more dark purple. You have to continue. Kosha firmly grasped the corner of the shirt of the nearest cadre. The cadres all looked sad but listened seriously to what he continued to say. The last strength of his body and said, "Maintaining our truce is the only option for the Alabasta Kingdom to face the future. Wait, the real light will come." Kosha's hand froze as she grabbed the corner of the cadre's shirt. But the breath of life in his eyes was disappearing. The expression on his face stayed at the last moment. That kind of trust in a partner. The cadres were silent here for a few seconds. Kosha. The cadres knew that Kosha had passed away, but they were unwilling to take their eyes off his face. All the people on the square on the high platform can't see it more closely. But they were all in unbelievable grief. The officer in charge of vigilance around the square quickly ordered to pursue the assassin in the building on the west side of the square. Inside the building on the west side of the square, Mr. Point 7 took his eyes away from the scope of the Reaper sniper rifle, and there was a lot of sweat on his forehead. The shot just now was said to be the key to the success of both sides. "Okay," Mr. 7 said. His words were flat, and for them now the mission was accomplished, but the real danger unfolded. "Okay, let's get out of here. I'll get this evidence out of the way first." Ms. Father's Day approached the rebel officer who had passed out here before. She aimed at the rebel army officer's temple and pulled out an ordinary pistol used by the rebel army. The rebel officer was lying in the corner. Blood spurted from the temples. Ms. Father's Day quickly used a dagger to cut the rope on his body and the cloth above his mouth and take it away. She set up the pistol again and pretended to be the rebel officer who committed suicide. She placed a stack of documents under the rebel officer's clothes. "It's all done," Ms. Father's Day said, turning around. Mr. Point 7 touched the sweat on his forehead and said, "Okay, let's retreat." When he was about to leave the room, he looked back. Reaper sniper rifle. Since it's so distressed, why not take it away? Ms. Father's Day asked. Mr. Point 7 turned his head and said, "This is also evidence. After all, no matter how much I love guns, I need to give up." The two quickly escaped using the previously set route. After Kosha was assassinated, the square turned into a violent riot. Many people are emotional and want to rush to the high platform to see the situation. They were all unwilling to believe that Kosha was assassinated. Many people hoped that Kosha survived but was injured, even they themselves didn't believe it. The officers and soldiers of the rebel army quickly blocked the bottom of the high platform. The officers and soldiers of the rebel army quickly rushed into the building where the two assassins had just assassinated, and arrived at the room where they were assassinated. In this dark room, where the sun could not shine, they only saw a corpse and a very delicate sniper rifle placed on a table, the muzzle of which was aimed at the top of the high platform in the square. Chapter 169. The next step of Mr. 2. The rebels quickly examined the body in the room, but found some very important documents inside. The Reaper sniper rifle also proved to be the sniper that killed Kosha. On the high platform of King's Fuxing Square, the grieving cadres fully protected Kosha's body and carried it away. Mr. Point 7 and Ms. Father's Day also managed to escape the area near the square. Finally, the two agents arrived in a small alley several kilometers away from the square. It is very remote here, and it can basically be concluded that the rebel army cannot catch up. What a successful assassination, Ms. Father's Day panted. While observing the surroundings, Mr. Point 7 said after confirming that it is absolutely safe, we successfully completed the mission. Now it's time to report to Mr. 2. Then Mr. Point 7 took out an encrypted phone bug from his clothes. Mr. 2, my name is Mr. 7. As you report a very happy news, we have successfully assassinated Kosha. Mr. 7 said. Well, I was also near the King's Renaissance Square just now. I saw him fall. You did a good job. This time the most critical step of Plan G has been completed. The next step is to try to kill Princess Vivi and the others. Mr. 2 said in that enchanting she-male tone. Master Mr. 2, then please give us instructions. Mr. 7 said. You have successfully assassinated Kosha, but have you successfully framed the king's army? Mr. 2 added. This time, Ms. Father's Day took over the phone bug again. Mr. 2, I have captured a verified former officer of the Royal Army. He defected to the rebel army from the Royal Army. I put on him the documents that can prove that he is a traitor of the king's army. Of course, I've created the illusion that he committed suicide, Ms. Father's Day said. That's it, that's fine. Of course, I can also add a fire to them. It's completely proved that the king's army did it. Mr. 2 said. Then Mr. 2, kill Princess Vivi and the others. Do you need us? Ms. Father's Day said. This is not necessary, because the slave family has a better idea. You continue to stand by and act carefully. Mr. 2 said. Okay, Ms. Father's Day said. Then Mr. 2 quickly ended the communication. Ms. Father's Day and Mr. Point 7 look at each other. Okay, leave the rest to Mr. 2. Ms. Father's Day said. But we can't take it lightly. After this incident, the entire Catalia must be turned upside down, so be careful. And always be ready to attack. Mr. 7 said. Ms. Father's Day looked at this middle-aged uncle, although the other party seemed to have a calm expression, but in fact he was hidden and thoughtful about everything. Let's go, we'd better not stay here for long. We need to go farther. Mr. 7 said. Two master snipers from the Baroque works quickly began to hide in Catalia City. Mr. Point 2 was very happy when he finished the job of assassinating Kosha. He communicated with Mr. Point 7 and the others. He began to carry out his plan. Inside a small hiding house in Catalia City, Mr. Point 2 opened a box full of clothes and started picking clothes from it. Which one should the slave family choose? I specially prepared that person's clothes. But it doesn't matter, even if the clothes are different, the face is the same. After all, the slave family's imitation ability is unmatched in the world. Mr. 2 said happily. That's it. Mr. 2 selected some robes and cloaks from the box. Mr. Point 2 took the robes and capes and quickly put them on. Next, he went to a mirror, looked at the heavily made-up face in the mirror and said narcissistically, "The slave family is still so beautiful. Magic mirror, who is the most beautiful person in the world? Ah, it is Mr. 2. Quote. Okay, the slave family is going to transform. Mr. Point 2 began to use his devil fruit ability, and in the mirror, his original shemale-style face gradually became resolute. And it elongated a lot, almost like the head of a jackal, with exaggerated long black hair growing on the head. That's right, the face in the mirror is Gaka, one of the 3 guardian ministers of the Alabasta Kingdom. How is it? The slave family imitated it vividly, right? In the mirror, there was a resolute face of Gaka, but saying such words made people feel extremely awkward. The devil fruit ability possessed by Mr. Point 2 is the imitation fruit. The imitation fruit allows Mr. 2 to successfully imitate anyone's face, body and voice, but only by touching that person's body. Mr. Point 2 had previously pretended to be an officer of the royal army and shook hands with Gaka, so he was able to imitate Gaka. In this way, Mr. 2 has touched many people's bodies in various ways, and even King Cobra can imitate it. Even Kosha, who had just been assassinated, shook hands with him by posing as a rebel officer. It is possible for him to pretend to be Kosha now. Looking at the changed body repeatedly in front of the mirror, Mr. 2 felt that he was safe. Now he will use this body to add another bomb to the volcano that Catalia has detonated. Since it's about to start, it's time to give them an order. Mr. 2 hurriedly took out another encrypted telegram phone bug. After a while of typing, send the telegram to the Baroque Works agents lurking in Catalia. Of course there is no Mr. Point 7 and Ms. Father's Day. In Catalia City, from the fruit vendor, to the owner of the cloth shop, to the soldiers of the rebel army, and even the top cadres of the rebel army, all received orders. After starting the telegram, Mr. 2 put away the telegraph and telephone bugs. It has become a burly body of Gaka, and Mr. 2 moved a little to get used to it. Okay, it's time to go out and make a scene. Mr. 2 pushed open the door of the room. Dressed as Garka walked quickly on the street of Catalia. Now Catalia really blows the pot. The streets were full of people, and many people were noisy. Of course it's all about that earth-shattering thing that just happened. Kosha, he was assassinated. How is it possible? Some say it's just hurt. Did the rebels announce his death? Maybe he was just injured, not sure if he survived. I don't believe it. Who dares to assassinate the leader of Kosha? I hope it's just an accident, and I hope leader Kosha is not dead. How can this? Mr. 2, disguised as Gaka, listened to what people were saying while walking. The chaos was exactly what he wanted, but it needed another fire. Mr. Point 2 came to the group of people who were discussing. When these people saw his exaggerated body, they were all shocked, they just looked at the burly Mr. 2. Mr. Point 2 saw the expressions of the group of people, and thought to himself that the burly body of this Gaka is really not a blow, and there is such a powerful deterrent here. And so many people in Catalia must know him. Chapter 170 Chaos of the Rebel Army. Are you talking about the death of the traitor Kosha? Let me tell you, he betrayed King Cobra and deserved it. Mr. 2 said. As soon as he spoke, the group of people were speechless and looked at him in surprise. Mr. Point 2 looked at them disdainfully with this Gaka face, and said, HMPH, if you also stand on the side of the rebel army, you will end up worse than Kosha. Hurry up and return to the king's rule. Otherwise, the king's army will end up in the end. You must be beheaded or hanged. After saying these words, Mr. 2 left here without looking back. These people looked at Mr. Point 2 feet's burly back in horror. Some people still recognize him. This man seems to be one of Cobra's ministers of guard. Mr. Point 2 continued to walk in the city where the rebels gathered in the appearance of Gaka. In addition to him, about 200 other Baroque Works agents spread rumors about the assassination of Kosha by the king's army in all walks of life. Catalia, who was already very chaotic, is now getting worse and worse. Many people angrily rushed to the headquarters of the rebel army, demanding that the high-level officials announce the news and explain who did it. There was already a commotion in front of the rebel army headquarters building. Countless people and soldiers are protesting here. We want to see high-level officials. Has the leader of Kosha survived? Who assassinated? We're going to avenge Kosha. Did the king's army and Cobra do it? The guards in front of the headquarters desperately formed a human wall to block the angry people and soldiers. In the hall of the headquarters, many cadres have urgent discussions here. In a room beside him, Kosha's body was lying on a bed. Several cadres and cronies were crying aside. Beside Kosha's body, a cadre knelt down in front of Kosha. His face was already swollen from grief and crying. Kosha, why would you? This cadre was one of the cadres who witnessed Kosha's last words before. A person on the side hurried over to comfort him. He is already dead. Don't do this again. No, he's not dead. The cadre looked at each other with angry eyes. Then he looked at Kosha's face again. This face still has the ruggedness of the battle-hardened desert in the desert, and the trust in his partner before his death. The cadre stood up again, looked at Kosha's face and said, "We must carry out Kosha's legacy. Maintain the truce with the king's army." A truce? It's likely that Kosha was assassinated by them. A person suddenly said angrily. The cadre immediately said, "No, it is impossible for the royal army to do this." The person who claimed to be one of the mediators of the Drum Kingdom was Princess Vivi. Since she has all gone out, it is impossible for the royal army to do this. And the king's army is on the defensive, they're digging their own graves like that. Cobra couldn't be that bad. Could it be the Baroque Works room? We all saw the documents that day, said another. The cadre looked at him and then at Kosha, and said, although those documents cannot be 100% reliable, but at this point, the only people who can assassinate Kosha are those who secretly gain benefits. I can't think of anyone else besides them. Then let's get our revenge at the Baroque Works. One man said angrily. Wait, now our top priority is to stabilize the situation. One is to stop the war with the king's army, but to stop the split within the rebel army, the cadre said. After speaking, the cadre glanced at Kosha again and rushed out of the room. He quickly rushed to the high-level conference hall of the Rebellion Bureau. In this room, the rebel army was dealing with various things. At the end of the room was the seat where Kosha used to sit. Seeing the empty seat, the cadre suppressed his inner grief. As soon as he entered this hall, he heard the noisy voices of other cadres. Unlike Kosha's confidant brother, many of these cadres were the leaders of the original rebel forces. When Kosha was alive in the past, these people were united by their ability and sense of responsibility. Now they are quarreling. Kosha's dead, what do we do now? There's always a need for a new leader. What do you mean by that? Do you want to be? Why should you be? The future of the rebel army is in chaos. Now Catalia is in total chaos. Other cities and rural areas in Alabasta that we control are also in turmoil. We need to quickly announce to the public the death of Kosha and who the murderer is. Quote. Who else can the murderer be besides Cobra? If Kosha dies, the rebel army will be scattered, and the king's army will be able to defeat them one by one. You can't draw that conclusion, it's probably someone else. We can't go on like this. The people are angry now. It's better to mobilize the army and civilians to attack Arubana and completely overthrow Cobra. Otherwise, if the people's emotions are not vented, we will be overthrown. It's a dilemma right now, neither right or left. We have to reunite, we have to build an enemy and then Cobra is the best. It can't be so hasty, we are in chaos right now, and if we attack rashly, we will probably fail. If you want to say that, then let's split up. In the past, the rebels did their own thing. Now that Kosha is gone, it's better to govern each other like this. I've had enough of you, I'm taking my people away. There are also those troops who defected from the king's army. Maybe they are all traitors. I want to keep my men away from the rebels of the king's army. It's all about going back to chaos now. In the current hall, some disagreements accumulated by the cadres in the past have also fully erupted. In fact, some people in the rebel army are not all idealists, and there are even many people who focus on interests. Now the banner of Kosha has fallen. Conflict broke out. Humans will never stop lusting for power. People don't give up power, and they fight for more power. The cadre became infuriated when he saw how these people were all fighting for power and in their own way. When Kosha was alive, they were very respectful, but now they are so fully exposed. Just for profit. Enough, please be quiet. The cadre shouted loudly. Everyone in the hall looked at him, but most of them were full of contempt. The cadre continued. Kosha is dead now, but his will is still there. We need to stabilize the situation, stay united and continue the truce. Immediately, a middle-aged rebel cadre said, "What? His will? Now the rebel army is leaderless and needs a new powerful leader." "Oh, who am I talking about? It's Kosha's little follower. Are you the only one worthy of talking to us?" said another cadre in his 60s. "You, still talking about these empty words," said another cadre with a full beard. Chapter 171 Crash Situation. These veteran cadres of various factions in the conference hall are all dismissive of this young cadre who once followed Kosha. Kosha is the only one who can make them obey, and now Kosha is dead. Like Kosha's former confidant cadres, they were not in their eyes at all. "Forget it, Kurer. You've been with Kosha for a long time, but you don't know how serious the situation is now. Now we're in a mess. Even if you work with Kosha's old confidants and cadres, it is also impossible to save the overall situation," said a middle-aged cadre with few hair. The young cadre, named Kurer, was one of the first comrades to fight with Kosha. But now facing this group of fragmented veteran cadres, he is powerless. "How can you be like this? How did you all claim to be loyal to Alabasta's future in the past? Now you are fighting for your personal gain here," Kurer said angrily to these veteran cadres. The rebel army is now in chaos, and Kurer and Kosha's former confidants are powerless to revolving heaven. By the way, we should announce the details of Kosha's death to the public as soon as possible. Then there is no doubt that Cobra did it, suddenly a gray-haired old cadre said. Kurer looked at the veteran cadre and said angrily, "How can we come to such a conclusion now? Cobra can't help destroying the good situation of the truce. Crocodile and Baroque works are the real culprits." Veteran cadre was dismissive and continued, "Crocodile. And the Baroque works room. The authenticity of that document has not yet been confirmed. A body was found at the scene of the assassination. It was an officer of the defector unit of the King's army. He found evidence that confirmed that Cobra planned the assassination. And now the public is emotional, and if you don't use Cobra as a target to divert conflicts, then we will be attacked." Several other veteran cadres also agreed after hearing it. Yes, now an enemy is needed to vent the anger of the populace. The Neferutalis have ruled Alabasta for thousands of years. It is time for them to fall. We need an enemy to rally, so who else can be the enemy but Cobra? After so many years of bloody battles, the blood of those many victims cannot be shed in vain. It must continue. These veteran cadres who agree with each other all support the announcement to the public that Cobra is the murderer. In fact, there are many people in the rebel army, including high-level people, who still have personal hatred and dissatisfaction with Cobra, and they are naturally dissatisfied with Kosha's decision to truce. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he wanted to target Cobra. Kuro's heart became more intolerable, and these people are now showing a stubborn attitude. All they want now is power and lust. Damn, Kurer was helpless in the face of these stubborn high-level cadres, and rushed out of the conference hall angrily. Kurer left, the quarrel continued in the conference hall. Now the power struggle among these veteran cadres is getting more and more fierce. Of course, there are still a few people who are hesitant or sincerely admire Kosha, but they can't restore the overall situation. The white-haired old cadre who had just advocated making Cobra an enemy had a smile on his lips, and he took out a telegraph and telephone bug with the logo of the Baroque Works room behind the desk where others could not see it. Send telegrams quietly. Baroque Works room has already penetrated into the high level of the rebel army and even the king's army. The last time Crocodile got the news of Vivi's arrival was his intelligence. The news of Kosha's assassination spread throughout Catalia and in Alabasta. The news was also learned in the building where Vivi, Sanji, and Nami lived in Catalia City. Inside the hall, Vivi was surprised and couldn't believe it when she heard the news. What? This? It can't be true. Vivi's face filled with disbelief. Oops, that Kosha is really dead, Sanji said in surprise, throwing the cigarette butt out of his mouth. Now that Kosha is dead, it will probably have a very negative impact on the overall situation. After thinking about it, Nami asked, could this be done by the Baroque Works? Very likely, said Sanji, lighting a new cigarette. The other accompanying Drum Nation officers also talked for a while. Vivi calmed down and sat down in a chair. Kosha, he's dead, Vivi said in a low voice. Kosha, a former partner and a former rebel leader, was assassinated just like that. Aside from personal friendships, Kosha stabilized the confrontation between the rebel army and the king's army. Once he's dead, Alabasta will be caught in a bloodbath again. Sanji pondered for a while, and then said, the Baroque Works room assassinated Kosha, then their purpose must be to further provoke a civil war. Now the situation that has finally calmed down has been broken again. Nami had a worried look on her face. She picked up a cup on the table, took a sip and said, well, I suspect that since they can assassinate Kosha, they will also want to assassinate us. Or the arrival was also known to them. Otherwise, this kind of thing would not have happened so soon. It's very possible, Sanji said. At this moment, an officer of the Drum Kingdom who was going to the street to inquire about news suddenly rushed in. It's not good, the big thing is bad. The high-level rebel army announced the results. They said that Cobra assassinated Kosha. The officer shouted as he ran. What? Vivi and Sanji Nami said in surprise together. The officer rushed to the front of the crowd and said, the top of the rebel army has investigated and determined that Cobra planned the assassination. Vivi's expression changed from shock to calm immediately after hearing this. It must have been planted by Baroque Works, Vivi said. I didn't expect these guys to be so bad. They even framed it, Sanji said. It's bad enough. I'm afraid they will also be eyeing us, Nami said with some worry. Right now, outside this building, a large group of indignant people are rushing towards this place. These people are civilians and soldiers. It's here, where Princess Vivi is hiding. She pretended to be a messenger from the Drum Kingdom and came here to listen for news. My father was killed by the king's army, and I want to take revenge by offering her blood to Matsuri. Since you can't kill Cobra, it's worth killing her daughter. Kosha actually hosted a guy with such a wolf's ambition. She thought she had the Drum Kingdom's brand as a shield, so he wouldn't dare to do it. Angry people and soldiers are going to kill Princess Vivi, and then vent their anger. Some of them held a grudge against Cobra because of the victims of the war, some wanted to kill Vivi to avenge Kosha, and some wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. But they didn't know that, deep in the sleeves of the leaders, there was the logo of the Baroque Works room engraved on their arms. Chapter 172 The Target of Hate Gathering, Vivi. The leading agents of Baroque Works deliberately pretended to be rebel soldiers to spread rumors, announce the news of Vivi in Alabasta, and incited angry people and soldiers to come to the building together. Okay, we're finally here, said a lead Baroque Works agent. The Baroque Works agent and several other agents looked at each other with tacit expressions on their faces. They brought about 400 or 500 people behind them, angry people and soldiers, all armed with weapons to kill Princess Vivi. A Baroque Works agent pointed at the building and said, that Princess Vivi is in here. She has people from the Drum Nation around her, but we have to punish Vio-kun Cobra, her daughter no exception. You say so? Yes, Cobra and his ministers and family must go to hell. Avenge our fallen comrades. Avenge the family who died in the war. This group of angry people and soldiers raised their firearms and weapons angrily and shouted. Okay, start attacking. The civilians and soldiers started rushing towards the building. The building where the Vivi and the others lived was built when Kosha was alive, with some guards. But after the death of Kosha, Catalia became a mess, and there were only a dozen people left to defend here symbolically. However, they also quickly fled away when they saw the angry crowd. The angry crowd rushed to the door of the building and slammed it violently. Inside the building, Vivi and Sanji, who were still sinking in distress in the hall just now, heard a crash. What's the matter? It's so noisy outside. Sanji hurried to the window to look. I saw hundreds of angry people and soldiers storming the building with weapons. Saw the life and death hatred of the other party, hurriedly rushed to Vivi and Nami again and said, it's not a big deal. Someone is attacking here. What? Vivi said in surprise. Could it be that we exposed? Nami collapsed on the chair with tears in her eyes. The accompanying Drum Nation officers were also shocked and ran out of the window to look. There was a lot of excitement outside, and some people shouted something like killing Princess Vivi. Sanji looked at the noisy door, and then said, I think, since the Baroque Works room assassinated Kosha, then the information about us here must also be revealed, and those who hate Cobra and the King's army will attack us. Quote. This is called killing with a knife. Nami said angrily. Vivi's face was extremely ugly, his hands were clenched, and he said in a low voice, unforgivable. Sanji let out a puff of smoke and said, okay, it's useless to hate the Baroque Works room now. What you need now is to quickly block the door and take the opportunity to escape. After saying that, Sanji kicked the table in the hall, and the table flew towards the gate. Hey, hurry up and block the doors and windows with the things here. Sanji said to the Drum Kingdom officers. These accompanying Drum Nation officers hurried to work in a hurry. In addition to the tables, Sanji kicked the chairs, various cabinets and clocks in the hall. The Drum Nation officers quickly piled up the items and blocked the doors and windows. Let's go. Sanji grabbed Vivi with one hand and Nami with the other. The three quickly ran from the stairs to the second floor. The Drum Nation officers also piled up the things and came over. Sanji and the others rushed to the second floor, where there were still some furniture and items. Everyone get out of the way. Sanji quickly rushed to the furniture and debris, and kicked these things to the top of the stairs. This can delay a little more time. The group continued to rush up to the third floor, and on the next third floor, they also blocked the sundries at the entrance of the stairs. Finally rushed to the roof of the fourth floor. This is the top floor, and looking around from here, Catalia is already in chaos. Hundreds of people surrounded the building. It's terrifying so much. Nami sighed as she looked at the crowd besieging the building. Sanji looked around, looking for a way to escape. There are many old buildings in the old city of Catalia, but they are all relatively low. So you can even escape from the top of the building. Okay, everyone, now we can escape on the top of the building. But you need to accept the ejection of my feet. Sanji said, moving the ankles of his feet. Others have no choice but to listen to Sanji now. After all, Sanji is very strong in both fighting ability and thinking ability. Vivi, you and Ms. Nami have priority. Sanji looked at Vivi and said. Okay, Vivi said. Sanji lowered his legs and let Vivi step on them. Vivi, take off. Sanji kicked his legs violently towards the top of a nearby building. Vivi above was also bounced off by force and flew towards the top of the building. But the skilled princess quickly landed on the roof of the building as calmly as Tanbo poured water. As expected of Vivi, really handsome. Sanji still did not forget to praise. But he was immediately punched in the head by Nami. Ah, Nami. Although Sanji had a headache, he happily stroked his head. Hurry up, Nami urged. Sanji lowered his legs and spread them out for Nami to step on. Nami has a good trip. Sanji strikes again. Nami also flew to the top of the building where Vivi was. However, Nami's body balance was not good, and she almost hit her head on the top of the building. Was Vivi who grabbed her quickly and let her land safely. Scared me to death, thank you Vivi. But I have to take revenge on Kasanji. Nami said panting, kneeling on the roof. Vivi comforted her and said, it's enough to land safely. Sanji continued to kick the remaining officers away. Hey, hurry up, you guys. Sanji was less polite to these Drum Nation officers. Like he was kicking Vivi and Nami, but just like he was kicking something flying. During the exclamation of these Drum Nation officers, they all flew to the top of the building, and many of them had their feet in the sky or their heads on the ground. Huh, I've finally sent them all over, Sanji said after sending everyone away with his feet. At this time, the excited people and soldiers below also broke through the layers of obstacles above the gate and stairs, and came here. I'm sorry, I'm leaving. Sanji threw away the cigarette butts he had smoked again, his knees flexed slightly and jumped violently. In midair, Sanji quickly pulled out another cigarette and lit it. Finally, he put the lit cigarette into his mouth, and his body also landed on the top of the building where Vivi and the others were. A gentleman's landing, Sanji said leisurely, exhaling a puff of smoke. Hey, we still need to keep running away. Stop being narcissistic, Nami said dissatisfiedly. Now those excited people and soldiers began to gather towards the building. I think we'd better flee east. It's all Old Town, it's more complicated, Vivi said. Okay, it's up to Vivi's idea, Sanji said. Next, Sanji continued to use his feet to move the group between the roofs, and finally escaped to the eastern Old Town of Catalia. Chapter 173 Escape Decision and the Assassin. After escaping into the old city in the east, the group could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The buildings in this area are older, even dilapidated. There are very few people living here, and many old buildings here are also used to store debris. I think they can't catch up here for the time being. Sanji looked around and said. Nami was sitting next to the wall of a house, her eyes closed tiredly. Ah, I'm really exhausted, Nami said in a low voice. Those Drum Nation officers were even more uncomfortable. Some of them were injured. After all, Sanji had kicked them like a ball before. I'm going to find some water, said a Drum Nation officer. He immediately went around to look for water, and everyone was very tired and thirsty after running around for a while. However, Sanji still stood upright in front of the crowd. This man had a strong tenacity in his bones. This rush was nothing to him. Even if he was seriously injured in a fight with the opponent, he could still not change his face. Looked at Vivi again, only to see that Vivi's face was gloomy now. Vivi, take a rest, Sanji said as he approached Vivi. Vivi was standing here all the time, just looking at the city buildings of Catalia. Ah, Sanji, thank you for your concern, I'm fine, Vivi said kindly. Vivi's mood is very complicated now, and the situation that has finally settled down has fallen into chaos again. The old man Kosha also died. Her father, King Cobra, was framed again. Everything is like a mess. Cut constantly, the rationale is still chaotic. Vivi, now Catalia is clearly in a mess. Kosha was also assassinated. It's really a pity, but now we can only face it. Sanji encouraged Vivi. You are right, Sanji. We are facing a very critical situation now. But without Kosha at the top of the rebel army, there must be basically no contact. Because some people in the top of the rebel army used to have contact with my father. There is a personal feud, so once Kosha dies, they must be targeting my father again, Vivi said. Sanji listened and said, now we are in really big trouble. The Baroque Works Room not only assassinated Kosha, but also managed to put the blame on the king's army, and even became the target of the attack. This must be the Baroque Works Room. Conspiracy, but they must continue to operate in the shadows. We are not safe in Catalia. Quote. Then let's evacuate Catalia first, Vivi said. I think that's the only way to do it, Sanji said. The situation is so bad now that there is no other way but to get out of here first. And Vivi went to several Drum Nation officers who were resting and began to discuss evacuation. Are you going to evacuate here? A Drum Nation officer asked. Yes, we have no other choice, Vivi said. It seems that this is the only way to go, said an officer of the Drum Kingdom. Wait a minute, we had a 2,000-strong army stationed on the edge of the city before, and we couldn't let them go, said another officer. Let's do it like this. You still lead the army of the Drum Country to retreat alone. I am responsible for covering Vivi and Nami to go to the Rape Flower. After all, Vivi's information here is exposed, and the Baroque Works Room and the forces hating the king must also be watching. Get on those troops. If we are together, we will definitely be intercepted. If we are separated, even if you leave, they will not be able to stop you outsiders from the Drum Kingdom. Sanji said. After several Drum Nation officers looked at each other, they felt that there was no other way. Well, that's all there is to it now. It is now officially decided to evacuate here, but it is divided into two groups. Sanji took Vivi and Nami out quickly. Others evacuated with the main force. When everyone made up their minds, the officer who was looking for water suddenly came over. Ah, isn't that John? He's got water, an officer said happily. The water-seeking officer named John was also one of the accompanying officers. After searching for a while, he finally came over with a wooden barrel. Named John also shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, I just found this bucket of water. Let's drink as much as we like." Sanji looked at him and remained silent, only exhaling smoke rings from his mouth. Named John stepped in front of the crowd and put the barrel down. "This bucket of water is very clean, let's drink it together." The officer named John opened the lid of the bucket, and there was clear water inside. It was originally the afternoon for Catalia, and the weather was hot, and the hot and dry wind kept blowing through the crowd. Everyone was already thirsty. "Please drink, and Princess Vivi, you have enough. Please." Officer John scooped a jug of water from a wooden barrel with a kettle and gave it to Princess Vivi. Vivi did not take it immediately, but hesitated. "Princess Vivi." Officer John was more attentive and sent the kettle forward. At this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed the kettle. The owner of the hand is Sanji. Sanji's eyes looked at him with a sharp look, and Officer John's face suddenly became puzzled for a while. "Have a pot of your own first." Sanji grabbed the water bottle and put it in his mouth. At this moment, Officer John slammed his body to hide behind him and knocked over the water bottle. The water in the kettle was sprinkled on the ground, and the bricks and stones on the street were fine, but there were a few beetles on it. These beetles twitched for a while, and then turned over and died in pain. Sanji swept the beetles with his eyes, as did Vivi and the other officers. "I guessed right, you really came to assassinate," Sanji said, turning his eyes to Officer John again. The other Drum Nation officers looked at Officer John in shock. "What are you doing, John?" Sanji immediately waved his hand and said, "He's not John, although I'm not familiar with that Officer John. But I was very impressed with him when I was cooking for everyone before, and he was the first to drink the drinks I made every time. And the same goes for food. But after he carried the barrel just now, the corners of his mouth were very dry at that time, so it could be seen that he had never drank water before. Moreover, after opening the barrel, he did not drink first, but instead sent water to Vivi. This is too questionable, and no matter how similar he imitates, you can feel a little unnatural. No matter how strong an imitator is, it is impossible to imitate 100% of the time." Quote. After hearing Sanji's words, everyone turned to look at this fake John. The other party's face became full of gloomy smiles, and then a strange tone followed for a while. "No way, you still see it." The other party stroked his face with his left hand as he spoke. His face changed quickly, his face became longer and the smoke ring was covered with exaggerated makeup. The whole face also became very smeared and powdered, but it looked like a man. Then he waved his clothes off. Chapter 174 Sanji vs MR.2 Now Sanji and the others can see the face of this man clearly. He was dressed like a ballerina with a pink coat. There are also 2 white swan decorations on the back of the coat, which are vividly done. Ah, that's really unlucky. Looks like I'll have to do my best to kill you guys, he said. Sign up and come, Sanji said. The slave family is the master imitator of the Baroque works room, a shemale who is neither male nor female, Mr. 2. Mr. Point 2 revealed his identity. He originally wanted to disguise as Officer John to poison Vivi, but it was revealed now. Who revealed his identity, spun like a ballet dancer, humming a pleasant song. Mr. 2, Sanji said, looking at the other party. Vivi on the side saw Mr. 2, his face immediately became more serious and even a little scared. She knew very well that Mr. 2 was a very powerful being. Mr. 2, he is actually here, Vivi said with great fear. At this time, Nami also woke up after resting, and she also saw this scene. This guy calls himself Mr. 2, so isn't he the powerful being in the Baroque works room? Nami said in horror. Mr. 2 is one of the strongest beings in the Baroque works room. He is the only high-level agent acting alone. In addition to his terrifying imitation abilities, he also has powerful hand-to-hand martial arts, said Vivi. Sanji's face was calm, and he kept looking at each other. Although the opponent is crazy, but Sanji relies on the intuition of a melee powerhouse, the opponent is definitely not weak. Don't worry, Vivi, and Nami, I'll take care of him, Sanji said, turning his head. Sanji moved his ankle and clenched his fist. Quickly, Sanji charged towards him like a cheetah. Mr. Point 2 also stopped dancing and started to make a very enchanting martial arts pose. Hands in kabuto, and his feet hit Mr. Point 2's head. First meet. Sanji kicked Mr. Point 2's head with his feet. Sanji himself ran over, and with such a flying kick, he stabbed the opponent like a spear. As feet were already in front of Mr. 2, the opponent's hands suddenly blocked the front very flexibly. With both hands, Sanji's feet were forced down. Sanji immediately retracted his foot, and the other leg swept across the opponent's waist again. I saw that Mr. Point 2's body was amazingly flexible and fell sideways, making an exaggerated ballet movement and dodging the attack. The strength is good. After Sanji complimented him, he continued to attack the opponent more than 10 times. However, Mr. 2 evaded the attack as gracefully as dancing. Ballet boxing. Dreamy feet. Like a graceful dance, Mr. Point 2's feet were circling and kicked sideways towards Sanji. Sanji suddenly stepped back while blocking it with his feet. Then look at this. Sanji jumped to the heights, and his whole body spun like a wheel. Mr. Point 2 below looked up and felt that the situation was not good. Crush. Sanji smashed down, still like a wheel spinning at high speed. Mr. Point 2 ran for his life quickly. The moment he dodged, Sanji's feet also hit the ground. The feet, which are spinning at high speed like wheels, are full of power, and they directly shatter the masonry on the ground. Mr. Point 2 stepped back for 20 meters before stopping. His face was full of sweat. I almost killed the slave family. It seems that I underestimated the enemy, Mr. Point 2 said with lingering fears. If he hadn't dodged the blow just now, it would have cost him his life. However, Sanji, who was attacking the Lost, did not stop, and rushed over again. Shoulder meet. Mr. Point 2's left shoulder with his right foot but was blocked by his arm. Breast meet. Mr. Point 2's right chest with his left foot, but the opponent turned sideways in a hurry, and Sanji's foot brushed past him. First class ground meet. Sanji jumped up and attacked the opponent's vital points for a while. Mr. Point 2 exerted all his strength to resist Sanji's intensive foot attacks, and the sound of fisting and kicking confrontation between the two parties around him made the dust flying. It's really difficult. I'm also serious. Mr. Point 2 is annoyed. He jumped into the air suddenly, and his whole body seemed to tumble and spin in exaggeration. Similar to Sanji's coarse crush, but not like Sanji's wheel. When Mr. 2 rotates, his limbs are open, so it looks more like a ball. Shemale fist. Memoirs of that summer. Mr. Point 2 was smashed all over. Dodged quickly, but Mr. 2 still approached him. Sanji suddenly blocked with his feet, but was really backed by the opponent's strength by more than 10 meters. Memoirs of that summer were less powerful than Sanji's course crushing, but more flexible. After spinning, Mr. 2 stood on the ground again. He looked at Sanji and said with a wink, "You are one of the strongest opponents I have ever seen. If it's just melee combat, then you are definitely the top 3. Sanji looked at him, repositioned, and said, "I don't like your compliments. You know I only fight with my legs. You should only talk about your skills." Mr. Point 2 Feet's face became a little strange and said, "You actually fight with your legs and feet. The slave family really admires how powerful you are. In this way, you are the strongest person I have ever met in terms of bare feet. But besides being able to fight, you are also handsome. You must be popular with beautiful women." Quote. Hearing this, Sanji's face immediately changed color, and he couldn't hold it anymore. He is not particularly happy to admire his cooking skills or martial arts. But when he praised him for being a beautiful woman, Sanji's stern expression suddenly became a little narcissistic. "Well, although I don't like your outfit and appearance, I admit that you are very discerning. Indeed, the super-class chef Sanji has a lot of beauty," Sanji said proudly. Immediately, he felt a little sympathy with this opponent who was neither male nor female. People who appreciate each other are the real opponents. Mr. Point 2 immediately made an enchanting movement, holding his face with his hands and making a gesture of kissing and loving. "Your name is Sanji, and you're still a chef. So do you like me, my dear?" Mr. 2 said exaggeratedly. Sanji's originally calm face changed instantly. "Don't disgust me, okay?" Sanji's eyes were rushing out of their sockets. Nami, who was watching the battle, and the Drum Nation officers couldn't wait to retire, but the meal they ate today had already been digested. Only Vivi still looked at the two who were fighting with a serious face. She has been worried that Sanji's weakness will be discovered, and Sanji likes beautiful women very much. However, Mr. 2 is a person who is very good at imitating, and he must be able to imitate many beautiful women. Once discovered, Sanji will be completely passive during the battle. After Sanji got sick, his face quickly turned serious again. "Although you're not completely useless, but to be honest, I hate a guy like you who is neither male nor female." Suddenly charged towards Mr. 2 again. The two fought fiercely together again. Chapter 175 Evenly Matched Battle. And Mr. 2 used their whole bodies to fight fiercely. Although Sanji Hikari attacks with his legs and feet, his arms are also responsible for support and coordination, so that the power of his legs can be maximized. Banquet table, kick package. Sanji supported the ground with both hands, and the whole person stood upside down, while his feet spun up and kicked the opponent. Mr. Point 2 hurriedly turned his head to the rear, and he didn't dare to take Sanji's powerful attack too hard. Shemale fist. Shemale serial cannon. Mr. Point 2 regained his footing, and then punched Sanji with both hands like a burst of cannonballs. Sanji used his feet to block hard, barely blocking the opponent's attack. Vivi and others around, Sanji's attack was full of toughness, power and speed. And Mr. Point 2 Feet's attack has a dancer-like femininity. However, in the battle, the two of them have each other's offense and defense, and they are comparable. "Sanji, you must win." Vivi prayed for Sanji. After a while of fighting, Sanji was less than 2 meters closer to Mr. 2. 3 o'clock. Sanji's left leg kicked the opponent's throat, chest, and abdomen at an astonishing speed in an instant. Except that the 3 legs were blocked at the throat, Mr. 2 was kicked in the chest and abdomen. Under this powerful force, Mr. 2 rolled out several meters away. The shemale stood up quickly and flexibly and patted the sand on his body. "Okay, your legs are really good. But I'm going to use a trick too," Mr. 2 said in his eccentric shemale tone. Mr. Point 2 danced like a ballet dancer and quickly approached Sanji. He then kicked Sanji with amazing agility and quick succession of his feet. Every foot is swift and violent. Ballet boxing. Gorgeous swan dance. Mr. Point 2 feet's powerful swan dance-like continuous kick hit Sanji. Sanji tried desperately to block, but he was still kicked more than 10 times in a row. Vivi and Nami, who were watching the battle, exclaimed, "Sanji!" Sanji rolled out more than 10 meters before stopping, and regained his footing and looked at each other. How is it? The slave family's attack is very powerful. Mr. Point 2, who had just successfully attacked Sanji, was now spinning on one foot like a ballerina. Sanji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. Enough, Sanji just said plainly, and took out the cigarette and lighter from his clothes, relit the cigarette, and took a deep breath. Mr. Point 2 stopped spinning, looked at Sanji and said, "It seems that you are not seriously injured. You are still so leisurely." Sanji moved his ankle again, and his momentum suddenly increased. Mr. Point 2 also saw Sanji's change and quickly prepared for battle. Sanji jumped up abruptly, one leg parallel to the ground, the other straight down, and then his body began to spin like a top. Mr. Point 2 below quickly avoided. Skewer. Slammed down on Mr. 2 below like a drill. With a loud bang, Sanji's whole body drilled into the ground below like a drill. A hole with a diameter of half a meter appeared on the ground that was drilled, and the ground around several meters was cracked. Who stopped, looked at Mr. 2 who had just escaped by the closet, and jumped up again. Just now, Mr. 2 almost survived and hid a few meters away. However, Sanji's feet flew over again. First meet. Shoulder meet. Back meet. Saddle meet. Breast meet. Leg meet. A series of kicks hit all parts of Mr. Point 2 feet's body. Mr. Point 2, who was being kicked, was about to resist, but saw Sanji jump over him and reverse in midair. Sanji's right leg concentrated and kicked him with astonishing force. Lamb shot. Quote. Powerful kick kicked Mr. 2 into the air. The severely hit Mr. 2 flew out and hit the wall of a nearby house heavily. Under this powerful force, the wall also shattered, and Mr. 2 slammed into it. After Sanji finished attacking, he let out a long sigh of relief. He was also struggling to attack with powerful moves in a row just now. Fortunately, Mr. 2 was successfully kicked away. Vivi and Nami, who were watching the battle, and the Drum Country officers were extremely happy. Good job, Sanji, Nami said happily. Sanji is amazing, the Drum Nation officers all said encouragingly. However, only Vivi's face remained calm, and the other party was an extremely powerful presence in the Baroque Works room. It cannot be defeated so easily. Sanji looked at the broken wall, and there was a sound inside for a while. Mr. Point 2, who had just been knocked out, stood up again and walked out. The she-male's face was full of resentment. Makeup is a bit messy. His body had some flesh wounds, but it was still intact. The slave family is angry, Mr. 2 said unhappily. Sanji's expression was very calm, and he said, "Then what other tricks do you want to use?" Mr. Point 2 first took out an exquisite cosmetic box from his clothes, opened the box and looked at his face in the mirror. After seeing the face in the mirror, the she-male's face became extremely ugly. Ah, my beauty makeup. Mr. Point 2 angrily threw the vanity case into the air. Angrily screaming followed for a while. Sanji breathed out a smoke ring helplessly. The beauty of the slave family, Mr. Point 2 burst into tears, and now he has made his face makeup worse because of tears. Hey, don't you want to keep fighting? Sanji finally couldn't take it anymore and asked. Slave, you must change your face to fight. Mr. 2 stroked his face with his right hand. His imitation fruit came into play, and his face began to change along with a man he had touched before. Soon his face became more slender and delicate, and his eyes changed from exaggerated style to watery and pure. The mouth as a big mouth turned into a small cherry mouth. The face is more delicate and smooth, impeccable. There is a delicate temperament between the eyebrows. A brown hair was stubbed by 2 delicate croissants. Mr. Point 2 has become a pure and beautiful girl. Well, it's not bad like this. The slave family has finally become beautiful, Mr. 2 said very pretentiously. Although his appearance, body and even his voice have changed into a pure girl, he is still that pretentious narcissistic she-male in his bones. Everyone watching the battle from a distance was sighing. Nami's face became very miserable, and she sighed, he has become such a person. I must not be imitated by him. The officers of the Drum Nation were all very surprised, and some of their mouths fell. What a pure and beautiful girl, but unfortunately he is still a man. An officer said with a complex expression of love and regret on his face. Vivi's face has become extremely ugly, and now Mr. 2 has changed into this appearance, so Sanji. Looking at Sanji again, sure enough, Sanji is no longer able to control himself. Chapter 176 The Erotic Charm of Mr. 2. Now Sanji looked at Mr. 2 with a heart on his face. Mr. Point 2 turned into a pure and beautiful girl in just a few seconds. Although Sanji tried to wake up rationally, the urge for beauty in his bones made him unable to extricate himself. Now, the slave family is going to fight you with this face. Mr. Point 2 now speaks in a pure girl-like voice. However, he soon found that Sanji was a little unnatural, or that the calm and tough atmosphere in the battle just now was completely absent, and now he looks like a very romantic boy. What's wrong with you? Mr. 2 asked. As soon as Sanji heard the pure girl's voice, he immediately put his hands beside his face and said, "It's so cute." Mr. Point 2 was a little surprised, but he thought about it carefully and combined with Sanji's remarks before. So it's like this, you like beautiful women. And you won't hurt beautiful women, right? Mr. 2 asked, pretending to be more innocent. Sanji was unable to extricate himself, and continued to say with his eyes full of love, "Yes, I am a gentleman. It is impossible to bully a lady." Mr. Point 2, he completely understood, and now he can take advantage of this to deal with Sanji to his heart's content. Then, this handsome fellow. Just enjoy my comfort. Mr. Point 2 approached Sanji while talking. Sanji's face immediately became even more troubled. But he was kicked in the face. This kick was so powerful that it kicked Sanji 7 or 8 meters before stopping. Sanji, Nami and Vivi, who were watching the battle, and the Drum Nation officers shouted together. Sanji, who was knocked down, quickly stood up again, and said with a wry smile, "The beauty's kick just now." At this time, Mr. 2 rushed to the front again, and Sanji immediately prepared to raise his legs to resist. But the innocent and beautiful girl face of the other party swung in front of him. This gentlemanly playboy immediately just laughed again. With 2 more punches, Sanji made a dark circle under his right eye under his curly eyebrows, and the man also rolled several somersaults. Vivi couldn't stand it anymore, and hurriedly shouted, "Sanji! Don't look at his face." Sanji also avoided the opponent's head as much as possible, and when Mr. 2 approached again, his feet were already kicked out. However, it was successfully blocked by Mr. 2. "What are you doing, handsome guy? You can't be so rude." The beautiful girl's voice imitated by Mr. 2 was heartwarming. Although he doesn't look at his face, his pure and lovely voice is still uncontrollable. Sanji's heart immediately became thumping again, and his face was still full of smiles despite the dark circles under his eyebrows. "Beauty," Sanji said with a smile on his face. Mr. Point 2 waved his feet and was about to strike again. Just then, a bullet came out of nowhere. Mr. 2 relies on his combat intuition, and his body changes movements the moment the bullet is fired. Mr. Point 2 feet's pretty girl's face was full of murderous intent, and he looked in the direction where the bullet came from. I saw Princess Vivi raise a pistol at him. Vivi saw that Sanji had nothing to do with the other party, and hurriedly asked for a pistol from the Drum Country officer. And she also knows that melee combat is not an opponent for people like Mr. 2 at all, and it is best to use firearms to attack at a distance. Don't just look at it, just shoot for support, Vivi said. Okay. Drum Country officers have drawn out pistol support. Vivi and the officers kept firing at Mr. 2 with pistols. Mr. .2 feet's weapons are high strength, but they haven't reached the level of hard-hitting bullets. Damn, leave this lascivious guy alone. And my target is Princess Vivi too. Mr. 2 was dodging while preparing to kill Princess Vivi first. He quickly found a plank, then blocked the way and rushed towards Vivi and the officers. Shoot, back off, Vivi said as he fired. Mr. .2 raised the plank to charge, but a lot of bullets still penetrated the plank, but the shemale's amazing skills actually managed to dodge the bullets. Finally, he rushed to the front of the crowd. Suddenly, the plank he had used to block the front fell down, leaving no one behind. Where did he go? The Drum Nation officers said in shock. At this moment, everyone whistled above their heads for a while. Mr. .2 suddenly fell on top of their heads. Ballet boxing. Whirlwind romance. Mr. .2 danced a ballet in midair and twirled. But this time, it kicked the head of the person below with both feet. After a while of screams and violent physical collisions, the 5 Drum Nation officers below were all knocked to the ground. Their faces were almost deformed after being kicked, and thanks to Mr. 2, the strength was not enough this time. The end, only Vivi was left with a panic and aimed his gun at Mr. 2. Mr. .2 looked at her and said, "Okay, kill the princess, then I've basically completed the task. Kill the others as much as I feel." Mr. .2 rushed to Vivi's body and kicked the pistol in Vivi's hand. Then he rushed to the front of Vivi by himself and lifted Vivi up. As long as Mr. .2 feet's arm worked harder, Vivi's neck would be snapped. At this time, Mr. 2 felt a cool breeze behind him for a while. Before he turned his head, Sanji's foot had already kicked on the back of his head. Ah! Mr. .2 turned out painfully. Vivi was also thrown away. Sanji rushed into the air quickly, and hugged Vivi like a hero saving May. In the end, Sanji fell to his knees and fell to the ground. "Sanji," Vivi said after being put down by Sanji. "Your Majesty, the knights are at your service. Just now, the shemale pretended to be a beautiful girl, which made me confused. I hope you will forgive me," Sanji said respectfully. And Vivi looked at Mr. 2 who was defeated again. Sanji's blow just now was really powerful, and it even hit the back of the head. Mr. .2 also stood up embarrassedly now, and looked at the two with a grim expression on his face. "Damn, I'm going to kill you," Mr. 2 said angrily. Vivi said to Sanji, "Sanji, you have to be careful." "Thank you, but the princess. Fighting is a knight's business, please don't meddle again," Sanji said. "Then watch out," Vivi said. Towards Mr. 2 and adjusted his collar. Now he doesn't care about smoking in his mouth. Mr. .2 looked at Sanji, but he had another wrong idea. The shemale touched his face with his right hand again, and used the imitation fruit ability again. His face changed quickly, but this time it was not the pure and beautiful girl from before. This time his face was slender and angular, and he had long black hair. This time, she became a sexy, mature, capable girl. "Honey, do you want to date me?" Mr. 2 said in a mature and charming voice. But he only saw Sanji lowered his head this time, deliberately not looking at his face. Mr. .2 feet's eyes flickered with murderous intent, and he rushed towards Sanji. He kicked Sanji's head sharply from the right thigh shoot. Sanji's leg slammed into the thigh of his leg, shaking Mr. 2 back. Mr. .2 regained his stability and said in surprise, "How could this be like this?" At this time, his appearance and body have returned to their original state. Chapter 177 Mr. .2 feet's trick. Looked at Mr. 2 and said, "You made me realize something during the battle just now." "What?" Mr. 2 asked. "That is, once the body you imitated starts to attack, then you must quickly change back to your original appearance," Sanji said sharply. The secret was discovered. Mr. Point 2 Feet's face was very ugly, but he remained silent. It turned out to be like this. You discovered it. Your observation skills are still good. Mr. 2 said. In fact, it's not just like this. When your body changes, you need to touch your face with your right hand, and when you change back, you need to touch your face with your left hand. Sanji continued. After hearing this, Mr. Point 2 Feet's face became even more ugly. Damn, you have seen it all. You have seen through the secret of the slave family. I am really ashamed, Mr. 2 said angrily. Now Mr. 2 was trembling with anger. His proud imitation secret was seen through. Okay, shemale, if you don't have your imitation skills, don't even try to beat me. Sanji finally lit a cigarette this time. Hearing this, Mr. 2 was about to jump into a rage. Okay, boy with curly eyebrows. Without imitation, the slave family will be able to smash you even more. Mr. 2 was really angry like a swan. Mr. Point 2 once again took a stance and made a powerful fighting stance. Boy with curly eyebrows, you should be thankful that you don't know the true power of the slave family's shemale boxing. Because if you see them, it's time for you to go to the west. Mr. 2 winked and said proudly. Faces calm, of course, he is also clear that this opponent before Byakugan is not easy to deal with. He could also clearly feel during the fight just now that Mr. 2 really did not use his full strength. I saw Mr. 2 remove the two swan-like decorations on the back of his coat behind him. Two very long swan heads and necks were removed. Then Mr. 2 put a swan decoration on the tops of his two ballet shoes on board. Let me explain, the one on my right foot is female and the one on my left foot is male. Mr. 2 said. Sanji frowned and said, who cares about that? Mr. Point 2 Feet's feet moved, and the two swan-like decorations moved together, as if they were real live swans. Now, let's show you the truly powerful shemale boxing. Mr. 2 growled. Then Mr. Point 2 Feet's body was very flexible and rushed over. Sanji steadied his body, and the opponent's feet kicked towards him. Mr. Point 2 Feet's right leg kicked towards his chest. Sanji's left leg suddenly flew up to block the opponent's attack. With a violent sound, Sanji's left leg blocked Mr. Point 2 Feet's right leg. But something surprising happened. Mr. Point 2 Feet's right leg suddenly pierced Sanji's chest with his mouth. Sanji dodged instinctively, but the opponent was very flexible and stabbed Sanji on the left side of the chest. Some flesh was cut open. Sanji stepped back sharply. The mouth of the swan decoration just now was as sharp as many swords made of fine steel. How could this be? Sanji glanced at his own wound and then looked at Mr. 2. This is the true ability of the slave family. Don't underestimate these two decorations, their mouths are comparable to the hardness of steel. In addition, the attack of the slave family can be said to be multiplied. Mr. 2 said narcissistically. Looked at Mr. 2, clenched his Kiba teeth and said, damn. Mr. Point 2 charged again, this time he continued to use the kick. Cut a hole in you. Mr. Point 2 kicked over with his right foot, and the swan decoration on it stretched directly forward this time. The mouth of the decoration was extremely sharp, and at the same time, it was mixed with amazing speed. What's even more surprising is that the swan's neck can actually be stretched. The original swan decoration was only 1 meter in length, but now it has reached 3 meters in length, plus the length of Mr. Point 2 Feet's own legs. Now the attack length of the swan's mouth has reached more than 4 meters in one fell swoop. Sanji dodged desperately, and a hole the size of a swan's head was pierced through the ground where he avoided. From the outside, it looks like a crater shot by a shotgun, and it's even more penetrating. Mr. Point 2 Feet's attack failed, and he retracted his feet to look at Sanji. It's a pity, but it also allows you to fully understand the skills of the slave family. This swan can expand and contract freely, and the mouth is extremely sharp. It can even open, coupled with the slave family's attack ability. It is comparable to a stick that can soften. Like a spear, Mr. 2 said enchantingly. Mr. Point 2 Feet's character is like this. Once he has an advantage, he is happy. If he is beaten or at a disadvantage, he is very irritable. Sanji looked at the cave on the ground. The opponent was just a normal kick. But this power is enough to penetrate the hard masonry. Even steel has the potential to be penetrated. If Mr. 2 used that powerful continuous attack technique, it would be extremely dangerous. Okay, let's continue. Sanji threw the cigarette butt out of his mouth and moved his ankle. Mr. 2 looked at this tough man who refused to admit defeat, and there was a sense of admiration between his eyebrows. Okay, there is a seed. The slave family will kill you completely. Mr. 2 then jumped into the air and rolled over. Shemale fist. Gorgeous swan dance. While spinning, Mr. 2 kicked Sanji continuously. And the mouths of the swans that kicked the feet were sticking out. It was really like countless spears pierced in a row. Sanji violently kicked up a broken masonry on the ground, and the masonry blocked many attacks. But after enduring more than 10 attacks, it was actually broken by the holes punched by the opponent and countless cracks. Countless rubble flew across, and the mouth of the swan on Mr. 2's foot also stabbed. Sanji tried his best to dodge, but he was still stabbed twice in the abdomen and left shoulder. Ah! Sanji screamed for a while and rolled out. Mr. 2 succeeded in his attack. He couldn't continue his combo in midair, and finally fell. Mr. 2 stood on the ground like a ballet dancer and looked at Sanji again. Hey, wouldn't it be so useless? Although the slave family also knows that they are strong, but you can't help but fight. Mr. 2 said. Of course not. Sanji struggled to get up, although blood was dripping from his body. Under the scorching sun, the soaked suit was quickly dried again, and the body was hot for a while. Vivi, who was watching the game from a distance, was watching the game all the time, and was terrified. After Sanji was hit just now, she was extremely anxious. Sanji, we must win. All Vivi could do now was pray silently. Mr. 2 was. She didn't expect it to be so powerful. Especially the use of swan ornaments, a secret in the Baroque works room that the senior agents probably don't know about. However, in the face of the powerful Sanji, Mr. 2 was still used. Chapter 178 Jedi Strikes Back. Towards Mr. 2 again, this time both speed and swiftness were 10 times faster than before. Superlative ground meat. Sanji jumped into the air and kicked out a series of intensive attacks with both legs. Even Mr. 2 was attacked and could only parry. At this time, Sanji was in midair, attacking Mr. 2 below. Although Mr. 2 uses both hands and feet, the swan's mouth on the foot does not play a big role in this situation. It's really not afraid of death. Mr. 2 quickly stood upside down, his hands on the ground, and his feet started to attack. In this case, Sanji immediately stopped the attack. At the same time, he also stood upside down quickly. Banquet table, kick package. Sanji started a 360-degree roundhouse kick with his feet up. Under such a powerful attack, Mr. 2 could only tie even with swan mouths on both feet. In some cases, Mr. 2 has certain advantages. But in this case, Sanji was able to concentrate fully on the power of his feet. And Mr. 2 fought fiercely with their feet. Mr. 2 is actually not as strong as Sanji in terms of kicking his feet. But the swan ornaments on his feet make up for this, and he can compete with Sanji and even have a slight advantage in flexibility. Therefore, Mr. 2 also pays attention to looking for opportunities in the fierce battle. Mr. 2 quickly stroked his right hand to his face. Quickly his face changed to that of a hot blonde. Honey, don't hit me. Mr. 2's voice also changed into that hot beauty's voice. Sanji didn't change his face, but quickly returned to his standing. Naturally, he would not attack an opponent who had turned into a beautiful woman. Huh, beauty, the left side of your face seems to be dirty, Sanji said. Mr. 2 unconsciously touched his face with his left hand. In an instant, he changed back to his original appearance. Just when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Sanji's feet were already kicking at his upside-down head. Kick against etiquette. Sanji kicked Mr. 2 away with his left leg straight at 180 degrees. This blow is enough to kick the huge beasts into the air. Mr. Point 2, who flew into the air, now regrets it too much. There was a big lump on the head. How could I make such a mistake? Mr. 2 said tearfully. But it's not over yet. Below, Sanji found another piece of masonry as tall as one person. This is the best kicker ever. Sanji kicked the masonry and flew towards Mr. 2 who was still in the sky. Mr. Point 2 fell in the sky. He saw a huge masonry flying towards him. My God, the slave family wants to. Mr. Point 2 struggled desperately, but there was no foothold in the sky, and his whole body was unusable, and he could only struggle constantly. The last loud noise, Mr. 2 was hit by a huge masonry, and the whole person flew out further along with the masonry. It is best to fall into a nearby building, and there is a sound for a while. Sanji looked up at the sky and tugged at the tie around his neck. Ah, it's really tiring. His weapon is really evil, it almost killed me. Sanji gasped. Vivi, who had successfully witnessed Sanji's victory in the distance, was very happy and hurried towards Sanji. Sanji, we won. Vivi shouted to Sanji. Vivi rushed in front of Sanji and looked at Sanji very caringly. Turned to look at Vivi, who was now covered in scars, dust, and dried blood. But that face was still full of the unyielding spirit of a man. Vivi, we won, Sanji said. You're amazing, you're the most amazing person I've ever met, Vivi praised. Sanji was praised and excited for a while, he said with a smile, really. As a knight to be able to protect the princess, it's really an honor for me. Ah. Sanji's stomach and left shoulder were pierced just now, causing pain for a while. Vivi saw Sanji's wound and said quickly, Sanji, hurry up and sit down in a cool place. I'll bandage your wound. Really, it's an honor. Ha ha, ah. With the help of Vivi, Sanji finally reached a nearby building. Vivi has some emergency medicines with him for wounds. Sanji wrapped some bandages around the wound after she applied the medicine. Huh, it's over. Just finished treating your wound. Vivi said when he was done. Sanji is now sitting on the ground with a new cigarette. After taking a deep breath, I felt much better than before. Vivi, I didn't expect you to be skilled in medicine, Sanji said. No, I just met the imperial doctor in the Alabasta Palace before, and I asked him to teach me some simple medical knowledge. After all, if you go out, you need to be prepared. These emergency medicines and bandages are what I asked for from Chopper. No, it really came in handy to think about, Vivi said. So that's how it is. Sanji said. However, Sanji looked around and suddenly said, by the way, what about Nami and the others? At this time, suddenly there was another sound from outside the old building. Hey, sure enough, you guys are here. I've had a hard time finding it. A light girl walked in, it was Nami. Behind her are the group of Drum Nation officers who were knocked to the ground by Mr. 2. Now the officers were all awake and following her. Vivi looked at Nami and the others and said, are you all okay? We've all been injured a little bit, and that she-male is really ruthless. But after all, we're all warriors, and we can bear it. Said the Drum Nation officers. I'm fine, Nami said happily. Vivi looked at her with a wry smile and said, ah, I see. When Nami saw that the situation was wrong just now, she immediately ran away. Nami looked at Sanji here again and said, the battle just now was tiring. I just found real water and some food. It's definitely not poisonous. With a wave of Nami's hand, the Drum Nation officers brought over some wooden barrels, clay pots and cloth bags that they had carried. Open it, there are some water and food and fruit. I just found these after running all the way. Nami said proudly. Vivi looked at the water and food, and said on the surface that you had worked hard for you, but she knew in her heart that you ran too far for your life and found these by accident. Then Sanji and Vivi and Nami and the Drum Nation officers all started talking. And also know the whereabouts of the officer John. Just now Nami and the Drum Country officers found the body of the officer John. Apparently, when the previous officer John went to look for water, he was caught by Mr. Two. As a result, Mr. Two killed him and imitated him to assassinate Vivi. However, now I have finally defeated that annoying guy. Nami said happily. No, not yet, Sanji said. Sanji looked at everyone and said, I did defeat him. But he definitely didn't die. In this case, he may need to be injured for a long time before he can act again. But we must get out of here as soon as possible. After all, even without Mr. Two, there will still be many other Baroque Works agents lurking here. And the crowd they incite is still hating Princess Vivi. We must leave here as soon as possible. After a short rest, we continue action. Chapter 179 Water Extraction in the Desert. Yes, we have to get out of here quickly, said the Drum Nation officers. Nami also complained very much. Yeah, get out of here quickly. Nami was already very disgusted by this chaotic place of right and wrong. Yes, we should leave as soon as possible now, Vivi also said. Now Catalia is completely in a state of chaos. And the agents of the Baroque Works room incited the citizens and soldiers to attack the group. Continue to stay here. After drinking water, eating food, and resting for a while, Sanji, Nami, and Vivi set off first and left the city. Because the Drum Nation officers still needed to meet up with the Drum Nation troops stationed outside the city, they were not in a hurry to leave so soon. Sanji and the others first got 3 horses and hurriedly rode on them and left here. After a long journey, the 3 finally rushed out of Catalia and went to the Rake Flower. Just when Sanji, Vivi and Nami rushed to Rake Flower. In the western region of Alabasta, Roger, Zoro, Usopp, Chopper, Luffy, and Vers led a large force to the north. The group bought a large amount of grain, meat, fruits and vegetables and drinking water, which is very important to life, in Kingdom Newport. There are also medicines and some special desert travel supplies. A team of 3,000 people began to march in the desert. There are still fleets and some troops responsible for warships and officers and soldiers who were injured in previous battles in Kingdom Newport. The crowd was walking in the desert, and the sun was shining in the sky. The hot desert floor is filled with heat from time to time. Rog and Zoro, Usopp, Chopper and Luffy in a carriage. Vers is here, fighting with everyone and discussing various matters. Usopp opened his cloak and looked out the window. Seeing the dazzling sunlight outside and the heat rising from the desert, he quickly pulled his head back. It's really hot, Usopp said, taking a kettle and pouring cool water into his mouth at the same time. Chopper, who was beside Usopp, was silent, just lying in the carriage. He was originally a reindeer who grew up in the kingdom of ice and snow, and now the heat can make him faint. Usopp, I want to. Chopper said, dying. Usopp handed the water bottle to Chopper, and the little guy put the water bottle vertically above his mouth and drank it. Mao is also bad, Usopp said. Chopper's full body of fur is good for keeping out the cold in the cold, but it becomes a burden in this hot desert. Finally slowed down, Chopper drained the jug away and sat up reluctantly. It's so hot here, the people who live here are godlike, Chopper said. Usopp stroked his head and said, well, don't you know? Captain Usopp once stayed in a desert for 10 days and 10 nights. And he was still running out of water and food. Really? Chopper looked a little surprised, though sleepy and tired. Usopp then raved about his adventures. Rog also picked up a pot of water and poured it into his mouth. It's so hot right now. It was just normal dry heat in Kingdom Newport before, but going north to the depths of the desert here is a hell-like scorching. Luffy was also fanning while drinking water, and he kept saying words like, so hot, so hot. Zoro crossed his arms across his chest and closed his eyes. This swordsman has a kind of endurance that far surpasses everyone else. Vers took a book and looked at it. Here is a book with some information about Alabasta. Suddenly looked at Rog and said, Rog, we are now in the depths of the desert in the western region of Alabasta. But we have encountered a big problem. What? Roger asked him. That is, the supplies we carry are not enough. I didn't expect the desert here to be so hot. So the food and water consumed by our team are amazing. Especially the water, the speed of consumption is unbelievable. Vales was a little distressed. Said. After Roger listened, he thought about it and said, is that so? Then I'll find a way to solve these problems. After Vers heard this, a happy expression flashed on his face immediately. Really, Roger, you said you had an idea. That's great, said Vals happily. Rog took out another watch and looked at it, and said, it's almost noon now. Let's find a place to rest. Let everyone eat, and I will officially find a way. Wells said, yes. All right, I'll give the order quickly. Then Vers used the phone bug to order all the troops to start looking for a place to rest. The 3,000-strong team soon found a rocky area and began to set up camp there. Rog and the others also got off the carriage. However, everyone is wearing a cloak. After all, the sunlight here is too strong, and if the skin is exposed, it will be killed. Why is it so hot? Usopp's feet stood on the desert, and he felt as if he was standing on an oven. Chopper felt uncomfortable for a while, then quickly rushed to a shady spot with rocks. Zoro covered his forehead with his hand, looked up to the sky and said, the sun is really dazzling. I want to eat, Luffy exclaimed. He had had enough water in the car just now, but was very hungry. Rog stood on the hot desert and looked around. It was surrounded by desert and rocks, and there was no sign of life. It's all about finding ways to get water and food. Vers stood beside Roger and asked, Roger, can you really find a way to get water and food? Of course it's fine. I'll definitely get it out, although it might be laborious, Roger said firmly. Rog first observed the surrounding environment, and then found a desert land. It's here. Roger stood on the desert, and quickly took out a plant from his clothes. This plant is a vine. Rog buried the plant in the desert. Then he held the plant with both hands and began to use the energy of the plant fruit in his body to transform the vine. The vine begins to grow rapidly under the desert and continues to grow downwards, seeking moisture. At the same time, the vine also became as thick as an arm, and a hole was opened above the vine. In this way, Rog was engrossed here for about 30 minutes. Okay. Suddenly Rog's face became very happy, and his efforts were finally successful. Chapter 180 Giant Cactus Fruit. Then Ching Izumi-like groundwater poured out from the vine's hole in the ground. The people around were shocked when they saw it. There is really water. Everyone was happy and surprised. Usopp rushed over happily, patted Rog on the shoulder suddenly, and said, as expected of Rog, he can find water in this way. Chopper also rushed over, aimed the water from the vine hole at his mouth, and poured a large amount of cool water down his throat. Wow, that's delicious. But how did you get the water? Chopper asked Roger strangely when he was full. Rog used a lot of fruit energy just now, and he was sweating profusely, but it was quickly evaporated by the dry heat here. This is after I modified this vine that grew in the desert area of Kingdom Newport, so that it can grow underground, and the inside becomes like a pipe. Finally, I found the underground water vein and can pump it up. Rog said. It turns out to be groundwater, no wonder it's so cool. It's much better than the warmed water we brought. Usopp drank the cool groundwater and became amazed. Next, Rog also took the hole above the vine from Usopp's hand and poured the groundwater gushing from the pipe into his throat. Under this cool groundwater, I feel so comfortable all over my body that it is difficult to describe in words. Next, Zoro and Luffy also came over to drink the cool groundwater to their heart's content. Wells and the Drum Nation army were very happy. Now I can finally drink to the fullest. Before, due to severe consumption, everyone felt that the water could not hold up. Now, after Rog used modified plants to pump out the groundwater, the 3,000-strong team was finally able to continue their march. Vers walked to Rog's side and looked at Rog with great respect. It's amazing to have you here. We really don't have to worry about water. Verse praised Roger. This is what should be done. Well, let everyone continue to fetch water. And be able to cook and rest here quickly. Rog said. The troops commanded by Verse quickly used wooden barrels and kettles to collect water. At the same time, they can also use up the rest of the water they bring. On this earth full of rocks and sand, camp began. Usopp and Chopper and Luffy were already a little hungry, and they waited for food by the cooking stove. Because the weather here is hot enough, the chefs cook the food directly on the rocks. Wow, the fried eggs I want. Usopp looked at the 5 fried eggs spread out on a rock. Due to the hot climate and sunlight, this rock is already a stove that is comparable to a fire, and now it can directly fry eggs. And the cook who fried the eggs brought over a new egg, cracked the shell, and poured the egg yolk and egg white on top of the rock. Immediately after that, there was a sizzling sound, and the eggs were quickly fried. In addition to frying the eggs, the cook also placed the slices of bread on another rock beside him, and quickly cooked the slices of bread on the rock under the high temperature like an oven. The fried egg sandwich is my favorite, Usopp said. Chopper is by the side of another cook, watching the cook cook. The cook placed a pot full of groundwater on top of the rock, and the water in the pot boiled shortly after. Then the cook put some beef jerky and dried vegetable leaves in, and it quickly turned into a pot of hot soup. Ah, it smells good. But if only I could have something sweet, Chopper said. The cook glanced at Chopper and said, "Want something sweet? I've got some candy here. But in that bag, you can just go get it. It seems to have fruit candy and chocolate." That's great. Thank you. Chopper quickly ran to the cook's bag with a smile on his face. Quickly he found some candy and started eating. It's nice to be able to enjoy these delicacies in the desert. But it would be nice to have ice cream, but unfortunately that's impossible. Chopper said happily while eating candy. Luffy was beside a cook who was grilling fish, where a large batch of salt sea fish bought from Kingdom Newport was cooked on top of the scorching rocks. It's delicious. I'm welcome. Luffy picked up and ate a fish before it was cooked. Hey, it's not cooked yet. Forget it. The cook continued to grill the sea fish. At this time, the troops of 3,000 people were cooking in full swing. The food was quickly cooked, and everyone began to gorge on them impatiently. Rog and Verse continued to discuss issues while eating. Roger pondered while eating a sandwich and drinking broth. Now the team's water source has finally been resolved, Verse said. But there is still a big problem, which is the food problem you mentioned earlier. I am also under pressure to solve it, Rog said. Verse looked at Rog and said, the food problem is not as serious as the water problem, but the consumption is relatively large. Please try your best to solve as much as you can. Anyway, I can come up with a lot of food, as long as the original food is used reasonably. Then I will definitely be able to cross this desert, Rog said. Okay, it's all up to you, Verse said expectantly. Roger also continued to enjoy egg sandwiches, broth, and later some corned beef jerky and biscuits. After the soup was full, Rog, Verse and Zoro went to a piece of sand together. Rog buried a cactus brought from Kingdom Newport and then began to inject fruit energy into it with both hands to transform the cactus. This cactus grew rapidly under the energy of Rog's plant fruit, and finally grew as huge as a 3-story building. What a big cactus, Chopper said in surprise. Hey, Roger, what are you doing? Usopp said. Roger's forehead was covered in sweat, but it dried up quickly. You'll all know in a minute. Roger took a deep breath and said. Then Rog injected more fruit energy into this fruit. This huge cactus blossomed and fruited, and then more than a dozen cactus fruits with the size of wooden barrels grew on it. In this way, he can eat the fruits of these cacti, and Rog obtained a high-yield variety in the desert area in Newport of the kingdom. Now through its own plant fruit ability, it can further grow giant and grow fruit. That's it, everyone can pick, Rog said. It turns out that we have a lot of dried meat and bread, but the fruits and vegetables are almost finished. These cactus fruits are so huge, they are really good things. Thank you, Roger. Vels was very happy, said. Before anyone else could pick it up, Luffy was already drooling at the sight of Yuhi's giant cactus fruit. Wow, it's delicious. Luffy stretched out his hand and quickly carried him over. Rog looked at Luffy, who was about to speak, and said, "Wait a minute." But Luffy was already down, and quickly he howled for a while. There are many thorns on the cactus fruit. After Rog made the cactus huge, the thorns on the grown fruit even had long nails. Luffy was in excruciating pain and jumped to the ground, rolling in the sand. Zoro and Usopp looked at him ashamed. Foodies are so bad. Chopper rushed to treat Luffy. Chapter 181 Trends. Luffy, don't move. Chopper quickly took out painkillers and anti-inflammatories from his backpack to help Luffy heal. Then Luffy pulled out the spikes in his mouth with the help of Chopper, and then relieved the pain and inflammation, and soon recovered. But then Vers also ordered the troops to come here quickly to pick these huge cactus fruits. After picking a batch, Rog used the plant fruit ability to let the giant cactus display a new batch of giant cactus fruit again. In this way, a total of more than 200 large cactus fruits were picked. In addition to the size of these cactus fruits as large as wooden barrels, the pulp inside is sweet and sour, delicious and juicy, and full of nutrients. And because it is a desert fruit, it is very easy to preserve during desert travel. Vers was very happy. These cactus fruits and the remaining bread, dried meat were enough to make the troops cross this long desert. Crowd continued going, approaching the rain in the north. In the sky, there is a vulture hovering above the team, and there is a civet cat on the back of the vulture. It was the unfortunate combination of Mr. 13 and Ms. Friday in the Baroque Works room. They closely watched the team below, but no one paid attention to them. After all, looking up from the ground, I thought it was just a desert vulture waiting to eat a rotten corpse. There is no such thing as air leakage. The Baroque Works room also learned that everyone had traveled from Kingdom Newport to the northern rainy land. Baroque Works headquarters in Rain, the majestic pyramid building in Crocodile. The top lobby, Crocodile spoke with Ms. all Sunday about the current situation. Crocodile sat on the couch, exchanging information all Sunday with Ms. who was standing in front of him. Boss, now after Kosh's assassination, Catalya is in a mess, Ms. all Sunday said. Crocodile's sinister face was also calm. Now that Plan G is in place, Alabasta is back in chaos. For him, to finally seize control of Alabasta, it is now necessary to make the situation more chaotic, so that the chaos can be won. Very good. Now Alabasta is back in chaos. They really thought they could stop Alabasta's downfall like this. That's naive. But Princess Vivi has his buddies to protect it. I'm afraid it's really hard to deal with. Crocodile said. Ms. All Sunday nodded and said, yes, Mr. Point 2 Feet's plan to eliminate Princess Vivi failed. But he will continue to work hard, but I take the liberty to ask, do you need to send more people there? This is not necessary, just let Mr. 2 do his best. But we must kill Princess Vivi as soon as possible, Crocodile said. But there is one more important piece of information. It is Princess Vivi's accomplices who defeated our elite troops in Kingdom Newport before, and they used a large number of troops to march here. Currently, the unfortunate combination of Mr. 13 and Ms. has been monitoring them on Friday. Said All Sunday. Crocodile looked at her and said after a moment of silence, that group of people. Their strength is indeed good. All the elite agents and elite troops we have sent so far have been wiped out by them. They still want to come here to die. But if that's the case, then the right people will do it. You know who I'm referring to. I see, Ms. said respectfully All Sunday. Then Ms. stepped back All Sunday, and Crocodile was still enjoying the darkness here. Alabasta seems to be returning to chaos now. What will happen in the future and whether his conspiracy will succeed is also unknown. Crocodile didn't dare to really let his guard down until all of this was real. Time passed another 6 days, in the desert south of the rainy land. After a long journey, Rog and Vers, their team of more than 3,000 people, finally reached the area south of the rainy land. There are also some old cities and oases along the way, but they are either sparsely populated or the 1010 has been hit by sandstorms. Roger was talking to Vers and the others in the carriage at this time. On the table in front of him is a map of the western desert region of Alabasta, with many markers on it. Finally, it's almost here, me. After a long journey, we finally reached the desert south of the rainy land. Here, if we continue to walk for a day, we will be able to reach the rainy land. Vers said happily. Rog was also very happy and said, it's almost here. But although we are coming, we must really meet the challenge. After all, there is a King Shichibukai lurking here. He has a lot of people under him. I can't ask for it, but is there a swordsman in there? Zoro said calmly. It's like eating meat to your heart's content. Luffy said greedily. These days, the team consumed a lot of meat. Even in the desert, they captured some large desert lizards and other animals, which were not enough to eat. Another time, a group of deceived birds with injured deceitful birds all tried to deceive people, but they were finally found out. These deceitful birds became barbecues to satisfy everyone's appetite. But when it comes to the rain, the city deep in the northwest of Alabasta, where enough supplies can be obtained. Although Udi is located in the inland area, the traffic extends in all directions. There is a trade road through the mountains in the north, the Sandora River in the east, and a trade road in the south to King's Newport. Of course, the group did not take the more convenient trade route in order to hide from the public. Instead, go north on the more secluded desert route. When it rains, you can take a breath. But that was also the beginning of the real fight. Chopper said strangely, there must be candy there too. That's for sure, as long as there are children there will be candy for sale. But when you get there, you have to face the terrible crocodile. Usopp said, scaring Chopper. Chopper was terrified, and Usopp patted his chest again and said, don't worry, Captain Usopp will kill him. For the group, arriving in the rain is both the end of the hard journey and the beginning of the real danger. Go head to head with Crocodile, a super formidable opponent. Rog looked at the map and then at the crowd. But now there is very bad news. According to Sanji and the others, Kosha was actually assassinated. This triggered an earthquake in the Alabasta situation. Now the rebel area in the southeast has fallen into a high degree of chaos. They're either the rebels are killing each other, or some people are going to continue to attack Urubana. Vivi and Sanji and Nami are still safe. They are trying to stabilize the situation in Alabasta. But because of the Baroque Works room the confusion is not eliminated. So everyone, it is up to us in the end. Defeat Crocodile, Rog said firmly. Chapter 182 Ambush in the Desert. Yes, down with Crocodile. Everyone said in high spirits. As long as Crocodile is defeated, everything will be rooted out. The team of 3,000 people continued to go northward, and everyone's morale was improved. In addition to fighting the enemy, the painful desert journey is coming to an end. But on top of a huge rock in the desert south of Rainland, two men were standing there watching the team. One of them is tall and burly, with a burly body that is amazingly strong. He only wears a small amount of clothes on his upper body, which he hangs on his body casually. The muscles on his body are as hard as steel, and it is obvious that his body was forged like this after 100 battles under many harsh conditions. His head was shaved and bald, with an air of asceticism. But the most eye-catching thing is that he has a big, Shan, character engraved on his chest. At first glance, this strong man looks like a powerful warrior monk. On the side is a charming, slender beauty. The beauty has dark blue fluffy hair, and her face is extremely sexy, not rough because of the desert climate here. Yuhi's charming lips were open from time to time, and he put the pipe into his mouth and took a puff. Her body is also relatively exposed, with very little clothing on her chest and abdomen, but her limbs and legs are well dressed. The burly bald man opened his mouth and said, "Hey, Ms. Fingers. Now our prey is finally here." "Yeah, there are quite a few of them. But we have enough people to deal with them. Of course, let me ask, without me and those elite troops, can you kill them all by yourself? Mr. 1. The beauty took a puff of her pipe and said. These two people are the top presence of the senior agents in the Baroque Works room, Mr. 1 and Ms. Fingers. In terms of loyalty and ability, this pair is the most powerful. However, in order to complete the task perfectly, Ms. also dispatched the elite troops in the Baroque Works room to participate in the battle all Sunday. These elite troops, with two people as the core, eliminated Rog and Vers and their team. Mr. Point 1 continued to watch the team, and said after a moment of silence, I think I can do it, but the most important thing is, even if I can knock down thousands of people, I can't stop some of them from escaping. After all, I am alone. No amount of invincibility will be able to surround these enemies. Quote. Ms. Isho, with her charming fingers, said, You're really a stubborn guy. Well, let's kill them together later. Mr. Point 1 continued to observe and said, Now they have reached the predetermined area. They can order those elite troops in ambush to shrink the encirclement. Okay. Ms. put away the pipe with two fingers, took out a phone bug and started to communicate. In this rainy desert ahead, a large number of elite troops are deployed in the Baroque Works room. It was specially used to surround the team of Rog and Vers who came. At this time, the 3,000-strong team continued to march north, but they were surrounded by 4 enemy troops. Although it is said that this is a desert, it is also uneven. Many places are high and low, so the view is limited. A large number of drum state officers and soldiers drove carriages and rode on horses. But some officers and soldiers at the forefront found something in front of them. Because the sand is soft, it effectively cancels out the sound. Is something approaching? An officer looked forward suspiciously. I saw a huge, 10-meter-long, Sasori child suddenly appeared in front of me. What is this? The officers and soldiers said in shock. But then they were ready to take out their weapons against Sasori. After all, they had also seen some giant desert creatures such as the Sandora lizards in the desert before, so they reacted quickly after being initially surprised by this giant Sasori. However, more giant Sasori also appeared next. A total of 30 gigantic Sasoris appeared in front of them. These huge Sasori really frightened the officers and soldiers a little. But what's even more bizarre is that there are people on the backs of these giant Sasori. Giant Sasori is a group of people who are riding these giant Sasori like cattle. What's even more surprising is that the backs of these giant Sasori were also equipped with cannons and machine guns by the people who drove them. In addition to the front, there were about 30 giant Sasoris on the left, right and rear of the Drum Nation unit. A total of more than 100 giant Sasori surrounded the team from front, back, left and right. We were attacked. Prepare for battle. The officers and soldiers of the magnetic drum country quickly stopped and prepared firearms and cannons for battle. But it was too late. The cannons mounted on the backs of these giant Sasoris fired first. A burst of artillery sounds rang out, and groups of cannonballs were shot from the cannon on the back of the huge Sasori and flew towards the Drum Kingdom troops. A violent explosion sounded, and the bodies of the officers and soldiers of the Drum Kingdom, as well as carriages and horses, as well as ordnance and supplies, flew. The desert was soon covered with human body stumps, broken weapons and vehicles, mukuro, and blood. Cannons and machine guns on their backs. This group of giant Sasori is a formidable desert armor. Moreover, it has extremely high firepower and mobility, and immediately trapped the 3,000-strong Drum Nation army. Rog, Zoro and Vers, who were in the carriage, were all shocked by the attack. They rushed out of the carriage. What's the matter? This is... Several people looked around in amazement, and their large army was besieged by a group of huge Sasori from all directions. There are people and cannons on the backs of these Sasori. Giant Sasori continued to shell the surrounding Drum Kingdom troops. The Drum Army suffered heavy casualties. The other party is constantly shrinking the encirclement. Oh my god, what a big Sasori! Usopp shouted in horror. It's horrible, Chopper cried, hugging Usopp's thigh tightly. Luffy shouted in surprise, Sasori-san. Vols looked terrified. He saw the tragic situation of his own side and said, these are probably. Zoro put his hand on the hilt at his waist and said, our enemy. Roger clenched his fists and said, Baroque Works Room. Rog looked around, and his troops were completely in chaos. Now that it has suffered a serious preemptive strike, it is completely passive. However, some Drum Nation soldiers quickly used the remaining weapons to fight back. Machine guns and some cannons were fired at the giant Sasori. Rog looked at Zoro and said, okay, it's time to fight. No problem. Zoro had already pulled out 2 katana swords. Luffy also stretched out his hand to fight. Rog looked at Vers again and said, hurry up and prepare to stabilize your position, or more people will die. I'll leave you with Usopp and Chopper. After listening to Vers, he said, okay, leave it to me. Rog then ran towards the giant Sasori, approaching. These giant Sasori sub-shells have the Baroque Works logo on them. Chapter 183 Pumpkin Behemoth. Sure enough, Baroque Works came up with these evil weapons, Roger said. Sasori, who was closest to Rog, was already clearly visible. There are 4 people in total, and one of them is responsible for driving the giant Sasori. 2 were in charge of the cannon and 1 was in charge of the machine gun. These Baroque Works rooms operate huge Sasoris and weapons on their backs, like a group of chariots, capable of high mobility in the desert and suppressing opponents with heavy firepower. Baroque Works room agent on the back of the huge Sasori immediately aimed his machine gun at Rog. Mukuro, a wrecked wagon. The enemy's firepower is really good, and the mobility is very high. Rog took out a pumpkin from his clothes. This pumpkin also has a bunch of vines on it. Okay, it's time for you to play. Rog concentrated the plant fruit energy in his body with both hands and injected it into the pumpkin. With the huge plant fruit energy, the pumpkin began to grow rapidly on the ground. In fact, this pumpkin has been transformed by Rog long ago, but now the energy of the fruit has been further strengthened, making it rapidly larger. The pumpkin eventually became a full 15 meters wide and 2 stories high. And in the front is a huge face, which looks like a huge Halloween monster. The vines that connected to the pumpkin also grew more rapidly. They were as thick as human thighs, and they could support the pumpkin to walk in the desert like spider legs. This weapon is finally in use. It's up to you. Pumpkin Behemoth. Rog jumped on top of the pumpkin behemoth and began to control the guy as huge as a house. After Rog used the pumpkin behemoth, everyone present looked at Rog in shock. Whether it's the troops of the Drum Nation or the agents of the Baroque Works room. Usopp and Chopper also saw the weapon used by Rog. My god, it's Rog. He used this huge monster. Usopp said in surprise. So handsome, Chopper said even more surprised. Rog stood on top of the giant pumpkin behemoth and rode the beast under his feet. The Baroque Works room were stunned, and Rogue suddenly used this powerful weapon, making them all defenseless. What is this? Huge pumpkin. Why does the pumpkin still have a scary Halloween-like face on it? It's like a villa, it's huge. Roger stood on top of the pumpkin behemoth and looked at the Baroque Works agents who rode the giant Sasori. Since you can control the big guy, so can I, Rog said full of fighting will. However, the agents in the Baroque Works room quickly recovered and began to attack the pumpkin behemoth. Don't be afraid of this monster, attack with all your strength. First, 5 giant Sasori rushed towards the pumpkin behemoth, and the cannons on the back of these Sasori began to fire. A shell hit the pumpkin giant, and Rog felt a violent tremor under his feet. However, the smoke and firelight dissipated, but the hard skin of the pumpkin beast only had some minor cracks and did not cause much damage. Okay, it's time for us to fight back. Come on. Rog instructed the pumpkin monster. The pumpkin monster made a terrifying sound similar to a ghost scream for a while, and its thick vines immediately entangled a huge Sasori, and the 4 Baroque Works agents on the back of the Sasori were all thrown off. Giant Sasori struggled fiercely, but the pumpkin giant's vines were getting tighter and tighter. After a while, Sasori screamed. The body and head of this huge Sasori were squashed abruptly, and the body tissue and juice inside were all over the desert. Rog glanced at it and felt disgusting, but also understood that this pumpkin behemoth was even more powerful than he imagined. "Good job. Go ahead and kill them," Roger exclaimed. The pumpkin monster roared for a while, and then the giant vine threw the Sasori child Mukuro away. These giant vines support the pumpkin monster to continue going. Baroque Works Room also felt terrible about their opponents, and it was the first time they had seen this huge fighting plant. "What a terrible monster, we need to attack from a distance." The remaining 4 giant Sasori quickly retreated, and then opened fire with the cannon first-class machine guns on their backs. The shells and bullets hit the huge body of the pumpkin giant, but they couldn't cause much damage. Rog saw the giant Sasori distanced apart, and these giant Sasori actually far surpassed the pumpkin behemoth in terms of speed and maneuverability. "Okay, pumpkin behemoth. Your ranged attack is now needed. Use the sand here and spit out a mighty storm." Rog continued to give orders to the pumpkin behemoth. "Woo!" The pumpkin monster roared in its mouth for a while, and this huge monster opened its huge mouth like a Halloween ghost. The mouth is big enough to chew up a carriage in one bite. Then a large amount of sand was sucked in. After sucking enough sand, the pumpkin monster pointed its mouth in the direction of the 4 giant Sasori. Boom! A huge desert storm spewed out of the pumpkin behemoth's mouth and rushed towards the 4 giant Sasori. Baroque Works Room above the backs of the 4 giant Sasori looked at the incoming desert storm in horror for a while, and they were overturned together with the giant Sasori below. "Good job." Rog, who was standing on the back of the pumpkin giant, clenched his fists and said happily. Under Rog's command, the pumpkin giant rushed towards the 4 overturned giant Sasori. Baroque Works Room just got up when they saw the giant pumpkin rushing over. This time, the pumpkin giant lifted a huge Sasori directly and stuffed it into its huge mouth. Then there was the screaming of Sasori for a while, and the huge Sasori was chewed up by the giant pumpkin beast. "My God, Pumpkin is eating Sasori," Baroque Works agents shouted in horror. Rog, who was standing on the back of the pumpkin giant, also felt strange in his heart. It is indeed very strange that plants eat animals in turn. Not to mention pumpkin. Pumpkin monsters can eat not only giant Sasori, but also people. Roger said. The thick vines of the pumpkin behemoth quickly wrapped around the 2 Baroque Works agents, shoving them into their mouths. Once chewed again, flesh and blood flew. The remaining Baroque Works agents were frightened and fled. Sasori seeds one after another and tangled them with vines, squeezing them to death. Now, as soon as the pumpkin behemoth came into battle, he successfully killed 5 giant Sasori. Chapter 184 Marksman Usopp. Rog commanded the pumpkin monster to continue to attack. The Drum Nation troops on the battlefield were greatly encouraged by the strength of Rog and the pumpkin giant. Baroque Works first appeared with a giant Sasori. It dealt a fatal blow to the Drum Nation troops in terms of attack power and psychology. The psychological failure was even more serious than in actual combat, and even if the Drum Nation troops were under the emergency command of Vers, it would be difficult to stabilize their position. But one thing falls into another. I didn't expect Rog to use the more powerful pumpkin behemoth to have an amazing shocking power. Even the giant Sasori in the Baroque Works room pales in comparison. Although there was only one pumpkin giant, the aura made Rog and Vers overwhelm the Baroque Works room to some extent. We actually have the help of such a powerful monster. Too powerful. It's a pumpkin that pushes the enemy back. Everyone fight to the death. Those Sasori just look scary, but they're also afraid of shells and bullets. The Drum Nation troops regained their footing and began to fight back violently with artillery and machine guns, as well as various firearms and weapons. Sasori sub-unit in the Baroque Works room, which had an advantage in terror, high mobility, and firepower at first, had to struggle again. These giant Sasori are actually not very strong against cannonballs, and are generally shattered by a coconut-sized cannonball hitting the shell. If it hits the head and vitals, it is also a one-shot kill. Of course, it still has strong resistance to bullets from machine guns and other firearms. Huge Sasori were killed one by one, and some were killed by cannonballs along with the Baroque Works agents on their backs. However, these huge Sasori are still more difficult to aim because of their high flexibility, so the officers and soldiers of the drum country feel a headache. At this time, Usopp also played a huge role. Chopper, who had been so frightened that they almost collapsed, have regained their morale since Rog's pumpkin giant appeared and began to calm down. It's really amazing, Chopper said in surprise. Usopp raised his chin, thought for a while, and said, "This kid Rog is really progressing very fast. He is able to have today thanks to the cultivation and guidance of Captain Usopp." Chopper looked back at him and asked in surprise, "Really?" Usopp said very proudly, "Of course, it is precisely because of Captain Usopp's teaching that Rog can use his abilities more powerfully." Chopper said suddenly, "I see. But thanks to this kind of training, Rog is so strong. He can help us boost our morale. But we can't stay here either." Usopp's face suddenly became very serious. "But these giant Sasori are still scary. I don't want to get close to them," Chopper said. "Why do you want to fight in close quarters? Just come with me." Usopp led Chopper away quickly. The last two people reached a small sand dune at a higher position in the melee, where there happened to be two Drum Nation soldiers manipulating a cannon. Usopp walked up to the two and said, "Hey, now the marksman Usopp is going to receive this cannon. I'm sure I'll hit every shot." The two soldiers looked at it, but said nothing. Usopp quickly got behind the cannon and adjusted the cannon. "Chopper, load the cannonballs," Usopp yelled. Chopper also reacted after hearing this and said, "Yes." Chopper's body quickly changed form, from the original scary little guy shape to a very burly human shape with a height of 3 meters. Under normal circumstances, the child-sized head of Chopper is in the form of a human beast, which looks furry and short, very cute. After transforming into this human form, the antlers that used to stick out the hat retracted and disappeared. The entire body has become very tall and burly, and the face has changed from an animal style to a more human style. The chest and limbs are the first to show the extremely strong muscles. "Wow, from a fox to a gorilla," said the two Drum Kingdom soldiers in surprise. "What? I'm not a fox, nor a gorilla, a reindeer," Chopper said angrily. Was no other time, though, and Chopper quickly picked up a coconut-sized cannonball and loaded the cannon. Sasori that was moving at high speed. "It is about 100 meters away from here. It's really fast enough. Well, this is the only way for you." Usopp grasped the position and pulled the rope of the cannon. With a loud noise, a cannonball was fired. Sasori that was moving at a high speed was concentrated. The shell hit the head of the giant Sasori, and the various tissues that blew its head flew. The huge explosive force sent the back to the 4 Baroque Works rooms. The agents are also thrown away. "Success!" Chopper and the two Drum Nation soldiers said happily. Chopper gave Usopp a thumbs up and said, "That's a hit." Usopp had a serious expression that seemed to say nothing. Even the opponents of the movement have a certain route to judge. Only by judging their travel in advance can they hit the target. Usopp said very maturely. Usopp continued to use the cannon to aim again, while Chopper helped him reload the shells. Next, one giant Sasori was hit one by one. Usopp's godlike shooting ability is fully utilized here. Baroque Works suffered a big loss. Someone noticed Usopp's location. 2 giant Sasoris charged at the cannon above this small dune from the side and rear at an irregular high speed. "Usopp, bad look," Chopper yelled at Usopp. Sasori on the left and right rushing towards him. "Oops, I've been paying attention to the distance, but I didn't expect these 2 giant Sasori to use the sand dunes on the battlefield and the wrecked Mukuro to charge over. Okay, I'll leave the one on the left of Chopper to you. I'll deal with the one on the right," Usopp said fearlessly. Chopper said, "Okay." The left and right sides, a huge Sasori came rushing over. Usopp turned the cannon to the right. Chopper just added a cannonball to the cannon, but if the cannon missed, then the giant Sasori that the opponent was driving before the next shot would have rushed into the small sand dunes. The giant Sasori on the right rushed over in an astonishingly irregular path, making it impossible to predict. Usopp aligned his eyes with the barrel of the cannon. "Okay, it's up to you." Usopp stared at the giant Sasori who was approaching. Giant Sasori didn't stop attacking when it was on the move, and the other party also fired at it with a machine gun. The cannon in front of Usopp was hit by a lot of bullets, and there were many sparks in the construction. One of them all hit a distance of less than half a meter from Usopp. "Go!" At this moment, Usopp's eyes were straight ahead, in the same direction as the cannon's body, and the cannon's shells were also aimed at the head of the giant Sasori. The rope was pulled away, and a shell was fired with a loud bang. The cannonball hit the giant Sasori's head heavily, and the huge force crushed Sasori's head, and there was a series of violent explosions. Huge Sasori was hit, and the 4 Baroque Works agents on the back were also hit by the blast, blowing flesh and blood. "Okay, hit." The Drum Nation soldiers who had been hiding beside Usopp and the others just now shouted "Long live" when they saw this. Usopp breathed a sigh of relief and lay down on the ground of the small sand dune. Chapter 185 Chopper and Rambo. After a close call, Usopp successfully killed the giant Sasori on the right. Baroque Works agents above, they were also killed. On the left, Chopper was already rushing down the small dune to face the giant Sasori. Chopper swung his arms hard as he charged, clenching Kiba's teeth inside. He was overcoming his inner fear. "I have to beat it," Chopper said through Kiba's teeth. Baroque Works agents on the back of the giant Sasori aimed their machine guns at Chopper. With the sound of gunshots, a barrage of bullets was fired at Chopper. The dense bullets came, and Chopper was also unable to parry. "Use this." Chopper quickly took out a blue pill the size of a pigeon's egg and swallowed it. "This is Chopper's special medicine, the Lambo." After taking the Lambo ball, Chopper's body changed further. From the original burly human form to a huge fluffy plush giant ball. The Baroque Works room who were driving the giant Sasori were shocked. "What?" The gorilla turned into a giant furball. The Chopper now looks like a giant furball, which is shocking. "To your surprise, that's what Lambo does. Now I'm fur strengthened," Chopper said confidently. Baroque Works room above the giant Sasori also continued to attack Chopper with machine guns. Chopper like a huge hairball, but the bullets all hit the sponge as if they didn't do any damage. Don't penetrate the Chopper's now sturdy fur, all fall on the surrounding sand. Use the cannon to attack. Baroque Works room agents on the back of the giant Sasori aimed their cannon at Chopper. With a loud bang, a shell was fired at Chopper. Chopper's body was hit hard by the shell. The impact was really huge, and Chopper also rolled back like a huge hairball. However, the shell didn't kill Chopper, but bounced off the sand on the side, and then exploded violently for a while. The explosion sent a huge plume of smoke and dust. "Okay, kill him." Baroque Works agents on the back of the giant Sasori cheered. But the smiles on their faces soon froze again. Chopper turned into rolled from the blast site to the side. After stopping, Chopper took a breath and said, "It's dizzying to roll, but there's no way my reinforced fur could be damaged by an explosion of this magnitude." Even if hit by 10 shells at the same time, Chopper's current fur will not be damaged. Seeing that Chopper was still unharmed, the agents in the Baroque Works room on the back of the giant Sasori were also annoyed. "Rush over and let Sasori kill them with hand-to-hand combat." Baroque Works room charged the Chopper with the giant Sasori. The 10-meter-long giant Sasori quickly rushed in front of Chopper. Huge Sasori, 2 huge tongs are coming towards the Chopper tongs. Chopper's body changed rapidly at this critical moment. Jump boost. Chopper's body shrank back to a sturdy and burly shape, but unlike the previous human form, the legs became extremely strong. 2 giant pincers were about to clamp down on Chopper. Chopper jumped up. What? What a nimble move. It's not over yet. Chopper jumped sharply to the left of the giant Sasori. But immediately the terrifying tail of the giant Sasoriko stabbed. Originally, this huge Sasori was 10 meters long, and its tail was as thick as a wooden barrel. The spikes on the tail are as thick as a sharp sword. Chopper, he saw the formidable weapon. Seconds before the spikes of the giant Sasori's tail fell, Chopper jumped away quickly. That piece of sand was pierced. Chopper landed 7 or 8 meters away. Baroque Works agents on the back, the giant Sasori can also use pliers and tail to melee. Now Chopper is able to evade the opponent's attack in melee combat by virtue of his jumping power. Reason why this is possible is entirely thanks to Chopper's Blue Wave. Originally, Chopper only had the deformation ability of 3 common Zone Devil Fruit abilities: Beast Form, Human Beast Form, and Human Form. However, Chopper developed the Blue Wave Ball with his own medical knowledge, which can add 5 more deformations. So there are a total of 8 forms that can be used. What kind of monster is this guy? Is it a devil fruit person? How can there be so many deformations? But his deity looks like a reindeer. Baroque Works agents on the back of the giant Sasori were shocked. Chopper, who had turned into a jump enhanced, now looked at the giant Sasori, and he knew that even though he was strong now. But this is not without cost. The Blue Wave Ball is able to increase Zone's deformation ability by disrupting the deformation band of Zone's Devil Fruit, but the effect is only 3 minutes. Once 3 minutes have elapsed, use more Rambos at great risk. In addition to putting a huge load on the body that way, there are more dangers. The battle must be over within 3 minutes. Chopper quickly transformed again, this time his body quickly became smaller. It's not much different from the normal human beast form. However, the Chopper head has become extremely useful at this time. Let you taste the power of brain strengthening. Chopper puts his front hooves together in front of his eyes. Within the confines of the Namaste, Chopper looked at the giant Sasori and the Baroque Works agents on his back. As if it were a scan, Chopper could clearly see the functions of the various parts of the giant Sasori's body, as well as the weapons and functions used by the various agents in the Baroque Works room on the back. In this case, Chopper's ability to analyze battles can make even human battle-hardened warriors ashamed. So it is. Chopper stopped analyzing, and also came up with a way to deal with the enemy. Giant Sasori started charging towards Chopper again, and the surrounding sand rose. Chopper's body began to deform again. Strengthening the wrestling. Chopper got down on the ground, and his body quickly became very long and strong. Similar in shape to a reindeer, but the entire body has become more robust and the 2 antlers on the head have become extremely large. Now the 2 huge antlers on Chopper's head are as majestic as the 2 antlers of a mammoth. Any animal in his way, be it a lion, a tiger, or a rhino or a hippopotamus, could not resist his onslaught. Chopper ran quickly. The speed is unimaginably fast, dwarfing even the fastest horses. Baroque Works room who were on the back of the giant Sasori looked at Chopper in confusion and fear. What is he doing? Chapter 186 Everyone shows Kamui. Chopper jumped up like a cheetah in a state of intensified wrestling, and finally landed heavily on the back of the giant Sasori. Baroque Works agents on the back of the giant Sasori were knocked flying under Chopper's huge impact. Ah! After a while of screaming, the 4 Baroque Works agents rolled down the giant Sasori. But the giant Sasori continues to function. Chopper quickly transformed his body again. He stood up again, the huge antlers shrinking again. Chopper's arms became extremely strong, full of exaggerated muscles, like a strong man. One final blow. Chopper's 2 strong arms clasped the front hooves. Chopper's 2 iron front hooves snapped together at the giant Sasori's head. Sakura carved hoof. Chopper's 2 iron hooves hit the giant Sasori in the head like a cannon. This blow is powerful, although there is no explosive damage. However, the force hit the point of the 2 iron hooves, and the force completely penetrated the head of the giant Sasori. Huge Sasori let out a harsh cry, and the huge body fell heavily on the ground. Tissue from his brain spewed out of his mouth. Chopper stood on the head of the giant Sasori with sweat on his face. Now the time has just reached 3 minutes, which is the time he can bear. When the time came, Chopper's body quickly changed back to a human beast form. Looking at the huge Sasori corpse under his feet, Chopper was a little overwhelmed. At this time, Usopp's voice suddenly rang out. "Good job, Chopper." Usopp and the 2 Drum Nation soldiers rushed over. Usopp and the 2 soldiers rushed to the corpse of the giant Sasori and looked at the behemoth that Chopper had killed. Usopp gave Chopper a thumbs up and said with admiration, "Good job, it really deserves to be Chopper. You're too powerful to be able to kill such a huge Sasori with hand-to-hand combat. You are my idol. I want to be as strong as you." The 2 Drum Nation soldiers also said admiringly. Chopper touched his head with his hands and said a little embarrassedly, "Am I that good?" Chopper used the power of the blue wave perfectly. The use of jump enhancement, fur enhancement, brain enhancement, wrestling enhancement, and arm strength enhancement are out of the 5 normal forms. During the 3-minute safe period, Chopper is free to use these forms. In battle, the seemingly small Chopper can display extremely powerful hand-to-hand combat capabilities. Chopper and Usopp succeeded in defeating 2 giant Sasori who were attacking, and then they rendezvoused with more Drum Nation troops. Under the cover of these Drum Nation troops, Usopp used cannons to bombard better giant Sasori sons. Because Rog changed the battlefield situation after controlling the giant pumpkin, we keep turning things around. In addition to Usopp and Chopper fighting hard, Zoro and Luffy fought valiantly. Zoro wielded his blade on the battlefield like a god of death, reaping the lives of the Baroque Works agents and the giant Sasori. A giant Sasori oxygen dust, the machine guns and cannons on its back shot violently forward. Zoro is ahead. Fire! Kill him! Baroque Works agents on the back of the giant Sasori fired violently. But what surprised them was that Zoro was like a phantom, very flexible and even exaggerated to dodge. In fact, Zoro was not able to dodge bullets quickly, but based on his amazing observation ability and intuition of murderous intent, he avoided it in advance. However, with the approach, the range that Zoro can avoid becomes smaller. "Haha, you can't dodge if you're so close, eat me." The Baroque Works room agent manning the cannon fired a cannonball. Zoro ahead is only less than 20 meters away. But when the shell was about to hit Zoro's body, the 2 katana swords in Zoro's hand crossed and slashed. Shell split into 4.5 in front of the Baroque Works agent's line of sight, then scattered around and exploded. How is it possible? Baroque Works agents were surprised. Zoro's figure had jumped above them. 4 lights and shadows flickered. Zoro was standing on the back of the giant Sasori. The 4 Baroque Works agents were bleeding from their necks, and the 4 fell. 4 enemies were killed, but the giant Sasori still stabbed his tail towards Zoro. Zoro's right hand slashed upwards, and the Sasori's tail as thick as a barrel was cut off. Zoro looked at the giant Sasori's head again. Gush and Shizuo were stabbed with 2 knives in their hands, and the huge Sasori brain was pierced through and finally struggled a few times and was lying on the desert. Killing insects is so boring. Zoro left a sentence, then jumped away and started to continue fighting on the battlefield. This time, 2 giant Sasoris rushed over. Zoro dashed quickly from the left. The cannons and machine guns on the backs of the 2 giant Sasori continued to fire. This time, the opponent's firepower was denser, and Zoro took advantage of some obstacles on the battlefield. Finally, when the 2 giant Sasori were less than 30 meters away, Zoro suddenly gathered the strength of the 2 katana swords and slashed towards the front. Eagle Wave. The huge sword energy flew over like 2 blue eagles. Baroque Works room on the backs of the 2 giant Sasori were each hit with a sword. After they were knocked down, the 2 giant Sasoris rushed towards Zoro on instinct. Zoro ran and jumped for a while, and jumped to a height of more than 10 meters with the help of a small sand dune. Two giant Sasori also stabbed with their giant Sasori tails. The spikes of the two Sasori's tails are like two sharp swords. Zoro swung the katana in both hands extremely fast, and the two huge Sasori's tails flickered with light and shadow, accompanied by the sound of the hard shell being cut off for a while, and finally disconnected. Zoro fell to the ground, and although the two giant Sasori lost their huge tails, they attacked Zoro with their huge pincers that could clamp down a horse. I don't like dismembering bugs. Zoro charged forward again, first to the left, then to the right, and chopped off a total of 4 pincers of the two giant Sasori. The giant Sasori with no weapons also started to back away in fright, and Zoro ignored them. The two giant Sasoris, which were incapacitated to fight, were then killed by the Drum Nation troops with cannons and machine guns. I really don't like slaying bugs, but since there are so many miscellaneous soldiers, they are relatively stronger. At least there are some masters in the lineup, Zoro said to himself, and continued to fight. Luffy is very happy on the battlefield. This playful big boy uses his rubber abilities to engage in various battles with the enemy. Wow, that's great fun, Luffy grumbled with a giant Sasori. Baroque Works room agents behind the giant Sasori targeted Luffy with their cannons. Fire! A shell was fired from the cannon, hitting Luffy. Luffy's entire body was dented back by the cannonball. Luffy finally bounced the cannonball back in the direction of the giant Sasori. What? Baroque Works room were shocked. The shell then hit the giant Sasori, sending a huge explosion of smoke and dust. Chapter 187 Defeat of the Desert Sasori Sub-Unit. Giant Sasori was hit by Luffy's rebounding shell, and 3 of the 4 Baroque Works agents above were blown away, and the giant Sasori was severely damaged. Last Baroque Works agent and the giant Sasori below could recover. Luffy charged forward again. Rubber machine gun. Luffy's fists threw dozens of punches in a row, attacking the last Baroque Works agent and the giant Sasori like a machine gun. After a while of screaming, the Baroque Works agent fell to the ground. The giant Sasori was also lying on the ground, unable to fight. What a big Sasori! If only Sanji were here, you could bake the Sasori, Luffy said, looking carefully at the huge Sasori that was beaten down. The giant Sasori down, Luffy was eyeing another giant Sasori on the battlefield. Luffy quickly rushed towards the giant Sasori, and his body kept grabbing various objects going with his rubber ability. Huge Sasori was constantly moving, and the agents of the Baroque Works room on the back used machine guns and cannons to attack more than a dozen Drum Nation officers and soldiers. The Drum Nation troops are very troubled by this high-speed moving desert monster comparable to an armored vehicle. Many of the shells were missed, and it just blew up sand and dust for a while. Damn, why can't this monster be killed? The Drum Country soldier said angrily and helplessly. In addition to the high-speed movement of this giant Sasori, the agents of the Baroque Works room on the back can use machine guns and cannons to bombard it. These Baroque Works agents is also unusual. It is an advanced new type of stable aiming cannon smuggled from the public arms enterprises of the world government, which can accurately aim at the target while traveling. Therefore, it is possible to attack the Drum Country troops on the back of these huge Sasori. What is even more frightening is that, in addition to long-range attacks, the giant Sasori can use its huge double pincers and thick tail to attack once it gets close. The officers and soldiers of the Drum Country were simply unable to resist. Go ahead, kill them, yelled the Baroque Works agent on the back of the giant Sasori. Giant Sasori charged at the Drum Nation officers and soldiers with that terrifying roar. At this moment, a voice came from a distance. I'm coming too. I saw Luffy use some objects on the battlefield to bounce his body over. The bounced Luffy hit the giant Sasori on the back, knocking the 2 Baroque Works agents down. Ah, the landing wasn't very good. Luffy stood up uncomfortably, his whole body hurt when he landed just now. He was standing on the back of the giant Sasori, and 2 Baroque Works agents were looking at him in surprise. Luffy said with a smile on his face, "Ah, sorry, overwhelms your partner." Two Baroque Works agents immediately shouted in surprise and anger, "We are the enemy." Luffy's face was suddenly enlightened, and he said, "Ah, I almost forgot." Two Baroque Works agents immediately drew pistols from their waists and attacked him, while Luffy knocked the two enemies into the air with 2 punches. But before it was over, the giant Sasori at Luffy's feet stabbed Luffy with its tail. Luffy started dodging quickly. The terrifying tail was as thick as a sword. "Scared me," Luffy said while dodging. Luffy is a rubber man who can bounce against spherical and not too sharp objects, but is most afraid of such sharp weapons. Luffy kept dodging the giant Sasori's tail, but in the end the giant Sasori's tail stabbed too hard unintentionally. As a result, the sharp tail tip pierced through the carapace on its back. "Wow, you're so funny," Luffy said after seeing the giant Sasori hurt himself. Luffy then lifted his right foot to a very high position and kept throwing it upwards to a height of more than 20 meters. Rubber tomahawk. Luffy's right foot then slammed down like an axe. Finally, Luffy's right foot slammed into the head of the giant Sasori. This blow caused the giant Sasori to collapse completely. "Isn't it as tough as it looks?" Luffy went on to fight, eliminating more of the giant Sasori and the Baroque Works agents. Everyone is fighting hard on the battlefield, and Rog even controls the pumpkin giant to deal a heavy blow to the enemy. After less than an hour of fighting, the pumpkin giant under the control of Rog killed more than 30 giant Sasori and a large number of Baroque Works agents. Zoro, Luffy, Usopp and Chopper also fought to take down more than 40 giant Sasori and a large number of Baroque Works agents. In this way, Rog and Zoro killed nearly 80 giant Sasori and hundreds of Baroque Works agents in total. Although the Drum Country officers and soldiers commanded by Vers did not perform as outstandingly as Rog and the others, but also killed more than a dozen giant Sasori and a large number of Baroque Works Room agents. Baroque Works Room had a total of 120 giant Sasoris invested in this operation, and the loss had reached more than 90, most of which were wiped out. Baroque Works trump cards standing on the cliff in the distance, Mr. One and Ms. saw it all with their fingers. Even they were not too surprised when they saw the astonishing reversal of the war situation. However, Ms. opened her mouth with her fingers. "What a stubborn group of enemies. Is our Desert Sasori sub-unit just too vain?" Ms. said while smoking a pipe with 2 fingers. Mr. One kept his eyes on the battlefield. On the battlefield, Rog's pumpkin giant successfully attracted most of his attention. "Look at the man who controls the giant pumpkin monster, he really has incredible power," Mr. One said calmly. Rog's powerful performance on the battlefield just now made Mr. One unforgettable. Ms. also looked at the battlefield with her fingers and said, "It's unimaginable that someone can use this magical plant as a weapon. Of course, the world is so big. What about the living dead and the living skeletons?" Mr. One also cared about another person. That person was wielding a samurai sword as if he were in a no-man's land. Although Mr. One was extremely confident in his own strength, he also wanted to fight swordsman-type enemies. It's fun that way. As for Luffy, he doesn't pay much attention to it, because the rubber man's ability seems to be very powerful, but his own ability is specialized in restraining rubber. Therefore, there are 2 main enemies that Mr. One thinks he needs to pay attention to. That's Rog and Zoro. Ms. looked at the burly monk-like man with her fingers and asked, "How are you? Have you found the prey you want?" Mr. One then nodded. "Okay, it's time to get ready." Chapter 188 Abandoned Son's Tragic End. On the battlefield, the Desert Sasori sub-unit in the Baroque Works Room has come to a complete rout. The last giant Sasori sons fought for a long time, and now only a dozen or so are still able to fight. Rogue rode the pumpkin giant to fight these enemies fiercely. Woo! The pumpkin giant sucked in the huge sands from the desert again, and then a huge desert storm spit out from its mouth. A powerful desert storm overturned the giant Sasori. "Don't even try to run away, let you all come and go," Rog said while driving the pumpkin giant. The pumpkin giant used the vines to hold up the front of these huge sasori, and directly pressed heavily on a huge sasori. Then the thick vines wrapped a giant sasori and threw it into his mouth, chewing again. Baroque Works Room, who were driving the giant sasori sons, were in a bad situation and were now at a complete disadvantage. Not good, hurry up and retreat. Damn, we've already lost. We are no match for them at all. Especially after the appearance of this pumpkin monster, we were defeated all the way. Seeing that the situation was not good, the giant sasori sons quickly retreated. But just as he was about to escape, a cannonball shot over, blocking the retreat of these giant sasori. At this time, Usopp, Chopper and Vers were together, and Usopp was in charge of commanding the remnants of the Drum State Artillery to use cannons to suppress fire. It's really good, Usopp. You are really a sharpshooter. Not only do you shoot 100 shots by yourself, but you also know how to command troops to shoot. Vols praised Usopp very happily. After Usopp was admired, his face was full of pride. Ahahaha, Captain Usopp is a shooting genius. Usopp said proudly. Chopper said admiringly from the side, as expected of Captain Usopp. Giant Sasori's escape route is also blocked, and now it is only the job of being killed. Surrender, said a Baroque Works agent on the back of a giant Sasori. How can you surrender? Another diehard Baroque Works agent pulled out his hand and shot the surrendering agent in the head. The body of the pro-surrender agent rolled down the back of the giant Sasori. Listen to everyone, we are the loyal falcons of the Baroque Works Room. There must be no attempt to surrender to the enemy, the die-hard agent shouted to the others. Of the Desert Sasori sub-units in the Baroque Works Room are composed of diehards. In addition to the pursuit of interests, they also have the principle of loyalty, that is, the principle that soldiers would rather die than surrender. Inspired by this diehard, the remaining Baroque Works agents also became frenzied. Despite everything, break out of the siege. The dozen or so giant Sasoris left, under the control of the agents from the Baroque Works Room above their backs, began desperately breaking out towards the west side of the battlefield. Their desperate gamble did not take into account the continuous falling artillery fire, as well as Rog's pursuit. On the way to escape, in addition to Roger driving the pumpkin giant to pursue, Zoro and Luffy also pursued. Several more giant Sasori were killed. In the end, only 6 giant Sasori finally succeeded in breaking out to the west side of the battlefield. We finally succeeded. Finally escaped. Don't relax. They're still chasing. Just as the 6 last giant Sasori continued to escape, and the 20 or so Baroque Works stubborn agents on their backs were desperately escaping for their lives, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. The faces of the agents immediately changed, with fear and a bit of surprise. Mr. One-sama. Ms. Two Fingers Lord. You are here to support us. Blocking their way ahead of them were the fingers of senior agents Mr. One and Ms. in the Baroque Works Room. The two are also the commanders of this battle. Previously, the agents of these Desert Sasori sub-units thought that they could kill the enemy as soon as they came out. But now, they are the only people who have been killed. In this case, the 2 big players in the finale will naturally appear. However, these agents were full of joy and fear, but after they saw the faces of the 2, their expressions froze. Like Ms.'s fingers are still more natural, but the expression of flatness and disdain for the people around her has become more serious. But Mr. Point One is different, although he usually has a straight face, but this time his face has a murderous look like the Hell King of Hell. You lost the battle, did you? Mr. Point One said very calmly. Although the tone was very calm, the agents in the Baroque Works Room were so frightened that they did not dare to speak out. Why don't you speak? Mr. One's tone suddenly became extremely stern and scolded. Mr. One-sama, our enemy is too strong. I believe you have seen it. Some agents began to speak hesitantly. Mr. One didn't even look at the agents, he just swept his eyes to his hands. Mr. Point One Feet's 2 hands have turned into blades, and his arms as hard as steel are crossed in front of his chest. After seeing this scene, the agents of the defeated Balakuro studio all swallowed and spit in their throats. Not only people felt fear, but even the giant Sasori sons below them felt danger and murderousness from their biological instincts, and began to retreat to the back. Ultimate Mode / Mr. Point 1 Feet's arms quickly spread out, and his 10 fingers cut through the huge sword energy like blades. The gigantic sword energy slashed across the 6 remaining gigantic Sasori and the 20 or so defeated Baroque Works agents on their backs. The net-like sword energy swept across their bodies. Then huge blood spurted out from the giant Sasori and the agents' bodies. Both the giant Sasori and the agents were then splattered on the desert as broken pieces of meat. These minced meat pieces were cut neatly, as if they were neatly cut with a huge blade, and there were 5 knives horizontally and vertically, which cut them into minced meat pieces. Who had launched a powerful attack, calmly put his hands down again. The large desert in front of him is covered with broken pieces of meat, whether it is the human flesh of the agents or the huge flesh of the giant Sasori with carapace. There were also large swaths of blood that had been quickly evaporated by the hot, dry sand. These murderous scenes made Mr. 1 not blink at all. He seems to be accustomed to these killings and abuses, and he does not pay attention to many killings and abuses that are more cruel than this. After seeing the tragic scene with her fingers, Ms. on the side avoided her head. "You're always so cruel, blood flies between the waves," Ms. said calmly with her fingers. Mr. Point 1 glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and said, "Perhaps, but didn't you pierce your prey into a net?" "You said that, that's a thing of the past. I like to kill my prey in one hit now," Ms. said with 2 fingers. Agents and the giant Sasori above the desert are very fresh, and soon there will be a large number of vultures to eat them. There are even some human eye parts that have been cut off from the skull. The closest corpse to Mr. 1 was the corpse of the left half of an agent's head, and that eye was still looking at the 2 senior agents who were calm. These dead people didn't understand why they died so miserably. And Mr. Point 1 Feet's explanation is only one: the defeated is garbage, and needs to be thrown away. Chapter 189 Zoro vs Mr.1. The rules of the Baroque Works room are cruel, but Mr. Point 1 is even more cruel. Mr. Point 1 and Ms. looked forward with their fingers. In front, in addition to the desert agents and the corpses of the giant Sasori, Rog and the others also caught up. On top of a giant pumpkin that was comparable to a house, Rog rode the giant beast. Luffy and Zoro also climbed on top of the huge monster. "What's the matter?" Standing on the back of the pumpkin giant, Rog looked at the corpses everywhere in the desert. Zoro saw the corpses with his eyes watching them very carefully. Judging from the edges of the wounds of these corpses, it was cut open by a strong and very powerful attack. "Is it a swordsman?" Zoro said suspiciously. Luffy looked at the corpses, especially when he saw the corpses of the giant Sasori sons. "How did they get cut?" Luffy asked curiously. "Sasori that was rampaging viciously in the desert not long ago has now turned into a giant Sasori corpse." Rog looked forward, and there were indeed 2 figures in front of him. "Could it be that they moved their hands?" Roger said. The pumpkin monster underfoot continued to going, constantly approaching the 2 powerful Baroque Works room senior agents. Mr. Point 1 and Ms.'s fingers also saw Rog and the others getting closer and closer. Finally, the pumpkin giant stopped, and Rog and the others above also looked at Mr. 1. "Oh, you're finally here," Ms. fingered in a sexy voice. Rog looked at the beautiful woman with blue fluffy hair, and knew that the other party must be an agent from the Baroque Works room. However, what made people feel even more terrified was the tall man with a burly body like a monk. "Are you guys from the Baroque Works room?" Roger said. Mr. Point 1 glared at Rog and said, "Exactly." Ms. Fingers also continued, "Yes, I'm Senior Agent Ms. Fingers in the Baroque Works room." "Me, you can just call me Mr. 1. Mr. 1 said calmly, but his tone contained infinite momentum. After confirming the identities of the 2 people in front of them, both Rog and Zoro became very serious. Now it's time to face the real enemy. Luffy looked confused and observed the 2 people strangely. So, are these corpses your masterpiece? Roger asked. It should be said that it is my masterpiece, Mr. One said coldly. Zoro looked at the strong man like a warrior monk and said, it's ruthless. Luffy also understood something after listening to it, but he looked in disbelief. What? Aren't you all from the Baroque Works room? Why are you like this? You killed your comrade, Luffy said in shock. Luffy questioned Mr. One, but the strong man ignored him at all. Rog looked at Mr. One and felt that this person must be a strong enemy. These people were killed so cruelly, and the other party was still able to stand here without changing his face. It can be seen that the psychological quality of the other party is very strong, and it has been killed and abused for a long time. It has even regarded killing and torture as a kind of practice. Zoro looked towards Mr. One. This strong man possessed a powerful and unimaginable aura. The other party did not seem to attack with a sword, so it must have killed these people with a powerful martial arts or other abilities. Zoro fixed his eyes on the burly man. The opponent seems to be very calm, but he is in a state of being able to make shots at all times. Rog is always on guard against the powerful Mr. One, and at the same time the beautiful lady who likes to smoke a pipe, her fingers are also uneasy. According to the information in the Baroque Works room, M1 and Ms.'s two fingers are the strongest fighting force under the boss crocodile in the Baroque Works room. Now that it is less than a day away from the rain, they finally made a move. On the one hand, it shows that his whereabouts are eventually discovered by the other party, and it also shows that Crocodile is quite afraid of his own side. It's too much, you are so cruel, treating your companions like this. Luffy continued to scold the two angrily. Mr. One finally glanced at Luffy, and then started to move his hands. Rog and Zoro were on guard. Iron arm slash. Mr. One raised his right arm sharply, then slashed forward from top to bottom. At this moment, his arm is like a blade made of stainless steel, and everything in front is divided into two from top to bottom. Naturally, it also includes the desert ahead and the pumpkin giant. The pumpkin behemoth was split in two by the huge beheading force, splitting from the middle. Rog and Zoro dodged in time, to the right of the pumpkin monster, and Luffy to the left. What a powerful slash, Zoro said in shock. Pumpkin behemoth has been chopped open. Rog looked at the pumpkin behemoth in shock. The pumpkin behemoth he created after spending astonishing fruit energy, a two-story building with a height of 15 meters and a wide behemoth, was actually beheaded like this, opened in half. Wow, that's awesome, Luffy yelled as he rolled over the desert. Mr. 1 feet's right arm just now slashed the pumpkin giant beast that couldn't be damaged by cannonballs in half. The pumpkin giant beast that was cut in half lost its life, and the two giant Mukuro lay motionless in the desert. Mr. 1, who used the iron arm slash, moved his right arm for a while and looked at Rog and the others. We don't have much to say, I just need to kill you guys. Mr. 1 said coldly. Ms. took another sip of the pipe with her fingers, exhaled the smoke, and said, hey, leave that silly boy in the straw hat to me. Just to my liking, I'll deal with those two people, Mr. 1 said. Then Mr. 1 strode towards Rog and Zoro. And Ms. put the pipe away with her fingers, and moved her hips enchantingly towards Luffy. Rog looked at Mr. 1 who kept walking in, his eyes were very serious. Wait, Roger, leave it to me, Zoro said, stepping forward. Rog looked at his opponent, then looked at Zoro and said, okay, it's up to you. Zoro took off the green turban from his arm, put it on his head, and then pulled out all three katana swords from his waist. Go with Shui in his mouth, Goosh in his left hand, and Hidao in his right hand. This time Zoro knew that his opponent was strong, and he had to fight with all his strength. Mr. 1 looked at Zoro who was approaching, and after seeing the other party's posture, he also seemed to have a slightly correct attitude. Now both of them have to fight seriously. Come on, Zoro said with the katana in his mouth. Mr. 1 moved his arms and said, fight as much as you like, you can't get it. The brawny man then spread his legs as if he was squatting, waiting for Zoro's attack. Zoro looked at the opponent, who looked full of flaws, but was so confident. Is he really a King Kong immortal? You have to pay attention. Underestimating the enemy will have bad consequences. Zoro rushed over quickly. Mr. Point One still maintained the posture of Zamabu, not moving at all. The sand around him was blowing on him. Chapter 190 King Kong's Indestructible Body. Zoro ran Luffy, and finally crossed his arms across his chest, the katana crossed in reverse again. Ghost Slash. Zoro used his battle-tested head-to-head attack, and the whole person rushed in front of Mr. One like a fast ghost. The 3 katana swords in both hands and mouth cut out 3 swords beautifully. But these 3 knives are like slashing on metal, or the highest quality steel. 3 rubbed sparks shot out from Mr. Point One Feet's burly body. Zoro's body also rushed behind Mr. One. After the beheading, Zoro's face showed a little sweat, but it was quickly dried by the wind and sand. He stood up again and turned his head, only to see that Mr. One remained motionless. Mr. Point One then stood up and turned to look at Zoro calmly. Zoro looked at Mr. Point One Feet's body. The 3 slashes just now slashed at the opponent's neck and chest, but none of them caused any damage. And when he was beheading just now, the blade slashed the opponent's body with a steel-like hardness. The self-confidence of the person in front of him is not displayed. He is really the indestructible body of King Kong. Swordsman, still use 3 knives. Your skills are good, but it's a pity that you met me. My body is as hard as steel. Speaking of which, I am also a devil fruit person. I'm a quick-cut fruit person. It's a blade man, Mr. One said calmly. Zoro looked at each other in surprise and said, Blade man. Mr. Point One continued. Yes, my body is as hard as a steel blade that has been tempered. So your 3 katana swords are indeed excellent, but they cannot cut my body. My body is not only steel, but also the best hardness of steel. So I can let you attack as much as you want, so that you can believe you can't beat me. Zoro looked at Mr. One. The strong man in front of him was really like a god cultivated in mythology, invulnerable to swords and guns, and an indestructible body. Zoro then swallowed and said, Okay, then I'll break your indestructible body. Seeing Zoro's extraordinary aura, Mr. One has some admiration for him. Okay, you can come. Mr. One said. You don't regret it. Zoro's fighting momentum quickly turned fierce again. Zoro's footsteps stomped the sand below deeply and then his whole body burst out again. Zoro's eyes fixed on Mr. One, and finally rushed to a position only 2 meters in front of Mr. One. Zoro's hands went straight to the back of his mouth, and they looked like rat stripes. Tiger Hunt. Zoro's hands slashed with great force. This blow slashed both shoulders of Mr. One. But there was still the sound of metal friction and strong sparks for a while. Under the enormous force, Mr. Point One Feet's body was also pressed down a lot towards the desert below. His feet were already deeply immersed in the sand. After the attack, Zoro jumped behind Mr. One. This time he didn't stop, and he used 3 knives together, spinning like a tornado. Tornado. Zoro's 3 knives forms a sword energy, which attacks the surrounding area in a wide range like a tornado. The huge sword chi cut off the surrounding small sand dunes. Attack also hit Mr. Point One Feet's back. Under this powerful attack, a huge amount of dust was raised. When the dust cleared, Zoro looked. It's not what I expected. Zoro saw Mr. One standing upright on the desert. The 2 consecutive violent attacks just now failed to defeat him. If the average swordsman can't resist at all, of course the opponent is not a swordsman. You are very strong, Mr. One said. Thanks for the compliment, but your body is really hard. What did you do before you joined the Baroque Works room? Zoro asked, looking at his opponent. Mr. Point One was silent for a while, then said, Me. I'm a killer, and I'm the #1 killer in West Blue. Zoro, he also said somewhat enlightened, the #1 killer of West Blue. Maybe I can hand over your real name. Your name is Daz. Bones, right? Mr. Point One looked at Zoro and said, you guessed it, you really have a lot of knowledge. I used to be a good killer. But that was many years ago. Zoro looked at Mr. One and said, I've also heard about it before. West Blue is a terrifying killer. His body is invulnerable, and he doesn't use weapons, but kills with his body. Do you know why I don't use a weapon? Mr. One asked again. Because your body is a weapon, Zoro said. Yes, my body is a weapon. I am not only an indestructible body, but also an indestructible weapon. The murderous aura on Mr. Point One Feet's body suddenly increased. This strong man like a monk began to move his body more flexibly. Okay, I've given you enough. I want to try it now too. But don't worry, I'll let you. Mr. One moved his hands and started walking towards Zoro. Zoro looked at the opponent, this powerful and invincible aura, this was his dream opponent. Zoro would love to chop steel if light could deal with the little minions. Since you're going to shoot, come on, Zoro said. Mr. Point One got closer and closer, and his hands also began to pose. His hands quickly turned into sharp blades, and his posture also changed into the claws of a tiger. I only need 2 hands to deal with you. Mr. Point One Feet's body rushed over. Zoro attacked with 3 katana swords. The 2 knives in Zoro's hand slashed at each other's neck and abdomen. Mr. Point One Feet's hands quickly blocked. Although this strong man's movements are not as agile as Zoro's as a whole. But his hands were very fast. As if they were real tiger claws. Mr. Point One Feet's claws accurately blocked Zoro's 2 katana swords, and it was really empty-handed. There was a harsh metal rubbing sound, and sparks flew. How is it? My master's claws are also fast enough. Don't think that using a samurai sword is more flexible. My claws have sent countless swordsmen to the west. Mr. Point One Feet's double claws blocked Zoro's attack, he said while stalemate. Characteristic, I've always wanted to fight a real swordsman. But you can do it. Zoro said, and then he threw up his strength. Under its own force, it was bounced off. After this official battle, Zoro was able to judge. Mr. Point One Feet's strength is very strong, and the part of melee combat is also very flexible. But running and chasing are not strong. Everyone has weaknesses, and now I'll expose your weaknesses. Zoro got his luck again, and then started running. Zoro quickly rushed to Mr. Point One Feet's side. At the same time, always pay attention to the opponent. After all, the opponent can use a powerful force to form a sword-like attack. Zoro took the snow away from his mouth while running. 2 swords in hand against the enemy. Chapter 191 Zoro's Determination. Zoro clasped Gito and Hidao in both hands, first approached Mr. One, and then slashed around with both knives. Rhinoceros. Zoro's double knives formed a blade storm. Although it was not as powerful as the 3-knife tornado, the horizontal accuracy was very high. Both knives hit Mr. Point One Feet's arm, because the speed was so fast that even Mr. One failed to block it. This is not over yet. Zoro crossed his arms and held the 2 knives forward, stabbing Mr. One like 2 horns. Zoro's head was also lowered, his back drooping, exactly like a cow that wanted to charge forward. Cow needle. Zoro's 2 knives rushed towards Mr. One with his body again. The 2 katana swords stabbed 8 times in a row in an instant. Mr. Point One fought desperately with both hands and blocked 3 of them. The other 5 stabs hit Mr. Point One Feet's forehead, neck, chest, left shoulder, and abdomen. Zoro, who had finished attacking, swept behind his opponent again. Did it work? Zoro turned to look at Mr. One. During the battle just now, Zoro and Mr. One were on the move. During the movement, Mr. Point One Feet's body was stabbed to the core. It's a pity, you attacked my vital point. And if I'm right, you want to attack my vital point while moving, right? Mr. One turned around and said. Just now, Zoro was going to attack while Mr. One was moving. This may be able to beat the opponent. There are many legends in the Great Root and the Four Seas. Some masters have very hard bodies, but they are only in a static state. Once they move, they are no different from ordinary bodies. Why Zoro hastened to attack during sports battles? Your body is really so hard. Whether it's moving or still, it's the same hard body. Zoro looked at Mr. One and said. Mr. One looked at Zoro and said, it is true that some people with special abilities can become extremely hard, but that is when the body cannot move. But I am very skilled in the fruit-cutting ability master, so now even when moving and even running fast, the body is as good as steel. Quote. I see, you're a perfect King Kong. But if I beat you, I'll be able to cut through steel, right? Zoro asked. Mr. One looked at Zoro and said, you can say that, but I also tell you that your idea is completely impossible. Because someone who hasn't seen me can cut open my body. Of course you are one too. How do you know if you don't try? Zoro pulled out Shuizuo, who had just pulled back the scabbard from his waist, and put it in his mouth again. This time, Zoro rushed towards Mr. One's body with 3 blades in series. The blades sparked a dazzling spark, but Zoro's eyes were as unstoppable as a demon from purgatory. Mr. One tried his best to block with both arms. Although his body was not afraid of Zoro's slashing, the strength and momentum of the attack forced him to fight. Chang! A harsh sound, Mr. One's arms slammed violently with Zoro's katana. Mr. One looked at Zoro who was persistent in front of him. He clenched Kiba and then several ring-shaped knives popped out of his arms. Zoro looked at the ringed blades, which stood out in the desert sun. Let you have a taste of what is called spiral slash. Mr. One said. The ring-shaped blades on his arms then began to spin around them, like chainsaws. What? Zoro looked at Mr. One's terrifying arm in surprise. Mr. One's arm collided violently with Zoro's dual blades as it rotated, shooting out countless sparks. It's really like cutting steel with a chainsaw, except that the words and ghosts in Zoro's hands are made of extremely hard steel, and even if they are cut like this, they just burst out sparks. Under Mr. One's pervert's attack, Zoro's body had to retreat. Mr. One's arms are still spinning rapidly. The burly man stood up straight and looked at Zoro. The spiral slash is like this. The fast-rotating steel blades on the arms, combined with my strength, can smash most of the metal objects. That's how I am invincible. Mr. One said proudly. Zoro looked at the tough but arrogant guy and said, you're really strong, but you're better suited to dig tunnels. Mr. One's calm face twitched a bit, and the murderous aura in his eyes became heavier. Really, but compared to digging tunnels, I still like killing people. Mr. One then started rushing towards Zoro in large strides. The big man ran a lot faster than Zoro expected. Of course, Zoro is still more flexible and faster. Mr. One rushed in front of Zoro and hit Zoro with his right arm. Zoro dodged quickly, and the opponent's right arm hit the desert where Zoro was just now. The desert was raised several meters, and a big hole was drilled in the desert. After this attack, Mr. One retracted his right arm and started to attack Zoro alternately. Zoro dodged and blocked with his katana. But Zoro knew very well that he didn't have the advantage in power in this kind of battle, so he mainly focused on guerrilla and opportunistic finding loopholes. Zoro kept fighting with Mr. One like this. Had to wait because of his previous commitment to Zoro. But once something happened to Zoro, Rog would immediately go and deal a heavy blow to the enemy. On the other side of the desert, Ms. Fingers also faces off against Luffy. Luffy, who looked like a fool, saw this beautiful woman who twisted her hips from side to side and walked in front of her enchantingly. Ms. looked at Luffy with her fingers full of charm. You look like a very simple person, Ms. said with 2 fingers. Luffy looked at Ms.'s fingers and said, are you also a member of the Baroque Works room? Of course, why do you think it's weird? Ms. said with 2 fingers. Ah, You look like a big sister. Not a bad person at all. Luffy said calmly. Ms. looked at Luffy with her fingers, plus Luffy's big round eyes and innocent face. She almost laughed. The opponent is also really naive. She is a killer without blinking an eye. Even if the appearance is charming, it is fatally dangerous. The stupid boy in front of him was so speechless. Really, since you think so, I have nothing to say. But even so, I will kill you. Because this is my mission. Ms. said with 2 fingers. Luffy looked at Ms.'s fingers and said, let's fight then. Luffy bumped both fists into each other, ready to fight. Ms.'s fingers first opened both hands, and then the fingers of her left and right hands clasped each other. You attack first, Ms. said with 2 fingers. Luffy, he didn't say much. He slightly retracted his right fist and hit it out. Rubber. Pistol. Luffy's right fist stretched more than 10 meters and hit Ms.'s fingers. Chapter 192 Luffy vs M's fingers. Ms. did not evade her fingers at all, but aimed at Luffy's fist with her left index finger. Quickly her index finger deformed and elongated like a black spike. Luffy saw it. His right arm couldn't be retracted. With a scream, Luffy's right punch hit Ms.'s fingers and left index finger turned into spikes. Ah, it hurts. Luffy quickly retracted his fists and rolled around in the desert. Ms. looked at Luffy leisurely with her fingers, and then looked at her left index finger. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Ah, are you also a devil fruit power user? Ms. asked with her fingers. Luffy stood up, still tear-stained from the pain. Yeah, I'm a rubber fruit person. I'm a rubber man, Luffy said with an ugly face. Ms. looked at Luffy with her fingers and said, no wonder, it can be stretched and retracted like this. The rubber man is not afraid of fist blows or cannonballs and bullets. But you are afraid of sharp objects or sharp blades. Are you not? Luffy's face immediately became surprised and said, how do you know? Rubber is afraid of cuts and spikes, it's common sense, Ms. said with 2 fingers. Luffy was still a little puzzled, but he looked at Ms. with his fingers and asked, then what is your ability? Are you also a devil fruit person? Ms. wiggled her slender fingers and said, you should have seen it too. My body can turn into thorns at will. I am a thorn fruit person. Luffy also recalled when the opponent's fingers turned into spikes just now. He nodded and said, it's an amazing ability. Ms. also smiled with her fingers and said, then you say that devil fruit is not magical. Luffy blew on the part of his fist where he was stabbed by the opponent's spikes with his mouth, and said, I'm going to knock you down. Okay, knowing that I'm restraining you, then you're going to die. You're a simple person. Then I'll fulfill you, Ms. said with 2 fingers. Ms.'s fingers then became more straight, and she was clearly going to fight with all her strength. Luffy also rushed towards Ms.'s fingers this time, looking like he didn't care. Rubber. Machine gun. Luffy punched more than 10 times in the blink of an eye, leaving Ms.'s fingers only to be attacked. Ms. The fingers of both fingers can be turned into spikes, so the dozen or so punches only need to hit other parts of her. But Luffy thought it was too simple. Thorn hedgehog. Ms. quickly folded her body into a ball with her fingers. Then, many 1-meter-long spikes grew from the body, which looked like a huge hedgehog like a human being. Luffy was dumbfounded, but then his fist hit the spikes. This time Luffy's fist wound made him scream like a pig. Ah! Luffy was lying on the desert in great pain. His hands were already riddled with thorns and blood was pouring out. Luffy stood up again, tears streaming down his face. Damn, huh? Luffy saw that Ms.'s fingers turned into hedgehog-like spears, and instead of spreading her body, she started to move. Ms. the thorny hedgehog with her fingers rolled over like a spear. Luffy ran for his life when he saw the situation. Luffy was running wildly in the desert, and Ms. behind her was chasing her with her fingers. But the speed at which Luffy ran with his feet was far less than the speed at which the thorn hedgehog rolled with Ms.'s fingers. I want to escape from my hands, but there is no way. Ms. chasing Luffy with her fingers. In the end, the thorn hedgehog she turned into jumped more than 10 meters into the air and smashed at Luffy. Luffy was also desperate at this time, and had to take a sharp breath. Rubber balloons. Luffy quickly inflated into a huge balloon of 5 or 6 meters. This is the fighting method Luffy uses to catapult the opponent's attacking objects. Although the opponent is full of spikes, it is nowhere to be found now. Of course, it depends on how it is used. Luffy aimed his mouth at his feet. Ms. the thorny hedgehog that her fingers turned into was already on top of his head. Luffy's mouth opened, and the air in his stomach shot out quickly, sending him out like a running balloon. But the thorn hedgehog hit the desert heavily. Luffy fluttered in the air like a running balloon for a while before landing on the desert. Ms.'s fingers turned into thorn hedgehogs and began to roll again. Really, he does have some peculiar ways to deal with situations, Ms. said with 2 fingers. Luffy looks demented, but in fact there are many unexpected ways to turn a disadvantageous situation at a critical moment. Luffy got up from the desert, dizzy, just now dancing in the air for a while. It hurts to die, like eating meat, Luffy said in pain. At this time, Ms.'s fingers turned into thorns and hedgehogs rolled over again. Luffy started running again. Ms.'s fingers were chasing after her, and this time she wanted to prick Luffy into a real hedgehog. Thorn spear. Ms.'s fingers used a truly terrifying attack, shooting a 1-meter spike from her body at Luffy. Just like a short spear to Luffy. Luffy suddenly found the danger behind him at this time, and he hurriedly avoided. But with a puff, Luffy's right leg was pierced. Ah! Luffy screamed and fell on the desert. I didn't expect Ms.'s fingers to attack like this. Ms. Fingers was overjoyed to see Luffy down at this time. Straw Hat Boy, send you to the west. The thorn hedgehog jumped more than 10 meters into the air and smashed at Luffy. Luffy can't leave now, and his leg hurts for a while. Once the opponent smashes it down, Luffy's body will be 100% stabbed into a hedgehog. At the moment when Luffy's face was full of anxiety, suddenly a huge barrel-thick tree trunk hit the thorn hedgehog from the side. Under the tremendous force, the thorn hedgehog was knocked away. Luffy looked at the tree trunk, and saw that Rog was holding the tree trunk and rushing towards him. Roger looked at Luffy and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately in time, Roger said. Luffy looked at Roger and said, "You saved me, Roger." Rog nodded and said, "Well, Zoro won't let me fight that Mr. One. I had to agree, but you don't need it here. And it's really time for me to come to support." Luffy is about to say something, but his leg hurts for a while. Ms.'s fingers just now severely penetrated his right leg. Luffy, hurry up and find Chopper for treatment. I'll treat her, Roger said. Now Luffy has a serious leg injury and is starting to lose blood. Thank you so much, Luffy said. Then he limped out of here and started walking towards the area where Chopper and theirs were. Chapter 193 Rog vs M's. Double Fingers. Roger watched Luffy leave the desert. Fortunately, Rog arrived in time, otherwise Luffy would have died. Huang Izumi. Rog turned his gaze to the fingers of Ms. who had just been blown away. Just now Ms.'s fingers were knocked flying and landed in the nearby desert. Ms.'s body has also undergone changes and then reopened from the state of thorns and hedgehogs, returning to her original enchanting figure. Damn, Ms. looked at Roger with his fingers. She almost succeeded just now, but Rog suddenly shot her and flew her here. Ms. Fingers started walking towards Roger again. In the end, it was only about 10 meters away from Rog. The two looked at each other, and no matter who they were, they could feel that the other was not a fuel-efficient lamp. Rog also threw down the thick wooden barrels he was holding. Look at each other. The tree just now was the one who used his plant fruit ability to make a sapling grow rapidly. Oh, are you pretty fortitude and handsome? Ms. said in a charming tone with her fingers. Rog looked at the beauty and said, there is no need to say more now. Since you are the elite of the Baroque works room, then we have to fight to the death. Ms. took out the pipe from her clothes again with her fingers, took a sharp breath and then let out the smoke softly. Oh, you seem to be very powerful. It's definitely more difficult to deal with than the silly boy just now. Also, you used to control a huge pumpkin monster before. You created that, right? Could it be that you are also some kind of devil fruit? Ability, Ms. said with 2 fingers. Exactly, I am a plant fruit person. Then you are also a fruit person. You can tell by your ability. Rog said. So it is, plant fruit. Am I, the one with the ability of thorn fruit? Ms. said with 2 fingers. Rog continued to ask, does your ability grow many spikes on your body? Yes, my whole body can be turned into spikes. Ms. said with 2 fingers. Ms.'s fingers, a charming beauty with blue fluffy hair in front of him. A rose with thorns describes this kind of beauty. Don't look seductive and enchanting on the outside, but it can kill people with spikes. Your ability is absolutely strong. So I have to do my best. Rog said. Ms.'s face was still calm and enchanting with her fingers, but her eyes flashed a cold light, and she said, come on then. Rog took out 5 leaves from his clothes, and then the plant fruit energy in his body began to infuse these leaves. These leaves quickly become harder and sharper. Like a blade. Leaf knife. The 5 leaves in Rog's hand were thrown at Ms.'s fingers by Rog. Ms.'s fingers like spinning knives. Ms.'s fingers were very calm. She just waved her right hand naturally. Just as the 5-leaf blade was about to hit her from above, from the front and from the side. The fingers of her right hand spread out, and at the same time, the 5 fingers quickly stretched, turning into 5 thorns each reaching 2 meters. The 5-leaf knives were all pierced by the thorns that her fingers turned into. Rog looked at the beauty who intercepted his own attack, and praised the other party's ability in his heart. You are also really strong, and you can turn these leaves into such a powerful weapon. It's really amazing. If the average person would be cut to a few pieces of flesh or killed. But I can successfully block these spikes. Ms. said with 2 fingers. Then Ms. twitched the fingers of her right hand and threw off the 5 pierced leaves with a sharp knife. Then the 5 fingers quickly returned to their original shape. Ms. folded the pipe in her left hand with her fingers and prepared for battle with all her might. What a powerful skill, I really admire it. But I have to use a new weapon. Rog then took out a slender bamboo from inside his clothes. This bamboo was purchased in Kingdom Newport. Alabasta is not grown, it is a foreign product. Said to be a Wanokuni variety, it is sold as a specialty plant in various countries. In fact, this bamboo has been transformed by Rog before, and now more plant fruit energy is injected into it to turn it into a truly powerful weapon. Rog used the energy of the plant fruit in his body and injected a large amount of it into the bamboo. The bamboo quickly became longer and stronger, and although it still looked like bamboo on the surface, its texture was comparable to steel. Even the length of the bamboo has reached 3 meters. One end of the bamboo is as sharp as a bamboo spear. What's this? Seeing such a change in the bamboo in Rog's hand, even Ms.'s always calm expression became a little surprised. Rog clenched the 3-meter-long incomparably hard bamboo in his hand, rotated it 360 degrees, and then laid it flat. Chenkin bamboo spear. Roger said calmly and forcefully. The weapon that the bamboo in Rog's hand has turned into is a weapon that is more powerful than a steel spear. And because it can combine Rog's plant fruit ability, it makes it even more powerful. It's a really powerful weapon, and it's still a plant. Your ability is really strong. Ms. said with 2 fingers. Rog looked at the Chenkin bamboo spear in his hand and said, no matter how strong the ability is, it depends on how to use it. Rog waved the Chenkin bamboo gun in his hand, and this feeling made people feel full of texture. Not the woody feel of ordinary bamboo, but the heavy texture of metal. Full of power. Rog pointed the 3-meter-long Chenkin bamboo spear towards Ms.'s fingers and said, come on. Ms. looked at Rog with her fingers and carefully observed Rog. Now Rog's momentum is very different from before. Before, Ms. Fingers thought that Rog's fighting style was just inclined to control the plant monsters he created. Unexpectedly, it seems that it is not bad at all in hand-to-hand combat. Okay, you're much stronger than I thought. Then I'm going to seriously frighten you, too, Ms. said with his fingers colder. Ms. Both fingers and arms are elongated. They did not turn into spikes like the fingers separated before, but together they turned into a thick spike. At the same time, the spikes on both arms are still rapidly lengthening, and in the end, the spikes are full arm thickness and 3 meters long. Thorn Spear. Ms. directed the dance with both arms and turned into a spear, and quickly changed from an enchanting beauty to a female devil. Rog held the Chenkin bamboo spear in his hand and looked at Ms.'s fingers. The opponent's arms turned into 2 sharp spikes that were both 3 meters long. Moreover, even the momentum on Ms.'s fingers has changed, and now it is full of ruthlessness and murderous aura. Looks like I'm going to use 1 bamboo spear against your 2 spears. But I'm sure I won't lose, Roger said firmly. Ms. looked at Roger with her fingers, with a triumphant look in her eyes. Well, you'll regret it soon, Ms. said with 2 fingers. Chapter 194 Chenkin Bamboo Gun. Ms. directed the dance with both hands and the thorn spears that her arms turned into at the same time stabbed Roger. Rog waved the Chenkin bamboo spear in his hand and aimed at the 2 thorn spears stabbed by the opponent, which was a blow. Chang. The Chenkin bamboo spear, which was as hard as steel, was struck together with the sharp thorn spear. The huge force caused a harsh sound, but Rog's strength was still superior. At the same time, the 2 thorn spears in Ms.'s fingers were shot away. Ms. didn't take advantage of the first hit with 2 fingers, but she quickly attacked again. This time, the 2 thorn spears stabbed Roger's neck and abdomen respectively. At this time, Rog desperately used the Chenkin bamboo spear to block a thorn spear that pierced his neck, and his abdomen just dodged. But he was still stabbed in the flesh, and blood spurted into the desert on the side. Rog also endured the pain. As long as it is not fatal and does not hinder the battle, he must hold back and insist on fighting. Look at me. Rog also attacked hard, and the Chenkin spear in his hand stabbed straight ahead. The front end of the bamboo spear pierced the heart of Ms.'s fingers. Ms. The thorn spears on her fingers and arms are actually her arms, so she is extremely flexible. She quickly blocked with 2 thorn spears. 2 thorn spears crossed in front of his chest. The huge force of Rog's assassination caused Ms.'s fingers to feel pain in her arms, but she barely blocked Rog's attack. Ms. clenched Kiba's teeth with her fingers and felt the pressure. Rog held the Chenkin bamboo spear, like a long spear that was constantly attacking. And although the thorn spears that Ms.'s fingers and arms turned into are also very strong, Rog's power is full of unstoppable power as if a giant elephant wields a steel spear. Rog kept attacking with the Chenkin bamboo spear, one shot after another, knocking the opponent back continuously. Don't think my weapon can only take one form. Ms. snapped back the thorn spear that her left arm had turned into with her fingers, and stabbed Rog with all her might. Rog immediately waved the Chenkin bamboo spear in front of him, ready to meet the opponent's assassination of his vital parts. But all of a sudden, the thorn spear that Ms.'s fingers turned into on her left arm suddenly lengthened further. From 3 meters in length it quickly became 5 meters in length. At this critical juncture, Rog quickly turned sideways to avoid the attack. Ms. stabbed Rog with the thorn spear from her fingers. Roger quickly distanced himself. Ms.'s fingers were lengthened and the thorn spear nearly stabbed Roger. Rog is now more than 10 meters away from Ms.'s fingers. Ms. took back the thorn spear that her left arm had turned into with her fingers. Then the thorn spear turned into the right arm also retracted. Then both thorn spears became only 1 meter long. Ms. danced her arms into the thorn spear with both hands and said, "Actually, my thorn spear does not have a fixed length. I can adjust the length according to my needs. But it is too long and I can't control it, so generally 3 meters is enough." Of course it depends on the situation. Quote. Rog looked at Ms. S fingers. The opponent's attack was not only very fast, but also flexible. At this time, Ms. S fingers attacked Roger again. The thorn spears that turned into the opponent's arms kept stabbing. And the length is constantly changing, making it easier for Rog to be disturbed when he is dealing with it. I'm going to stab you into a sponge, Ms. said with 2 fingers. Rog tried to block with the Chenkin bamboo spear in his hand, but the opponent's constant changes in the length of the thorn spear made him really feel tired of dealing with it. All of a sudden, Ms. S fingers and chest also suddenly became sharp. Don't think my thorn spear is just an arm, Ms. said with 2 fingers. Ms. 2-meter-long thorn spears protruded from her chest with her fingers. With the 2 arms, a total of 4 thorn spears stabbed over. Rog had to retreat continuously. The opponent was really a rose with thorns all over his body, and it really made Rog feel untouchable. Don't think, I really can't deal with you. Do you think my weapon can't be changed? Roger said suddenly. Ms. S face changed with her fingers, and she also had a bad premonition. However, she still maintained a strong attack state. Chenkin bamboo spear. Bamboo sickle. Rog clenched the Chenkin bamboo gun with both hands and injected a new plant fruit energy into the bamboo gun. On the front side of the Chenkin bamboo spear, a sharp sickle-like bamboo leaf grew out. The bamboo leaf quickly grew larger, and finally grew to the size of an adult arm. At the front end of the 3-meter Chenkin bamboo gun, there is such a huge sickle grown from bamboo leaves, which looks scary enough. Although it is made of bamboo leaves, the texture is as hard and sharp as steel. Now the Chenkin bamboo spear in Rog's hand has turned into a huge bamboo sickle. What? Ms. S fingers were shocked to see this, and they all backed away. Rog clenched the bamboo sickle in his hand and ran towards the other side. For those long weapons of yours, then I'll just cut them off with this bamboo sickle. Rog said. Rog swung the bamboo sickle to chop down the thorn spears on Ms. S fingers, arms and chest. If an ordinary sickle can only cut off some very thin wooden poles and ropes, but what Rog is wielding at this moment is a huge bamboo sickle with a 3-meter-long handle and a 1-meter-long blade. Chang! A harsh voice sounded. Ms. Rog cut off the 4 thorn spears extending out of her fingers, arms and chest. Ah! Ms. shouted with her fingers and stepped back quickly. Rog looked at the enemy he had successfully slashed, and then swept his gaze to the huge bamboo sickle in his hand. A bladed weapon is powerful, Roger said. Now the bamboo sickle in his hand can naturally be turned back into the Chenkin bamboo spear. But now it's better to fight in this state, so that's it. Ms. S fingers regained her footing. She is now 20 meters away from Roger, and she is always on guard. Damn! Cut off so many thorn spears. Ms. said with lingering fears with her fingers. Fortunately, because of these thorn spears, because they are long and threatening in battle, Rog will attack them. Otherwise, if she is approached, Rog will scythe down, and she will definitely die. Ms. S fingers quickly retracted the remaining part of the severed thorn spear into her body. After these thorn spears are cut off, they will not harm the parts of her body that she had turned into before, and of course they will consume a lot of physical strength. Ms. panted her fingers and looked back at Rog. Now Rog holds a huge bamboo sickle, which can pose a fatal threat to her at any time. Okay, good enough, Ms. said with 2 fingers. Thank you for the compliment, but generally sharp spiked weapons are not as powerful as a broad blade, Rog said. Ms. S fingers are now looking at Roger seriously. This sturdy young man with brown hair is not so easy to deal with. Strong, the word definitely fits Roger. However, do you think you can beat me completely by defeating me like this? I still have a way to deal with you, Ms. said with 2 fingers. Chapter 195 Walnut Heavy Armor. Ms. Fingers was defeated by Rog. She was not completely at a disadvantage. A top-ranking agent in Balakuro's studio, Ms. Finger possesses many unimaginable abilities. Ms. S. Fingers then clenched her hands, and she uses the thorn fruit power to make body changes. This time, the front half of her left and right arms became two machine guns with triple holes. Rog looked at Ms. S fingers and was surprised for a while. The opponent was able to turn the front half of his arm into a machine gun. Ms. raised the machine guns turned into two front half arms with her fingers and aimed it at Rog. Haha, you didn't expect it. My arms can be turned into such mechanical weapons. Of course they are not real machines, but they can fire sharp spikes like firearms. I call them thorn machine guns. Ms. fingers very proud. Rog clenched the bamboo sickle in his hand. The other party was two weapons that could attack like a machine gun, so he needed to be very careful. Taste the power of the thorn machine gun, Ms. said with two fingers. At the same time, the two thorn machine guns on her arms also began to rotate and shoot. Sharp spikes shot out from inside. All have sharp spikes 10 centimeters long. The speed of these spikes is very fast, reaching the speed of bullets. And because most firearms now use round bullets, and the thorn machine gun shoots sharp spiked bullets, the speed penetration is simply amazing. Rog hurried to dodge, and once the thorn machine gun muzzle on the opponent's arms aimed at him, he ran away quickly. Sand and dust splashed from the surrounding desert that was hit. Did you think you could really hide? Ms. said with two fingers. Rog kept dodging, and at the same time took out a sapling from his clothes. The plant fruit energy in Rog's body was continuously injected into the sapling. Then Rog inserted the sapling into the sand, and the sapling grew rapidly, and finally reached about 5 meters and more than 1 meter thick. Rog hid behind the tree, only to hear those sharp-spiked bullets hitting the tree trunk with a whistling speed. The tree trunk was quickly hit like a hedgehog by those sharp, thorny bullets. And many bullets are almost submerged in the trunk, which shows the speed and strength of the shooting. Rog pulled a spiked bullet from the tree trunk and held it in front of his eyes. I saw that this spiked bullet was 10 centimeters long, and it was extremely sharp. It's very dangerous. If it hits the body, it's sure to penetrate. Rog also had lingering fears when he saw this kind of sharp spiked bullet. Since Ms. S fingers have such powerful long-range attacks, Rog also needs more powerful melee protection. And with the intensive attacks of Ms. S fingers, even Rog felt that the trunk on his back was about to be destroyed. Although 1 or 2 sharp thorns are not enough to penetrate, but these sharp thorns hit to a certain extent will cause more and more cracks on the trunk, and will fall down sooner or later. It seems that I have to use you. Roger took out 3 walnuts from his clothes. It is 3 walnuts. Rog has used all kinds of weapons that have been transformed by the ability of plants and fruits in the past, and they are all powerful. But it was the first time that there were 3 walnuts in the beginning. But these 3 little walnuts are enough to provide Roger with strong protection. Okay, done. Walnut armor. Rog injected a large number of plant fruit energy in his body into the 3 walnuts. Quickly these 3 walnuts began to change. One of them quickly changed and covered Rog's mount in half, turning into a thick upper body armor, but the texture was walnut. The second one quickly changed and covered Rog's lower body, turning into a pair of heavy lower body armor, the texture of which was also walnut. The last swift change eventually covered Roger's head, leaving only 2 eye holes for observation. It becomes a helmet armor. Rog is now wearing walnut armor comparable to a knight in heavy armor. Does it look good? It's even better to have a mirror to see how it is now. Rog moved the heavy walnut armor on his body. Although it was heavy, it was indeed very strong. And these are transformed by Rog's plant fruit ability, and the real hardness is comparable to steel. Wearing such a thick walnut armor to fight, it is enough to resist the opponent's attack. At this time, the trunk that was originally used as a cover finally suffered amazing damage and cracked. Ms. S fingers also stopped attacking, and she looked at the fallen tree trunk. After all, in this desert, Rog could not escape at all. Unless Rog creates another tree for cover. But now that she has a long-range attack, she is not afraid of Rog's means of protection. But immediately she frowned, and she saw a figure wearing a strange thing rushing over. And there will be no one else here, it must be Rog. What did he conjure up again? Ms. looked at Roger with his fingers strangely. But then, as Rog approached, he saw Rog rushing over in a walnut-like heavy armor similar to a knight. What? Ms. said with 2 fingers in shock. During the battle, she also realized that Rog could transform plants as weapons, but the sight in front of her still made her feel unimaginable. Rog actually rushed towards her wearing a walnut knight heavy armor. Okay, it's my turn, shouted Rog in walnut heavy armor. Now Rog is wearing walnut heavy armor and clenching a huge bamboo sickle in his arms. He really looks like a mighty knight, and he is almost riding on a strong high-headed horse. How? Ms.'s fingers still raise the thorn machine guns on both arms by fighting instinct. Accompanied by 2 gunshots, a dense roar of sharp spikes shot out. The sharp spikes hit Rog's walnut heavy armor, some were bounced off, and some were successfully embedded on the armor because of the angle, but they only penetrated very short, and could not penetrate Rog's body at all. Heavy walnut heavy armor. Good, now your attack is useless in front of my walnut armor, Rog said. However, wearing this pair of walnut heavy armor also added a lot of burden. After the transformation, this pair of walnut heavy armor is comparable to dozens of kilograms of steel. Rog is still trying to charge now. It can be said that he used milk strength. It really doesn't work. Then do this again. Seeing that the thorn machine gun didn't work with her fingers, Ms. quickly changed the front of both arms back to their original shape, and at the same time began to deform again. In the end it turned into 2 3-meter-long thorn spears. It's not over yet. Thorns therapy, Ms. said with 2 fingers. Ms. clenched Kiba with her fingers, her arms were painful for a while, and swelled up quickly, and her whole body became much stronger. The originally slender beauty has become a strong man. Rog looked at Ms.'s fingers, and saw that this enchanting beauty who had twisted her hips and sexy before turned into a burly man's figure. Of course, her face still had a charming temperament. Okay, die. Ms. stabbed the thorn spears in her arms towards Rog in front of her with her fingers, and her body also ran. It is unimaginable that the same weapon can be powerful under greater power. It really makes one's blood boil. Rog waved the huge bamboo sickle clenched in both arms and continued to charge. Chapter 196 Ms. The Escape of 2 Fingers. Ms. 2-fingered arm thorn lance took the lead to approach Rog. The huge bamboo sickle in Rog's hand was cut off. Chang! Kara! The sound of the collision of sharp weapons and the sound of shattering hard objects sounded at the same time. The huge bamboo sickle swung by Rog successfully cut off the thorn spear on Ms.'s left arm with both fingers. Ms.'s thorn spear on her right arm stabbed Rog in the abdomen, and the walnut-heavy armor was stabbed and cracked for a while. I won, Ms. said with 2 fingers. Not yet. The huge bamboo sickle that Rog swung down was pulled up again, and the thorn spear on Ms.'s right arm was slashed from below to above. After a while of harsh sound, Ms.'s 2 fingers and right arm thorn spear were also cut off. The severed part was also embedded in the belly of the rogue and walnut-heavy armor. Rog continued to slash at Mrs. fingers with the huge bamboo sickle. Ms. quickly retreated with her fingers, but with a thud. Her right shoulder was cut with a scythe blade. However, because she evaded in time, there were only some flesh wounds, and no bones were hurt. But just half a second later, her entire right shoulder and right arm would be chopped off. Run now. Ms. Fingers hurriedly escaped. She ran away quickly with her back to Rog. Unexpectedly, her speed was also very fast, and after strengthening her body with thorn therapy, her strength increased greatly, and she quickly ran to a distance of 100 meters. Rog also stopped after defeating his opponent and did not pursue. In fact, Rog can now completely turn the bamboo sickle in his hand back into the Chenkin bamboo gun and throw it out like a tender gun. But Rog didn't do that. I won anyway, let her run for her life. Rog placed the bamboo sickle in his hand on the desert and watched Ms. continue to escape with his fingers. In addition to not necessarily being able to throw and kill, there is another point, that is, Rog does not need to continue to kill and torture a defeated general. Now just win. Rog lowered his head again to look at the walnut-heavy armor on his body. After the battle, the walnut-heavy armor also had a lot of scars. In addition to the sharp spikes embedded in the armor, the front end of the thorn spear in the abdomen almost pierced the walnut-heavy armor. After all, in the attack just now, the opponent's strength increased greatly after strengthening the body, and it was natural to use this weapon to almost penetrate. Rog pulled out the half of the thorn spear in his abdomen and threw it away. The sharp spikes embedded in the armor were also removed. Okay, now Ms. Fingers has escaped. But there is one more difficult to deal with. Rog's body is also tired, but now he needs to continue to persevere. Perhaps Zoro was stronger than he thought, but the opponent was a terrifying enemy. Walked towards Zoro. In one place in this desert, Zoro and Mr. One are still fighting fiercely. But Zoro was already covered with scars, and blood was left on his chest, back, and arms. The blood was quickly evaporated by the dry heat of the desert. Zoro held back the pain and fought bravely with his hands clenched. The mouth is still biting the snow firmly. After the fierce battle, Mr. One was still sweating even though there was no physical injury. Well, I have to admit, you are a tough guy, Mr. One said to Zoro. Zoro's eyes were bloodshot, but he still didn't admit defeat in his aura. Go on, I'm going to defeat you. I can cut through steel, Zoro said persistently. Mr. One's eyes became stern and said, enough, then I will let you die soon. See if you have the ability. Zoro quickly rushed towards Mr. One again. Zoro once again stabbed Gito and Hidao with both hands, diagonally forward and downward like horns. The snow in the mouth is still shining brightly under the sunlight. 3 knives. Bowl needles. Zoro rushed in front of Mr. One and attacked with 3 knives. Bowl needle can be used in both the second and third knife situations. In addition to the assassination of the 2 knives in the hands of the 3-knife style bowl needle, the knife in the mouth can also provide a horizontal slash like a bull rush. Mr. 1 Feet's body was stabbed 10 times in a row by Zoro this time, and he was also slashed horizontally by Zoro. But after Zoro passed by, Mr. One still had no physical damage. It was only because of the impact that the body half-kneeled. Okay, the closer you are to death, the crazier you are. Mr. One turned to look at Zoro, and said angrily. Zoro looked at him with his eyes and said, any swordsman shows his true interests between life and death. Mr. 1 looked at the man who took the sword as his life and said, okay, after I kill you, I will set up a tombstone for you. This is an unprecedented treatment. The people I killed before were literally smashed to pieces. Zoro waved the knives in both hands again, slashing 2 sword chi. Eagle wave. 2 eagle-like sword chi flew towards Mr. One. Mr. 1 crossed his arms in front of his chest to resist. The impact was deflected and aroused countless dust around him. Just as he was about to fight back, Zoro was already close. Zoro used 3 swords together to unleash a tornado. Greater sand and dust surrounded Mr. One. But suddenly he felt a murderous aura hit his back for a while. When he wanted to turn around, it was already too late. Zoro was on the side and behind, the 3 knives crossed towards him like crab claws. Crab ow! Zoro slashed Mr. One with 3 knives like giant crab claws. But this strength is enough to smash the 10,000-pound boulder away. Who was attacked with enormous power, flipped and fell to the side. Zoro quickly approached, stabbing his vital knuckles for a while and continuing to kick up the dust. I didn't expect him to hit such a combo. I want. Mr. 1 got up. He saw that although the dust was rising around him, his vision was blurred. But there is a whirlwind-like airflow ahead that blows everything around. Whirlwind is nothing but Zoro's 3 blades. Snow walks. Gito and Hidao Yizuan, the 3 samurai swords rotate together, blowing away the surrounding sand and dust like a windmill. 3 swords, profound truth. 3,000 worlds. Zoro's body is combined with 3 blades, and it slashes towards Mr. 1 as if spinning. Mr. Point 1 is already unable to dodge, and can only see the opponent's attack in front of him. Even he, who had always believed in his King Kong's indestructibility, doubted for the first time whether he could withstand this blow. An astonishing sound rang out. For a while, Mr. Point 1 feet's body was slashed hundreds of times by the 3 rotating samurai swords, and sparks were everywhere. Zoro's body fell behind Mr. 1. Then Mr. Point 1 feet's body fell down. Zoro gasped, both surprised and skeptical. When he turned his head, he saw that Mr. 1 was already lying on the desert, and the surrounding sand and dust also dissipated. 1. Zoro said. How is that possible? Mr. Point 1 feet's voice suddenly sounded. Chapter 197. Zoro's revolving heaven weakness. Zoro saw Mr. 1, who was knocked down just now, stand up again. Mr. Point 1 regained his footing and shook the sand on his body. The burly man looked at Zoro with a bit of admiration in his eyes. Swordsman, I have to admit that you are indeed very strong, but it is still far from being able to truly defeat me. Mr. 1 said. Zoro was shaking, not knowing if it was from exhaustion or anger. You are really hard to destroy, Zoro said to Mr. 1. The blow just now, Zoro used all his strength, but he still couldn't solve Mr. 1. This strong man like a monk can't be shaken at all. However, Mr. 1 is now calm again. This is the battle among the masters. Once one side is shaken or exhausted, the other side will be able to feel the opportunity to win. Mr. Point 1 half squatted down, then put one hand on the ground. Dust slicing speed knife. Mr. Point 1 feet's feet turned into blades, his fingers and palms also turned into blades. Then his feet actually slid across the desert ground like ice skates. After a while of dust flying behind him, Mr. 1 slid towards Zoro very fast. Zoro also reacted immediately. He quickly crossed his arms and focused his eyes on Mr. 1 in front of him. Ghost Slash. Zoro's 3 samurai swords attacked. Mr. Point 1 feet's hands attacked at the same time, and his feet continued to accelerate. For a while, piercing sparks sputtered, along with a spurt of blood. Zoro fell behind Mr. 1, and his left arm was cut open with a large hole, and blood kept pouring out. Damn! Zoro resisted the pain and stood up, seeing Mr. 1 rushing over again. This time, while Mr. 1 was sliding, his right arm was raised very high and turned into a big knife at the same time. Iron Arm Slash. Mr. Point 1 slashed his right arm with a big sword, and he slashed over with great force. Zoro hurriedly dodged to the side, and a 2-meter-deep ravine had been cut in the straight line just now. Fortunately, the power of Mr. Point 1 feet's iron arm slash is huge, but the flexibility is poor, allowing Zoro to dodge. Mr. Point 1 continued to rush in front of Zoro, quickly approaching Zoro. This time he folded his hands between his wrists and lunged at Zoro. Foaming Chrysanthemum Cut. Mr. Point 1 feet's powerful and fast attack grabbed Zoro with both hands. Zoro's 2 knives quickly crossed to block the opponent's attack. But the power of this attack was astonishing. Mr. Point 1 feet's 2-handed attack was blocked by Zoro's blade, and the huge force was scattered around, cutting countless traces and dust in the desert, and Zoro was also bounced off by this huge force. Zoro was blasted and landed heavily on a desert dozens of meters away. Mr. Point 1 started rushing towards Zoro again quickly. Zoro was injured in the chest by the blow just now, and there were many wounds in the chest. Although it was not fatal, it also caused a lot of inconvenience and slowness in movement. Damn it! Zoro gritted Kiba's teeth and barely stood up. Now that my body is injured, I feel that my actions and reactions are slowed down. Mr. Point 1 rushed over again, this time he was faster than before. Enough, I'll give you a fatal blow. Mr. Point 1 said, his hands are ready again. Zoro felt that if he took it again this time, maybe even he couldn't take it. At this moment, a spear thrown over suddenly hit Mr. Point 1 feet's chest. The huge force knocked Mr. 1 out of balance. The spear still didn't penetrate his body, but it bounced off and stuck in the sand in the desert. Sprinting quickly after receiving the shock and looked around. Zoro was also shocked. He and Mr. 1 only saw a man rushing towards the man wearing what looked like an armor made of walnut. Could it be? Zoro said. It's that kid, Mr. 1 said angrily. Rog rushed over in walnut-heavy armor. He rushed to the spear just thrown, that is, in front of the Chinkin bamboo spear, and pulled out the Chinkin bamboo spear and held it in his hand. Rog looked at Zoro and said, "Fortunately, I caught up." Zoro was still a tough guy on the surface. He asked Roger, "Where's Luffy? And what happened to Ms. S. fingers?" Roger said, "Luffy was injured and he went to Chopper for treatment. Ms. I knocked her fingers off." At this time, Mr. Point 1 feet's face became ugly. He immediately shouted, "What? Ms. fingers escaped?" Rog turned to look at him again. Although his face was covered by the walnut armor, his eyes were very sharp. "Yes, your partner was beaten by me," Roger said. "What an unreliable woman," Mr. 1 said angrily. But then he shook his hands again, looked at Rog and said, "You actually put on such a strange armor. I don't know how you got it. Anyway, you may be a devil fruit person or something. But I will cut you to pieces. I can kill you all by myself." Zoro still clenched his samurai sword. Although the pain in his chest and arms was unbearable, he managed to hold on and asked Roger, "I will continue to kill him, just take a good look at it." Rog looked at Zoro, who was now clearly supporting, and said, "You actually beat him." "What?" Zoro said suspiciously. "Look, he's exhausted. You've run out of fuel for his battle. You've actually won. I just want to give him the final blow." "That's all right," said Roger. Zoro looked at Mr. 1, then gradually put down the knife. "Okay, I'll give you this chance," Zoro said. "Okay, you go to Luffy and the others first. If there is still trouble there, you will be needed," Roger said. Zoro retracted the katana from the scabbard and turned to walk away. "Then it's up to you," Zoro said. When Rog saw Zoro leave, he was relieved. Zoro has always liked to hold on, but if he continues to fight in this situation, Zoro will definitely die. Rog said this, and Zoro couldn't continue to hold on. Now Rog is looking at Mr. 1 again. Although this strong man is covered in sweat now, he still has the powerful aura that sweeps everything. After the previous fierce battle, Zoro was almost unable to hold on, but Mr. 1 seemed to be just exercising intensely. "You want to fight with me, but I tell you, it's too late to regret it now." Mr. 1 looked at Rog with a powerful aura. Rog is dressed in walnut-heavy armor, and holds the Chinkin bamboo gun tightly in his hand. When he was about to get here just now, Rog saw that the situation was wrong, and quickly changed the bamboo sickle back to the Chinkin bamboo spear and threw it out. The result still hit Mr. 1. "You are very strong. You fought with Zoro for so long just now, but you didn't have a single scar. If I want to defeat you, I must do my best," Rog said firmly. "Then let me see how much skill you have," Mr. 1 said. Chapter 198 Rog vs Mr. Mr. Point 1 quickly popped a group of circular blades from his arms. "I want to test your strength first, so try my spiral chop first." Mr. Point 1 feet's arms quickly turned around his arms, like a group of dense chainsaws. Rog clenched the Chinkin bamboo spear, and he was protected by a thick walnut-heavy armor, posing a fighting posture in an assassination state. "My Chinkin bamboo spear really wants to fight with you." Although Rog only had 2 eyes exposed under his armor, he still showed a strong spirit. Mr. Point 1 waved his arms and hit Rog like 2 rows of chainsaws. Mr. Point 1 used his arm to attack Rog violently, and Rog stabbed the opponent with the Chinkin bamboo spear. Although Mr. Point 1 feet's arms are very strong and his body is tall, his arms are also very long, but Rog's Chenkin bamboo spear reaches 3 meters. This made Rog's shot make Mr. One have to use his arms to block. Chang! The harsh sound of sharp weapons sounded, and sparks flew everywhere. The Chenkin bamboo gun in Rog's hand is very hard, comparable to high-hardness steel. And Mr. .1 feet's arms can saw almost everything. The stone would have been sawed off long ago. But now the spiral slash of Mr. .1 feet's arms can only arouse a lot of sparks. It's really hard. Mr. One also sighed. Thank you for the compliment. Rog withdrew the Chenkin bamboo spear. Rog waved the Chenkin bamboo spear and stabbed Mr. One again. Mr. One quickly blocked, followed by a burst of sparks. Just like this, Rog kept using the Chenkin bamboo spear to assassinate, but Mr. One blocked them all with his arms. Mr. One and Rogan fought fiercely in this desert. Of strength, Mr. One has the upper hand, and Rog is wearing a heavy walnut armor, so the burden is even more heavy. Ah! Mr. One slammed hard, knocking Rog away with the force of his arm. Rog landed on the desert more than 10 meters away, and then tried to get up. Dust-slicing speed knife. Mr. One feet's feet turned into a blade, and it really glided towards Rog like a roller skate. Rog hurried to dodge, but it was too late. A harsh sound, Mr. One feet's hand hit Rog's chest armor. Rog rolled out again. When Rog stood up again, he found some cracks on the walnut armor on his chest. It's really tough, no matter how sharp, the strength and speed are not bad. Rog said. Originally, according to Rog's judgment, Mr. One feet's physical strength was huge, but his speed was poor. But now Mr. One has this skating-like move, which makes him very fast. Coupled with strength, it is no less than a yak collision. HMPH, do you really think you can beat me? And my speed surprises you? Mr. One said while he was skating in the desert, raising the sand and swiftly gliding. After Roger stood firm, he tried to observe each other. Mr. One rushed over again. This time Mr. One raised his right arm high. Rog had seen this kind of move from him. Before, Mr. One cut the giant pumpkin in half with one blow and gave everyone a greeting. Iron arm slash. Mr. One feet's right arm gathered enough strength and slashed forward. The huge force cut down a ravine in the desert within a range of more than 20 meters in a straight line. Rog hurriedly dodged aside. The blow just now was very powerful. If the walnut-heavy armor on his body is hit, it will also be seriously damaged. The destructive power of the evil sect, but here's my chance. Rog seized the opportunity, and after Mr. One, who had just used the iron arm slash, used enormous strength, his entire body also slowed down. Rog took the opportunity to hold the Chenkin bamboo spear and threw it from the left side of Mr. One. Chang! A harsh metallic rubbing sound rang out. Mr. One was hit by the Chenkin bamboo gun. He was in a sliding state, lost his balance and fell down quickly. The Chenkin bamboo spear was also thrown into the desert more than 10 meters away. Rog rushed over and quickly picked up the Chenkin bamboo spear. Mr. One also stood up again. This strong man's body is still intact. You really look for opportunities, but you don't want to destroy my body at all. Mr. One said. Mr. One continued to use the moat cutter and quickly slid towards Rog. Rog is now exhausted after a while of fighting. In addition to consuming a large amount of plant fruit energy many times before, it has also been fighting for such a long time. The opponent is a very durable enemy. Now the battle needs to be ended as soon as possible. But you need to find your opponent's weaknesses. Try it like this first. Rog once again poured the energy of the plant fruit into the Chenkin bamboo gun in his hand. Quickly, a bamboo leaf grew out of the front of the Chenkin bamboo spear, which quickly turned into a 1-meter-long blade. Now the Chenkin bamboo spear has become a bamboo sickle again. Rog concentrated his arms to lift the huge bamboo sickle high. Mr. One is also close at hand. This time, Mr. One feet's hands were crossed in front of his chest. Destroy the crack. Mr. Point 1 slashed Rog forward with both hands, and the bamboo sickle raised in Rog's hand was also cut off. The loud sound shook the surrounding desert, and sparks were everywhere around the two of them. Rog's bamboo sickle and Rog's whole body were bounced off. The walnut-heavy armor that Mie crack cut on Rog left 7 or 8 horizontal cracks. The impact caused huge dust in the surrounding desert. Rog flew out more than 10 meters under the huge impact. Rog fell heavily into the desert and tried to stand up again. What a powerful attack! Roger staggered to his feet and said. The body was in pain for a while. Although the walnut-heavy armor successfully resisted most of the damage, some shocks could still kill Rog. It's amazing. Rog looked at Mr. 1 not far away. Now Mr. Point 1 is moving his arms and body. The battle just now also consumed him a bit. However, this still did not hinder his fight as a whole. You are really tenacious, Mr. 1 said. Rog remained silent, just looking at Mr. 1 with his eyes that were not covered by the walnut armor. Now Mr. Point 1 is really like an unshakable King Kong statue, which makes people feel powerless. Rog even thought that if he continued to consume it like this, his walnut-heavy armor would be destroyed first. It is impossible to have an invincible enemy, but sometimes it is necessary to stabilize the situation first, and then find a way to defeat the opponent. Rog looked at the huge bamboo sickle clenched in his hand again. The battle just now made some cracks appear on the blade of the bamboo sickle. And after a long period of fierce fighting, even the bamboo spear was damaged a bit, but it was still usable as a whole. Although the texture of the bamboo sickle is comparable to steel, Mr. Point 1 feet's attack seems to be superior. It's time for me to use a new weapon, too. Otherwise, there's no way out of this situation, Roger said. Since head-to-head weapons can't work, Rog also has weapons that can deal with enemies with special functions. Chapter 199 Super Gum. Now the whole body is covered with walnut-heavy armor, so it is inconvenient to dig out things. Rog temporarily used his fruit ability to remove the heavy armor from his body first. After removing the walnut armor, Rog quickly took out a sapling from his clothes. The sapling is brown in appearance and looks like a plant that grows in arid regions. Fortunately, I bought this Alabasta gum tree in Kingdom Newport, Roger said, looking at the brown sapling in his hand. While in Newport, Kingdom, Rog paid attention to some Alabasta plants locally. Among them, Rog purchased this Alabasta gum tree. Alabasta gum tree can secrete a large amount of high-quality gum, which can be widely used in food, medicine, ink, pigment, textile and other fields. This gum has good viscosity and sealing properties, and can be formulated into special preparations. Rog has also previously modified this Alabasta gum tree. Now Rog gathered the plant fruit energy in his body again and injected it into this sapling. After being injected with a lot of green plant fruit energy, Rog inserted the Alabasta gum tree sapling into the desert. After inserting it into the desert, the Alabasta gum tree began to grow rapidly. Finally reached a height of more than 2 meters. Mr. Point 1 carefully observed Rog's behavior throughout the process. This is your ability. It turns out that you can transform plants by allowing them to grow like this, Mr. 1 said to Rog. After Rog successfully grew the Alabasta gum tree, he then looked at Mr. 1 and said, "You will see the power of this tree right away. Let me tell you first, this is the fruit of the plant that passed through me. A modified Alabasta gum tree." Quote. Alabasta gum tree. Mr. 1 was puzzled. Roger continued to hold the Alabasta gum tree in his hand. Of this Alabasta gum tree has a hole that looks like a nozzle. Mr. 1, now is the time for you to suffer, Rog said. Mr. Point 1 looked suspiciously at the Alabasta gum tree created by Rog. Shoot, super gum, said Roger. This Alabasta gum tree shoots a very viscous liquid. Mr. Point 1 waved his right arm to block. The viscous liquid stuck to his arm. Mr. Point 1 retracted his right arm. This is, Mr. 1 said strangely when he saw the sticky gum in the palm of his right hand. These sticky gums were extremely sticky, clinging to his hands and arms. If you want to get rid of it, you can't get rid of it. Mr. Point One also rubbed his hands in the sand, but he couldn't get rid of the sticky gum, and even the gum stuck a lot of sand on his hands. Damn, how could it be like this? I can't even shake it off, Mr. One said in surprise. Rog looked at Mr. One, and sure enough, the alabaster gum tree he had remodeled was now able to spray out super strong gum. Don't try too hard. You just got hit with the super gum from this alabaster gum tree I modified. The super gum is very sticky and doesn't solidify, it will stay that way for a long time. It sticks. You can't shake it if you want to. So you're going to be hampered fighting because of these super gummies, Rog said. Mr. Point One looked at Rog and the alabaster gum tree manipulated by Rog. Bastard, you actually used this method to deal with me, Mr. One said angrily. Rog's expression remained unchanged, and he said to Mr. One, to deal with the enemy, as long as victory is everything. Of course, it doesn't matter to me. After all, my attack is to attack you from the front, whether I use conspiracy or tricks. Rog's words also made Mr. One speechless. After all, Rog attacked face to face. Okay, then you can taste my real anger. Mr. One quickly turned the bottom of his foot into a blade. Mr. Point One used his powerful attack again, the Moat Slasher. Mr. Point One feet's body rushed towards Rog at high speed. Rog quickly put the walnut armor on board again. At the same time hold the alabaster gum tree with both hands. Okay, super gum. Roger manipulated the nozzle of the alabaster gum tree to shoot a viscous gum liquid. Mr. Point One evaded quickly, and he continued to resist part of the gum liquid with his right arm. Rog quickly hugged the alabaster gum tree and ran away. He also shoots super gummies from the nozzle in front of this tree while running. Mr. Point One kept dodging during the action, but the super gum still hit him many times. Damn! Mr. Point One raises his left arm and lifts it above his head. At the same time he started luck hitting his stamina. His eyes prejudged Rog's route. Iron arm slash. Mr. Point One feet's left arm swung down. An astonishing force slashed straight ahead. The huge force slashed a ravine more than 1 meter deep in the straight desert more than 20 meters ahead. In the end, Rog was affected a bit. The huge impact threw Roger away. Rog fell heavily into the desert, and his chest was clinging to the alabaster gum tree. Fortunately, I didn't get hit directly from the front. I only have one alabaster gum tree, Rog said with a near miss. The alabaster gum tree in hand is a magic weapon. If destroyed, the damage would be immeasurable. I don't even have a way to deal with Mr. One in front of me. Rog didn't dare to be lighthearted, and quickly stood up and continued to run while shooting super gum from the nozzle of the tree in his hand. Shoot, super gummies. Super gummies. Concentrated attack. After the battle of attrition, Mr. Point One feet's body was covered with a lot of super strong gum. These super strong gums severely limited Mr. Point One feet's combat. Mr. Point One feet's feet and legs are covered with super strong gum, and he can no longer freely use the moat chopping speed knife. Before the bottom of his foot became like a blade, so it can slide as smoothly as ice skates. But now even if it becomes a blade, it is quickly covered with sand because of the super strong gum, which makes the resistance huge, and it is impossible to move fast at all. Mr. Point One feet's torso and arms are covered with super glue. Although he can move now, it is very awkward. It is impossible to play the combat strength normally. Damn, these damn gums. Mr. One angrily tried to get rid of these super strong gums, but he couldn't get rid of them no matter what. At this moment, Rog hugged the alabaster gum tree in his hand and rushed towards Mr. One. The nozzle of the tree is already facing Mr. One. Mr. Point One angrily looked at Rog. Rog aimed at Mr. Point One feet's head with the tree nozzle. Super gummies, all fired. This time, a very fast super strong gum liquid shot at Mr. One. Mr. Point One feet's head was accurately hit by the super gum, and other parts of his upper body were also covered by the super gum. Now Mr. 1 says that there is not a single place on his body that is not covered with super gum. Chapter 200 Fight Another Day. Mr. 1 became like this, and he was furious. Asshole. Mr. 1 rushed towards Rog suddenly. Now the two are less than 10 meters apart. Although the body is seriously disturbed by the super gum, Mr. 1 is still able to fight to a certain extent. Spiral cut. Mr. 1 feet S arms, and they spun quickly. Some of the super gum above was also thrown off. Mr. 1 slashed at Rog with both arms like a helical chop saw. Ah! The alabasta gum tree in Roger's hands was sawed into a pile of pieces. Rog himself quickly backed away, but Mr. 1 feet S right fist hit him all at once. This punch was comparable to a heavy artillery shell, and Rog flew out several meters. No matter what, you can't beat me. Roger stood up again and said. Mr. 1 is able to fight now, he seems very awkward. In this way, he can't exert his full strength. At this time, suddenly near the desert where the two were fighting, the screams of killing resounded throughout the world. Roger turned his head to look over there, and saw Vers, Usopp, Chopper, Luffy, and Zoro all rushing over. There are also a large number of surviving officers and soldiers of the Drum Country rushed to kill together. Come on, kill that burly fellow, Viles shouted as he rode atop a strong horse. The lackey of the Baroque Works room, taste my power. Usopp was on a carriage and he aimed his slingshot at Mr. 1. Death, rotten egg star. Usopp shot a rotten egg and hit Mr. 1 feet S head accurately. The stinky rotten egg liquid flowed out. At the same time, the smell of rotten eggs is scattered around. Because of the super strong gum before, these rotten egg liquids were simply glued together with the super strong gum, which made Mr. 1 feet S head emit a stench that could not be removed. After Usopp succeeded, he took out 3 more rotten eggs. Death, rotten eggs 3 consecutive stars. Usopp shot 3 rotten eggs in a row, all of which hit Mr. 1 feet S body. Now Mr. 1 seems to have come out of the garbage heap, and it smells very strange. Usopp stood on the carriage, seeing all the hits and saying with great joy, it's really good. My shooting is really good. Also in the carriage with Usopp were Chopper and Luffy and Zoro. Really handsome. Chopper looked at Usopp with reverence in his eyes. Usopp pointed to himself with a thumbs up and said, that's right, Captain Usopp's shooting ability is unparalleled in the world. Not only did he kill countless giant Sasori and Baroque Works agents today. Now it's back to Roger. Support. The only one who can do this is Captain Usopp. Chopper continued to look at him admiringly. Zoro, who was also on the horse, still had a serious expression, and he was thinking about why he couldn't defeat Mr. 1 today. Mr. 1 and Rog in front of him have entered the field of vision. But obviously Rog couldn't beat Mr. 1. Chopper looked at Rog and Mr. 1 and said, is he the formidable and powerful enemy you said? It's him, Zoro said. Although Mr. 1 is now very embarrassed by Rog's super gum and those rotten eggs that Usopp just shot, the stalwart figure and the momentum are still able to let people see him. Feel the fear inside. Zoro looked at the monk-like man, thinking to himself that he must defeat him next time. Luffy also looked at Rog and Mr. 1. Fortunately, Rog is fine. Zoro is injured like that, it shows that the other party is very powerful. Luffy said. Mr. 1 and Rog looked at each other after seeing the supporters. This strong man with an indestructible body looked at Rog with cold and murderous eyes. I'm tired today too. Let's stop here, but next time, I'll kill any of you I see. Mr. 1 said coldly. Rog also looked straight at each other and said, okay, let's fight another day. In today's battle, both sides were in a daze. Overall, Mr. 1 has the upper hand, suppressing Zoro, forcing Rog to use special weapons to be able to deal with him. But even so Mr. 1 is difficult to continue to consume. It was so difficult to deal with it individually before, if you continue the wheel battle. Maybe something unexpected happened to him in the end. It's better to take advantage of this moment and end the battle with dignity. Mr. Point One raised his right arm again. But this time, his right arm was not aimed at Rog or the supporting balls. Today ends here. Iron arm slash. Mr. Point One Feet's right arm swung down. The huge force slashed a ravine more than 20 meters long and more than 1 meter deep above the desert. A lot of sand and dust rose up. This spectacular scene had a great shocking effect, and Vers and his drum country officers and soldiers were so frightened that they stopped their pursuit. How did this happen? Such a powerful attack. Vers said in shock. Oh my god. Usopp's eyes were about to pop out of fright after seeing it. What a terrible power. Chopper was shaking all over. Cool. Luffy was also shocked, looking at the ravine. Only Zoro remained calm. The officers and soldiers of the magnetic drum country were also so frightened that they hurriedly said to stop, not daring to continue chasing. Rog saw Mr. One turn around and leave here. Others watched the mighty astonishing man go far. After a long battle, it was time for the sun to set. Mr. Point One slowly disappeared into the desert. Rog knew very well that this was just a preview of a more terrifying battle. After Mr. One disappeared, everyone finally relaxed. This is the end of today's tragic battle. Rog removed his walnut-heavy armor. I really didn't expect that this armor saved my life. Rog said to himself. Roger. Vals and the others quickly walked to Rog's side. Ah, you're all fine. That's fine, Roger said. It's okay if you're fine. You're still fighting for such a guy. And Zoro too, Usopp said in surprise. He's really amazing. You and Zoro are both godlike people. To be able to fight against such a formidable opponent. Chopper said reverently. Luffy rushed to Rog's side and asked, Ms. Fingers, the woman who turns into a hedgehog, where is she? Roger looked at Luffy and said, I beat her away. Rog looked at Luffy's leg again, and sure enough, the injury had already been dealt with by Chopper. Zoro was also treated with bandages on his arms and chest. Vers walked up to Rog again and asked, Rog, it's too late now. We need to rest. Yeah, but it's definitely not good here. So quickly take the wounded and go to the nearby area. Rog said. Vals nodded and said, well, yes. There's a small town on the map in the south of the rain. Let's go there. Okay, Roger said. Vers then ordered his men to hurry to the nearest small town.